This young Special Forces soldier is currently chasing a notorious criminal to reclaim the national treasure. After 3 days and nights without food or sleep, relentlessly pursuing each other, both sides finally ran out of energy. Out of options. Out of options, the criminal had no choice but to speak up first to convince Gu Bei-chung to give up. "You've been chasing me for 3 straight days and nights, and now your people are totally wiped out. Is this what you want?" Even though he was exhausted, Gu Bei-chung refused to back down. With that, Gu Bei-chung charged straight at the criminal. Seeing he couldn't convince him and only provoked him more, the criminal quickly pulled out his gun to fight back. Luckily, Gu Bei-chung reacted in time and skillfully dodged the first shot. Then while the criminal's gun jammed, Gu Bei-chung landed a thunderous punch to his face. During the struggle, the treasure carefully stored in a wooden box accidentally flew out. Immediately, both Gu Bei-chung and the criminal desperately rushed to grab the treasure. Shukena, the criminal, had the upper hand at that moment, so he got a chance to strike at Gu Bei-chung. However, in that critical moment, a lightning bolt from the sky suddenly struck where they were hitting the treasure and causing an explosion. From the explosion's impact, both Gu Bei-chung and the criminal were thrown away. When he opened his eyes again, Gu Bei-chung found himself on top of a girl. Even worse, his face was buried in her chest. In such an awkward situation, both he and the girl froze for a moment before snapping out of it. Right after, Gu Bei-chung quickly looked around and realized the surroundings had completely changed. Not only that, there was also a strange girl in ancient clothing and several masked assassins, making Gu Bei-chung think this was a film set and these people were actors. While he was still confused, the girl suddenly hit him with a devastating blow, hurting him like 9 suns burning. After that, she ignored him and grabbed her sword to fight the assassins. Gu Bei-chung writhed on the ground in pain for a while, but soon smelled the metallic scent of blood in the air and realized this wasn't a movie. Before he could react, an assassin stepped on his head as a foothold to attack the man in official robes. In that critical moment, Gu Bei-chung suddenly sprang up and flipped the assassin over, saving the man's life in the process. Witnessing this fierce display, the remaining assassins just stared in shock, speechless. "I hate it when people touch my head, and you just did that." Right after, the assassins all charged at Gu Bei-chung together, but their basic martial arts skills were no match for him. In no time, Gu Bei-chung knocked them all out. "With skills like yours, you think you can rob people, go home and raise pigs instead." However, the remaining assassins hadn't learned their lesson. Not only did they not back off, they even took the girl hostage to threaten Gu Bei-chung. "Back off, don't move or I'll kill her. Our target isn't you, so don't get involved." The guy was like, "Oh, I'm so scared of you." Right after, Gu Bei-chung distracted the assassins and seized the moment to pull off a flying dagger trick on them. That way he knocked out one and saved the girl. But unexpectedly during the scuffle, Gu Bei-chung accidentally tore the girl's clothes, putting them in an awkward spot. Meanwhile, the remaining assassins were so terrified that they fled to save themselves. Although the girl wanted to curse out Gu Bei-chung's entire family line since someone was injured, she left him alone to go save the man. Luckily, with some help from above, the man only had a leg injury and wasn't in life-threatening danger. But when he saw the girl roughly bandaging the man with a torn cloth, Gu Bei-chung couldn't help but warn her. "You guys can't just do that. It won't stop the bleeding and could cause an infection." As he said that, Gu Bei-chung casually tore another piece from the girl's clothes to first aid the man and explained how to do it properly. "You have to press firmly on the artery connected to the heart, got it? That's the only way to stop the bleeding." "Wait, artery, what are you talking about?" Obviously, the girl and the man didn't understand what Gu Bei-chung was saying, which confused him, because these were just basic medical facts anyone should know. "Are you seriously that clueless? Don't you know elementary school stuff? What era is this anyway?" Before he finished, the hot-tempered girl drew her sword and pointed it at him, suspecting he was a spy from an enemy nation. "It's the 8th year of Wu Day in the Tang Dynasty with the Western Turks threatening, so don't try to fool me." At first, Gu Bei-chung thought the girl had hit her head or something to talk nonsense, but after thinking it over, he realized this was for real. "Holy crap, I've time traveled, damn it!" After that, Gu Bei-chung had to reluctantly accept it and follow the two. On the way, he accidentally learned the man's true identity. It turned out he was Fang Xuanling, a famous, honest official who served the emperor during the Tang Dynasty. As for the girl, she stayed quiet the whole way, so he just figured she was Fang Xuanling's bodyguard. Even while chatting with him, Gu Bei-chung noticed the girl was falling behind because her dress was getting in the way. So he turned back to help her. "If you keep dragging that, it'll rip all the way to tie you on. Isn't that your fault for tearing it?" Without waiting for her to respond, Gu Bei-chung quickly shortened the long dress into something neat. Even then, he boldly asked Fang Xuanling for his opinion. It's good now, no more getting in the way. What do you think, Lord Fang? That old guy was honest about it. Seeing a pretty girl made his nose bleed like crazy. Suddenly, his intuition told him something was off, so Gu Bei-chung asked Fang Xuanling and the girl to confirm. Are you sure it's safe to go to Taiyuan? Wipe your nosebleed first. As long as we get into the city, the officials will protect us. There are soldiers there, so they won't dare touch us. Even though the girl assured him Gu Bei-chung wasn't convinced, so instead of continuing, he stopped to build a fire and explained why to the two. Last night we were avoiding the assassins, and now they've followed us here. Let's treat the wound first. We can't let it spread. However, the girl didn't get why Gu Bei-chung was doing this. How does stitching a wound relate to building a fire? Since people in this era didn't know about modern medicine, he had to explain sterilizing with high heat to prevent infection when stitching wounds. After hearing Gu Bei-chung out, Fang Xuanling misunderstood and thought he knew medicine, so he was impressed. Young brother, you know medicine too. I just know some battlefield first aid. It's fine for minor wounds. While Gu Bei-chung treated Fang Xuanling's wound, the girl stepped aside to keep watch. And just as Gu Bei-chung predicted, the assassins from last night had indeed followed the three of them here. In fact, they were so close that the girl could sense them. It feels like someone's there. I think we've been surrounded and there are more than yesterday. Right after, the girl didn't hesitate and volunteered to stay back to hold them off so Gu Bei-chung could carry Fang Xuanling and run. However, Gu Bei-chung had just finished stitching Fang Xuanling's wound. If he moves now, the stitches will rip. So Gu Bei-chung wanted to handle the assassins himself while the girl stayed to protect Fang Xuanling. Don't worry, just guard Lord Fang. In forest combat, I'm their grandpa. Meanwhile, the assassins realized Gu Bei-chung's group was on alert, so they figured their cover was blown and changed their plan. They've definitely spotted us. So they surrounded but didn't dare rush forward. That works. Once the wind unit is in position, we can send them off. But where did that Western Turk kid go? Forget him. He's not our target. The two assassins kept chatting without realizing Gu Bei-chung had sneaked up on them to gather info. From their words, he learned that this assassin group was an elite organization under the Crown Prince, with 4 units Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain trained in the Tangguo Mansion, especially the Wind Unit experts in silent assassinations that strike in a flash. After getting what he needed, Gu Bei-chung quickly approached the two assassins and took them out without hesitation. Meanwhile, their comrades were still waiting for a signal. Finally losing patience, the two decided to act on their own. However, they hadn't even had a chance to show off before they were ambushed. One of them was proudly bragging about his little Li flying dagger skill when he got hit in the head and logged out of the server for good. Seeing that the other one quickly jumped down from the tree branch and luckily dodged the next arrow. But he didn't stop there. He risked turning back to attack Gu Bei-chung from behind, not realizing that Gu Bei-chung could easily dodge and counterattack, leaving him badly injured. At that point, realizing things were going south, the assassin threw down a smoke bomb to escape. But before he could run, Gu Bei-chung gave him a permanent scar. Actually, Gu Bei-chung didn't plan to log the assassin out right away because he wanted to get more information out of him. However, right after Gu Bei-chung threatened him, the guy took matters into his own hands by biting into a poison pill in his mouth. Obviously, these assassins were nothing like the cowardly ones from before. Gu Bei-chung's instincts told him that this group was definitely not going to be easy to deal with. The young man didn't rush over to where Fang Xuanling was. After that, the young man didn't rush over to where Fang Xuanling and the girl were. Instead, he casually wandered around the area to check if any assassins were still hiding. And just as he expected, when he got near a tree, Gu Bei-chung quickly spotted their amateur disguise. Without hesitation, the young man kicked the assassin where he was hiding and sent him off to meet his ancestors right then and there. The second one hiding in the water was even unluckier. After Gu Bei-chung spotted him, not only did he get a painful beating, but he was also logged out in the most embarrassing way. At first, the young man deliberately lured the assassin by throwing stones into the water, making him so mad that he cursed out the guy's mom, "You son of a bitch." And as soon as he surfaced, the young man smashed a huge rock right into him. Before going after the next target, Gu Bei-chung didn't forget to lecture the assassin, "I'm letting this slide this time. In your next life, watch your mouth." Then the young man continued his path of total destruction, taking out several more assassins hiding in the woods. Finally, the remaining ones couldn't sit still anymore and had to gather to discuss changing their strategy. Is it just us left? Who the hell is this guy that he can break through our secret tracking techniques? Immediately summon the 3 teams from Manhwa and Shan. We have to take him out. However, before the assassins could act, Gu Beicheng suddenly jumped out from the bushes and logged one of their comrades out right in front of them. At that moment, Fang Xuanling's side had also arrived, and as soon as she saw the assassin's body, the girl immediately recognized that they were from the Fenglin Hu and Shan organizations under the current Crown Prince. In her panic, she accidentally called the Crown Prince Big Brother, which made Gu Beicheng start to suspect. At that point, he straight up asked the girl, "Looks like you're familiar with this ninja. Is it time you told me the truth? I don't buy that regular bandits or assassins would have ninjas. Is someone trying to stop you from entering Taiyuan?" Actually, Gu Beicheng had already vaguely figured out most of it, but he still needed confirmation from them to be sure. Plus, from the start, he'd noticed the unusual attitude between Fang Xuanling and the girl, making him even more suspicious of her real identity. She's definitely not just a regular female guard. Seeing they couldn't hide it anymore, the girl had to reveal her true identity to Gu Beicheng. It turned out she was the daughter of the Emperor Princess Pingyang Li Rodui. After hearing her say that, Gu Beicheng didn't react much, just nodded like he'd already guessed it. Then the two fell into an awkward silence, and after a moment he realized something was off. "Weren't you the one who guessed it already?" "What the heck, don't come closer. Let me calm down a bit." Honestly, the young man didn't see that plot twist coming, so he was a little slow to process it. And once he knew the girl's real identity, he wished he could slap himself twice. Because at first he just thought she was Fang Xuanling's daughter. He never imagined they were from the imperial family. On top of that, when they first met, Gu Beicheng had done all sorts of awkward things like pushing her face into the river and tearing her clothes. Just those 2 offenses alone were enough to get him reincarnated in the next life. That doesn't even count him getting involved in the royal family's internal fights. Seeing the young man sweating bullets, Fang Xuanling spoke up to reassure him. "Ignorance is no crime, so you don't need to worry. The disrespect to the princess won't be held against you, but only if you get both of them safely to Taiyuan. If anything happens to them, that debt will be on your head. By then, there might not be a place for you in the whole world. There might not be a place for you." "What the hell, you old fox?" No wonder Gu Beicheng couldn't outmaneuver him after years on the battlefield. That's why. Meanwhile, Princess Li Ruodui was more sincere. "This involves the lives of the people in Taiyuan, so please help us out, young hero." "I'm incredibly grateful." After thinking it over, Gu Beicheng asked her straight up, "Between your 2 brothers, Li Jiancheng and Li Shimin, whose side are you on?" At that point, Li Ruodui didn't hide anything and openly shared, "Fang Xuanling's trip to Taiyuan is to investigate the Crown Prince's party embezzling military supplies, so the assassins they encountered on the way were definitely sent by the Crown Prince. That means Li Ruodui isn't siding with Crown Prince Li Jiancheng, the one who lost the power struggle in history." After confirming that, Gu Beicheng felt relieved and agreed to help her and Fang Xuanling get to Taiyuan safely. On the other hand, Princess Li Ruodui started to suspect Gu Beicheng's true identity. Because if he were an ordinary person, he wouldn't dare mention the princes and crown prince by name like that. Plus, from his clothing, weapons, and moves, she found them all incredibly mysterious and unique. Meanwhile, in Pingyang at the Chang'an Palace in the Eastern Palace, the current crown prince Li Jiancheng was furious with his subordinates for not handling Fang Xuanling and Li Ruodui, yet you can't even deal with a woman and an old man. You bunch of incompetents. Faced with his master's rage, the subordinate just knelt on the ground. "I heard reports of a master appearing, probably sent by the Qin King to protect them." The Qin King, in his words, is Li Jiancheng's rival for the throne, also the emperor's second son, Li Shimin. So hearing it involved Li Shimin made Li Jiancheng even more heated. Seeing that the general loyal to the crown prince quickly suggested, "Tomorrow they'll reach Taiyuan. I'll personally lead troops to infiltrate and assassinate him, making sure the old man Fang doesn't cause any trouble." However, Li Jiancheng didn't want things to get that messy, because he knew that even if they took out Fang Xuanling, his father would just send someone else to Taiyuan. So Li Jiancheng decided to eliminate all threats at once by leveling the entire city of Taiyuan and ordering his subordinates to turn all the people there to dust. Although they knew the crown prince was notorious for his cruelty, his subordinates never expected such a ruthless order. On their end, Fang Xuanling and Li Ruodui, escorted by Gu Beicheng, finally arrived safely in Taiyuan. To avoid blowing their cover, the two disguised themselves as ordinary folks before entering the city. Meanwhile, Gu Beicheng was busy checking out everything around him, as it was his first time seeing ancient daily life and streets. Seeing him look so clueless, they reminded him to hurry up and get in line. "Come on, don't just stand there. Let's get into the city. Why is it so complicated? Doesn't your hometown check people when they enter? This is about the safety of the people. If there's any slip-up, it's a big crime." As a time traveler, Gu Beicheng obviously didn't know about the feudal laws, so when Fang Xuanling asked, he awkwardly explained that he was from the countryside and had never been to a city before. While the three were waiting in line to enter, a group of officials showed up yelling at the people to clear the way for a young master's palanquin. The fat guy lounging in the palanquin was the son of Taiyuan's governor Qin Jianliang. As everyone scattered, a woman with a child couldn't get out of the way in time. The official saw that and immediately raised his foot to kick the crying kid in the road. In that critical moment, Gu Beicheng didn't hesitate and stepped in to protect the child. To everyone's surprise, Fang Xuanling and the princess were confused about why the young man suddenly played the hero. Facing 3 or 4 officials with weapons, Gu Beicheng wasn't scared at all and stood his ground to let the mother and child escape. At the same time, he openly called out these heartless people in front of everyone. "Soldiers are fed by the people. Don't you have any conscience?" Seeing the young man being so bold, Fang Xuanling and the princess could only sit back and pray he wouldn't fight the officials. If he did, their secret investigation trip would be ruined. Right then, the fat guy in the palanquin suddenly ordered his officials to kill Gu Beicheng and the people blocking the way. Honestly, Gu Beicheng didn't want to lift a finger, but the fat guy was so vicious, treating lives like trash, that he couldn't let it slide. This time, the fat guy was in for a world of hurt. Without waiting for the officials to react, Gu Beicheng dashed toward the fat guy and delivered a perfect kick to his palanquin. "You pig-headed jerk, I've put up with you long enough." Seeing things had gone too far, both Fang Xuanling and the princess could only sigh and feel their hearts racing. The fat guy, after taking Gu Beicheng's kick, flew about 10 meters and passed out cold, spitting blood. What the hell? But Gu Beicheng wasn't done. He stuck around to keep yelling, forcing Fang Xuanling and the princess to drag him away in frustration. On the other hand, the ordinary folks, after witnessing the young man's actions, they looked terrified, like they were facing the death penalty. "You've messed with a demon. You'll be exterminated down to 9 generations. Run quick." After hearing that, Princess Li Ruodui was shocked, not understanding how beating the rich kid's son related to extermination. At that moment, the fat guy struggled to his feet and threatened everyone in his father's name. He looked just like a spoiled brat, always crying for his dad, like, "Do you know who my dad is?" His dad was Taiwan's governor with 100,000 troops under him, so he was basically the little king around here. No wonder he dared to harm the common people like that. Coincidentally, the person they came to investigate for embezzling military supplies was exactly the fat guy's dad, Taiwan's governor. Once they realized that the princess and Gu Beicheng couldn't help but think enemies on a narrow road. After that, under the fat guy's orders, the officials all drew their swords and charged at Gu Beicheng. Seeing the situation getting tense and not wanting to involve others, Gu Beicheng told the princess to stay out of it and let him handle it. Then he borrowed a stick from the woman earlier and used it to strike the first official. As for the others, he'd deal with them one by one. Seeing things were getting out of hand, the fat guy decided to use his trump card to finish off Gu Beicheng. Right after, he pulled out a hidden weapon and shot poison needles at Gu Beicheng. Luckily, Gu Beicheng reacted quickly and dodged the danger just in time. The poison needles missed and hit a nearby official, making him foam at the mouth and log out in an instant. This time, the fat guy played really dirty. Gu Beicheng couldn't take it anymore and yelled right in his face, "You damn fatso, you just won't learn unless you get beat." Even so, the fat guy wouldn't admit defeat and tried to use the poison needles on Gu Beicheng again. Of course, his clumsy tricks couldn't touch Gu Beicheng at all. Not only that, but he ended up humiliating himself in front of everyone. One guy beating a group so badly it showed his subordinates were worthless. This is the first time I've seen the Qin family's Zeno get beaten like this. Faced with everyone's criticism and Gu Beicheng's overwhelming presence, the fat guy's mental defenses finally broke. He tried to run, but Gu Beicheng was already on him with the stick. Maybe out of pure panic, the fat guy pulled his stupid move and used the poison needles again. But Gu Beicheng quickly hit them back with the stick, sending the needles straight into the fat guy's belly. Very soon after, the fat guy collapsed. Seeing that Gu Beicheng just smirked, "You reap what you sow," without noticing the scared faces around him. In the end, everyone scattered in panic, leaving Gu Beicheng, Fang Xuanling, and the princess alone at the city gate. On top of that, the city gate was shut, putting them in a tough spot where they couldn't advance or retreat. However, things weren't over yet, because right after, an arrow flew straight at Gu Beicheng. Luckily, he dodged it quickly, but facing a barrage of arrows, the three of them froze, not knowing what to do, especially since the army in front was led by Taiyuan's governor Qin Hong himself. When he showed up, the two officials Gu Beicheng had beaten earlier rushed to tattle, but the old man ruthlessly ordered his troops to shoot them for failing to protect his precious son. It's like father like son, they're both heartless. Gu Beicheng had to step up. "I did it, so I'll take the blame. Your idiot son is on me. If you've got the guts, come at me." Seeing Qin Hong about to shoot everyone, Princess Li Ruodui had to pull out the emperor's token to stop him. Although it worked, it also meant they'd exposed their identities and ruined the secret investigation. "Aren't we supposed to keep it secret?" Fang Xuanling was annoyed at the young man's naive question. "Wasn't it because you caused trouble? If we hadn't exposed ourselves, we'd have been sent to the afterlife by now." As soon as they saw the emperor's token, the archers hesitated and asked Qin Hong for orders. However, Qin Hong was the crown prince's loyalist. He recognized the princess and Fang Xuanling, and to cover up the mess, insisted on the shoot order. "I didn't get any official notice. These people are fakes. Shoot them all for me." At that point, even the princess and Fang Xuanling didn't expect him to go that far. Out of options, Gu Beicheng took a chance and negotiated with him. "Hold on, it looks like you don't want us to leave here alive, but I have 2 reasons for you to let us go. First, I can save your son." As soon as he finished, the young man stomped on the fat guy, bringing him back in everyone's shock. Then he made his demand to Qin Hong. "Your foolish son is still alive, but only I can cure the poison in him. Second, if I want, you could drop dead any time." With that, Gu Beicheng threw the stick at him to show his power, like, "I don't fear anyone." Seeing his son's life in Gu Beicheng's hands, Qin Hong had to back down, but before leaving, the old man asked for his name. "Kid, what's your name?" "Gu Beicheng got it. I'll remember your name. Before nightfall, bring him back to the general's camp for me. If not, I'll raise Taiyuan." At that moment, the princess and Fang Xuanling finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the fat guy in Gu Beicheng's hands could only blink as his dad left, and on top of that, the young man terrified him. "Good thing you have so much belly fat, or the poison would have reached your heart by now. Don't move or it might spread." The fat guy fainted on the spot. After Qin Hong led his troops away, the people in the city finally dared to open the gates. The one leading was Taiyuan's administrator, Wen Juyang, who welcomed the princess and Fang Xuanling inside to rest. As soon as he saw them, Gu Beicheng sarcastically said, "You hid behind closed gates when it was dangerous, and now you show up when it's safe. Nice one, Administrator Wen." "Drop it. Administrator Wen has his reasons." And as the princess said, Wen Juyang really had his own troubles. It wasn't that he was scared for himself, but the whole city was under the general's control, so he couldn't do much. On the surface, Wen Juyang calmly explained to Gu Beicheng, but honestly, he was a mess inside and couldn't help but suspect the young man's identity. This guy has amazing skills and guts, turning the tables in danger. We still have heroes like that. He might not be far behind Qin Shubao Yu Qigong or Cheng Yaojin. Right after the brief welcome, Fang Xuanling signaled Wen Juyang to head to the residence to discuss important matters. Gu Beicheng took the chance to have someone carry the fat guy in and told the princess the antidote formula: just make him drink boiled milk with licorice and honeysuckle. Once everything was sorted, Gu Beicheng said goodbye and left. After all, he'd kept his promise to get the two to Taiyuan safely. Though a bit reluctant, Princess Li Ruodui had to let him go. On the other hand, the young man had grabbed a pile of gold from the fat guy, so he headed straight to the streets to have fun. To avoid drawing attention, Gu Beicheng first went to a clothing shop and dressed up to look like a proper feudal-era guy, then confidently strutted his style in the crowded streets. Elsewhere at the Taiyuan military camp, old man Qin Hong seemed unwilling to give up on the Crown Prince's original plan. He ordered his subordinates to guard all 4 city gates, and as soon as the precious sun appeared, lead troops in to kill the Princess Fang Xuanling and Gu Beicheng without fail. However, as soon as Qin Hong entered his tent, he noticed a stranger. At first, he didn't recognize the guy's identity, and only when the stranger pulled out the Crown Prince's short dagger did he realize. At the same time, at Taiyuan's administrator office, Wen Zhuyang presented the evidence of Qin Hong's military supplies embezzlement to Fang Xuanling and the princess. Seeing the solid evidence, Fang Xuanling was furious at Qin Hong's heinous crimes and was so worked up he could barely speak. Meanwhile, Qin Hong had already found out about the princess and Fang Xuanling, so they couldn't delay. The princess suggested that Fang Xuanling quickly take the evidence back to the capital to present to the emperor. However, before they could proceed, they received shocking news from the guards. A large Turkish army had appeared 30 miles northwest of the city and was attacking toward Taiyuan. Wen Zhuyang immediately ordered the guards to report this to Qin Hong's troops for extra defense around the city. But he didn't expect that Qin Hong's troops had withdrawn half an hour ago, and now the camp was empty with no idea where they'd gone. Faced with this abnormality, Wen Zhuyang didn't need to investigate to know it was Qin Hong's scheme to cover up the embezzlement. So while the Turkish army hadn't arrived, he invited Fang Xuanling to leave the city and seek safety. Although this plan fit the urgent situation, Fang Xuanling was still hesitant, worried about Taiyuan's safety, and afraid Wen Zhuyang couldn't hold the city without troops. However, Wen Zhuyang was determined to fight, even if he couldn't hold it. As Taiwan's administrator, he had the duty to protect the people's lives in the city, even if it cost his life. Of course, Fang Xuanling didn't agree with Wen Zhuyang's approach. Instead, he suggested evacuating the people before it was too late. At that moment, Princess Li Ruodui suddenly remembered someone who might have a way to handle this crisis. And that person was none other than our young man, Gu Beicheng. No wonder it's the prosperous Tang dynasty. Right then, Gu Beicheng was still carefree strolling around. No wonder it's the prosperous Tang dynasty. Taiyuan is this bustling, I can't imagine how lively the capital Luoyang is. Only when soldiers showed up looking for him did he sense something was wrong. Meanwhile, Princess Li Ruodui was still counting on Gu Beicheng, hoping he could drive back the Turkish army. To seize the opportunity, Fang Xuanling told Wen Zhuyang to check if Qin Zhanliang had woken up yet, because if he was there, Qin Hong wouldn't be so heartless. After politely sending Wen away, Fang Xuanling turned to remind the princess that he shouldn't hear this, because even with 3 heads and 6 arms, Gu Beicheng couldn't face the Turkish army alone. So he asked the princess straight up, was it because you wanted him to repel the enemy or see him? He'd seen through her girlish crush a long time ago. And when he asked that, the princess felt a bit guilty. Right then, the fat guy, Qin Zhanliang, woke up. But instead of behaving as a hostage, he boldly tried to escape, despite the poison still in him. Not only that, the fat guy even attacked the princess. Luckily, before his claws touched her, Gu Beicheng stepped in and hit him with a brick. Seeing him show up, everyone there was relieved, especially Wen Zhuyang, who was still clueless about the full story, so he welcomed him warmly. Young hero, you're here. The Turkish army is approaching and Taiyuan's troops have all fled. The lives of 200,000 people in Taiwan now depend on you. Hearing that shocking news, young Gu Beicheng froze. What the hell? Very soon after, the Turkish army's vanguard appeared outside the city. Based on the situation, Gu Beicheng and the others predicted they couldn't hold out more than an hour. Running now was too late and fighting wasn't an option with the numbers they had. As Wen Zhuyang said, the administrator's office only handles city affairs. We have just 32 guards and Taiyuan has 4 gates. Add city defense and you need at least 200 troops. Although they lit the signal, the nearest reinforcements won't arrive until tomorrow morning. By then, Taiyuan might be gone. Right then, someone rushed in to report that the people and guards in the city were trying to flee. They're all gathered at the east gate, demanding to leave. However, Wen Zhuyang ordered his subordinates not to open the gates, because the enemy was outside. Going out meant death. At least staying gave them a chance. Even Gu Beicheng agreed with his decision. At the same time, he asked the subordinates to tell the people, if you want to live, stay and defend the city. After that, he asked Wen Zhuyang to take him to the biggest tavern in the city. Although he didn't get what the young man was up to, Wen Zhuyang went along with it. He led him to the largest tavern in the city. After looking around, Gu Beicheng asked the owner, how many taverns are in the city and how much wine do you have stored? And once he knew the exact amount, and that the alcohol content was only 18%, he immediately decided to distill all of it. He even set up a big pot in the yard to distill it quickly. Faced with Gu Beicheng's bizarre actions, Wen Zhuyang finally lost his patience. How can you be in the mood to make wine now? With hundreds of thousands of lives at stake, all they could do was wait and hope in Gu Beicheng. Very soon after Gu Beicheng finished distilling and asked Wen Zhuyang for some fire, The result was that after lighting the fuse, the wine jar exploded, causing a massive blast. With a sharp, cold gaze, he ordered, "Give me the map." Everyone around was stunned by the sight. He didn't expect him to create such a powerful weapon. Gu Baicheng said sternly with a sharp gaze, "Give me the map. Immediately send people to the distilleries." Wen Juyang stood straight, holding the map tightly, and quickly replied, "Yes, I'll arrange it right away." Suddenly a soldier rushed in, panting, "Report! The Turkish army is outside the city and will attack in half an hour." Gu Baicheng glared, his voice full of surprise. "That fast?" The sudden news left Wen Juyang in a panic, sweating, "This is too late." Gu Baicheng was silent, his eyes thoughtful as he stepped forward and patted his shoulder for comfort, saying firmly, "Still time." Gu Baicheng pulled the bag tight, tying up Jianliang. "Come with me quickly." Master Qin was tied up hand and foot, only letting out a few sobs. Rodui saw this and looked at Gu Baicheng angrily. "Where are you taking him?" He calmly replied, "To buy you some time." In the ancient space, 3 people stood facing each other. Rodui stood on the left, worried. In the middle was Gu Baicheng, pulling Jianliang with a serious face. The main Turgesh army is at the west gate. Right on the right, a man in a tall black hat and dark blue outfit, looking a bit scared, replies, "Yes, yes." Nyuk Jui is shocked. Eyes wide open, mouth agape. "You're charging into the enemy. Have you lost your mind?" Ko Baktang doesn't answer her question. He just orders, "Quickly have someone distill alcohol, set it up at the west gate, and wait for my signal." Nyuk Jui insists, "You can't go." She feels her worry, and he hugs her tight, gently comforting her. Embarrassed, her cheeks flush red, she softly wraps her arms around him. Ko Baktang gently reassures her, "Trust me, you'll be fine." While the couple is being affectionate, the 2 officials awkwardly turn away. Huinling chimes in to change the subject. "Hey, On, look at that. The sun is so round." Getting the hint, On Kuzung replies, "It's really round." Ko Baktang quickly hoists Qin Lung over his shoulder. "Let's go, you big pig." He's moved to tears, clenching his fists, thinking to himself, "Finally, I get to hold a beauty and she's a princess, life's worth it." From above, the guard sees Ko Bak Thun carrying Qin Lung on his horse, striding through the city gate with fierce determination. Tossed onto the horse like a sack of pork, Qin Lung glares with fury but is helpless. Meanwhile, Ko Bak Thun calmly shouts, "Let's go." Not far from the city gate, an arrow suddenly flies toward Ko Bak Thun. He quickly reins in his horse to dodge the arrow. In front of him is a large Turgesh unit. They laugh mockingly. "What a fool, charging in like that." Reinforcements from the west gate. The leader orders, "Chop him down, but don't hurt the horse." The others quickly respond, "Yes, yes." Ko Bak Thung retorts with a dangerous look, "If you kill me, your whole army will be wiped out." Before they can react, he throws Qin Lung to the ground and declares, "This is the son of Taiyuan's governor, Tan Hong." He decisively orders, "Take me to the Great Khan." Taiyuan has a massive plot brewing. Ko Bak Thun is tied up hand and foot with a cloth over his head. The subordinate reports, "Great Khan, he's here." Sutat orders, "Remove the cloth from his head." A subordinate immediately unties it. Yes, Sutat gets straight to the point. "Cut the crap. What exactly is this massive plot in Taiyuan?" Beside him are 2 fierce guards with tough looks and evil faces. The man sitting on the chair, gripping his hands tightly, is the Great Khan of the Turgesh Sutat. His voice booms with authority. "Say one false word and I'll throw you to the wolves." Under pressure from Sutat Ko Bak Thung stays calm, even taunting. "I risked my life to bring you this news, and you're going to repay me like this." One of the 2 guards, the one with a scarred face named Bak Huang, angrily shouts, "Damn it, still talking tough when you're about to die." With that, he draws his sword to strike. But Ko Bak Thun remains unfazed. "You're heading straight for death, and no one can stop you." Bak Huang roars in anger, "Shut up!" He swings his sword, holding it right at his neck. Right then, Sutat's voice rings out, "Stop!" Bak Huang grumbles, "Great Khan." Ko Bak Thung seems to have anticipated this, showing no fear and even smirking, well, not totally stupid. The other guard steps forward and whispers to Sutat, "Great Khan, we were supposed to attack Taiyuan by now. Waiting longer might bring unexpected troubles." He confidently replies, "What's the rush? Taiyuan is right in front of us. Where can it go?" Sutat looks at Ko Bak Thung. "Young man, stop the chit-chat. What intel are you here to report?" Ko Bak Thung answers calmly, "Someone tipped me off that Taiyuan is a trap. That's why you believed it and brought me here. Sutat doesn't buy it. I trust verified info more." My spies in the city reported that the defending troops have withdrawn. Is that a lie? Ko Bak Tang explains. Most of Taiyuan's forces are disguised as civilians and hiding in the city. They'll wait for your army to enter, then shut the gates and attack. Su Tat is stunned like he's been struck by lightning. Bak Huang seems shaken too, gritting his teeth. Impossible. The Tang army has always just defended. How would they let us in? What nonsense. Ko Bak Tang mocks you're clueless and won't admit it. Don't you think about why Tan Hong suddenly fled with his troops, leaving Taiyuan alone? Could it survive? He glances at the tied-up Keen Lung with a cloth over his head and continues firmly, "If you don't believe me, look at this fat guy. Who is he?" Then someone steps forward to remove the cloth. As soon as Keen Lung sees the light, he panics and yells, "Let go! Don't, I'm nobody!" Su Tat and the guard approach to examine him, and the old man asks, "Who is this?" The guard replies, "Don't know him." Ko Bak Thun is stunned. "You go to war without gathering intel. He's the son of—" Suddenly someone interrupts, "He's the son of Taiyuan's governor, Tan Hong Tan Kien Lung." Ko Bak Tang is surprised that someone recognizes him. Su Tat looks at the newcomer and asks, "What are you doing here?" Appearing before everyone is a stunningly beautiful woman with a delicate face and vibrant red hair. She gently replies, "I heard you captured 2 spies, so I came to see." It turns out she's the Turgesh Princess Athena. Bak Huang holds Kien Lung tightly, eyeing him suspiciously. "Is this really Tan Hong's son? Do you know him?" Kien Lung panics and denies, No, I'm not." Athena frowns, annoyed. "How many times have I told you to gather intel yourself? I always have to do it for you." Without mercy, she grabs Kien Lung's chin, her eyes sharp as knives. "Face like a plate body, like a pig, looks dumb with 3 moles on his right ear. That's the saying for a fool, and you have all the traits of the Tan family son." "So you're saying you're not—" Kien Lung just trembles, tears welling up, not daring to fight back. Even tied up, Ko Bak Tun's eyes still shine with sharpness. In his mind, he curses, "Damn women are never simple." In his mind, he curses, "Damn women are never simple." But he also sighs in relief. Luckily, she's helping out, otherwise I wouldn't know how to prove that pig's identity. Su Tat looks serious, a bit surprised, and asks Athena, "How many children does Tan Hong have?" Athena answers while releasing Kien Lung, letting him flop to the ground. "I know, Tan Kien Lung is his only son." Bak Huang turns his knife toward Ko Bak Tun. "If he's the only son, he must be heavily guarded. How did you capture him? Why bring him to our camp?" He calmly replies, "I'm not. Some bullies around. Tan Hong was busy preparing for battle and ignored him, so I snuck in, grabbed him, and brought him to join the Great Khan. 1, to get revenge through you, and 2, to use this intel for a reward." Athena immediately questions, "Is it that simple? What's your background, soldier, officer, or civilian?" Ko Bak Tang doesn't mind and makes up a story. "I'm just a traveler." Athena looks incredulous, raising her hand as if to strike. "If there's an ambush in the city, how did you get him out? Tell me everything. Who are you really?" Spotting the danger, Ko Bak Thun dodges immediately. He even dares to lean in and sniff her hand. She instinctively pulls her hand back, her face red as a tomato, stammering, "You—" Ko Bak Thun smirks triumphantly. "Now do you get how I got out of the city?" Bak Huang is furious, face turning purple. "How dare you disrespect the princess? Turgesh warriors, chop him down." The soldiers respond in unison, "Yes." A group rushes at Ko Bak Thun, but he dodges agilely, breaking free, and keeps saying, "They've set up fire traps at the city gate. I can take you to see. It can burn hundreds in an instant." Su Tat hears this and orders, "Stop." Bak Huang turns to Su Tat. "Great Khan, this kid is talking nonsense." As soon as he finishes, Su Tat shouts, "Shut up!" He turns to Ko Bak Thun, curious, "What is this heavenly fire?" He explains, "Once ignited, it's like divine fire descending, swallowing up everything around in an instant." Su Tat ponders and asks, "How can I trust you?" Ko Bak Tang smiles smugly, "Tie me up and take me to see." It's almost dusk at the west gate of Taiyuan. Ko Bak Tang and many soldiers, including Bak Huang, Princess Athena, and Great Khan Su Tat, are gathered near the west gate. He speaks up, "I'll go get the heavenly fire, light the city wall. You all stay back." Bak Huang frowns and objects. "Are we idiots?" "If you run, what then?" Ko Bak Thun retorts sarcastically. "You're brainless and deny it." Where can I run to now? Bak Huang grinds his teeth in anger. You! Athena decides, I'll go with him. Bak Huang warns quickly, Princess, it's dangerous. She turns to Su Tat and says, in the army, I'm probably the one who understands Tang culture best. If there really is heavenly fire, I can get close and check it out. Maybe learn something useful. Su Tat agrees reluctantly. All right, my guards will go with you. Don't get too close and come back if anything's off. Ko Bak Thun taunts. If you're not scared, come on, I'm going too. In his mind, he thinks, this girl is no pushover. If the Turkish have people like her, how could the Tang wipe them out? Suddenly, Athena rides up beside Ko Bak Thun and warns, Ko Bak Thun, right? I'm warning you, my archery skills are top-notch. If you try anything funny, I'll shoot you through the heart. He teases back with a grin. Have I done anything funny before? His sly smile makes Athena blush, reminding her of when he sniffed her hand in the camp. She snaps, you're shameless. On the wall, Dung Huinling and Nyuk Jui are already waiting. Seeing Ko Bak Thun and the Turgesh troops approach, Dung exclaims, they're here, they're here. Ko's brought the Turgesh people. What should we do now? Nyuk Jui recalls Ko Bak Thun's instructions before he left. He told me to light the fire when we get the signal. Are the wine barrels ready? Dung orders immediately. Bring out 20 barrels, place them in the gate crevices, connect the fuses and make sure the fire reaches 15 yards on command. Suddenly he remembers, but Ko's in there. What do we do? Nyuk Jui sees the situation and worries, yeah, are we burning him too? Ko Bak Thun sees the moment is right. He raises 4 fingers as a signal, then slams them down. Dung and Nyuk Jui spot the signal. It's the signal. Light the fire, quick light it. Athena and Bak Huang suspect Ko Bak Thun's move. He asks, what are you waving your hand for? Signaling someone, Ko Bak Thun replies casually, of course, summoning the heavenly fire. The fuse starts spreading, and as they light the wine barrels, a massive explosion erupts, flames roaring and lighting up the area. A huge fire bursts in front of the troops. The soldiers panic. The Tang army has an ambush. It's heavenly fire, heavenly fire. Su Tat stares at the flames, his face showing no surprise. Ko Bak Thun grabs Athena and rolls away from the fire, holding her tight. Don't move if you don't want to die. He thinks to himself, that was powerful, I hope they're okay. Athena weakly says, let me go. Seeing he still holds her, she kicks him where it hurts. Get off me. Ko Bak Thun clutches himself on the ground, yelling, ouch, that hurts! Athena hurries to call for guards. Guards, guards! Ko Bak Thun pitifully says, your guards got scared and ran when it exploded. Without me, you'd be burned to a crisp by now. Athena glares at him, seeing the burns on his back, realizing, he took the heat from me. She grits her teeth. Why did you risk your life to save me? Ko Bak Thun rubs himself, saying stiffly, a man always steps up more than a woman in danger, especially since I brought you here. I have to take responsibility for your safety. Athena's face darkens. Fine, but stop rubbing that part in front of me. Suddenly a voice calls from afar, Princess Athena! She turns to Ko Bak Thun. My people are here. Got anything else to say? He rubs his cheek marked with her handprint. They're loyal, all right. Athena looks at him silently, then waves and turns to leave. Forget it. I'm done arguing with you. Ko Bak Thun calls after, leaving already. Who do I ask for my reward? She gestures wildly. You're interesting but contradictory. If you can control the heavenly fire exploding, that proves you're with the city people. Whether there's an ambush or not, you and they both want us to retreat. Athena turns back, eyes cold. If there is an ambush, they wouldn't have sent you to convince us to pull back. With heavenly fire as backup still trying to stop our attack, there's only one reason the city has no usable troops. Now it's Ko Bak Thun's turn to look grim. I can't let her get away alive. Athena adds, that Tan Keen Lung was captured by you before Tan Hong withdrew, but don't worry. I'll advise my father to retreat. She says to Ko Bak Thun, her face flushing behind, no need to be that surprised. I know that even if we win, it'll bring crazy revenge from the Tang. In the end, my people will suffer. Consider it returning the favor, you rascal. Don't let me see you again, or... Ko Bak Thun is baffled. What's Athena up to? A woman's heart is deeper than the ocean. At the city gate, the fire rages, thick smoke billowing up. Dung scratches his head, sweating profusely, worried. Oh man, this is hell on earth. Nyuk Jui anxiously shouts, Ko Bak Thun! She cups her hands like a megaphone, eyes wide, tears welling. Ko Bak Thun. Dung assesses. That blast was huge. Ko was too close. He's probably... Before he finishes, a firm voice calls, I'm here. The sound makes both Nyok Dui and Dung turn around. Ko Bak Tung appears in tattered clothes, sighing, Why yell like that? You've shouted yourself hoarse. Seeing his surprised face, she rushes to hug him. Jung quietly asks Huyen Lin, Lord Fong, is the princess losing her composure like this? At his sudden question, Huyen Ling doesn't know how to answer, just glances at the princess draped over Ko Bak Thun, making him yelp in pain. Then he replies vaguely as a subordinate announces, The Turkish are retreating. Everyone cheers wildly, they're retreating. Long live the Tang, long live the Tang is safe. Seeing the situation resolved perfectly, Kyudung smiles. After this battle, Ko will shoot straight to the top. Huyen Ling agrees, real gold always shines even on the other side. The young couple is lost in their romantic moment. Nyuk Jui, still on top, gently asks him, I told you I'd come back, I didn't lie. Nyuk Jui whispers in his ear, I knew you'd be okay. Ko Bak Tang has kept that sly smile. Her face turns shy, cheeks flushing red. He suddenly leans in close and puckers up. Nyuk Jui is totally shocked. She stands up, face furious, slaps him hard, splitting his lip and drawing blood. But that doesn't mean you can kiss the princess. Ko Bak Tang holds his face, acting defiant. What was that for? She replies coolly, a bit sulky, Go to bed. I don't want to see you again. He's still holding his nose, eyes full of grievance, muttering, What did I do to you? Women are scarier than terrorists. Women are scarier than terrorists. Kuzung and Huyen Ling stand nearby, totally confused. Their minds are full of question marks. As for Nyok Dui, after leaving him, she's silent, uneasy. Why does he smell like another woman? Could he have... Kuzung helps Ko Bak Tang up. Huyen Ling tries to explain, Ko, don't blame the princess for being feisty. Even the emperor has given up on her since she was little. Though in pain and his nose red, he says generously, It's fine. It's fine, she can't hurt me. As the three chat, a voice echoes from below the wall, drawing attention. The third commander of the Tiansei Army General of the Yao State, Duke Tan Queen, welcomes Princess Bin Jung back to the capital. He's puzzled. Who is that? Huyen Lin calls out, General Tan, you're finally here. His call startles Ko Bak Thun. Below, a handsome man in armor on a white horse with his group salutes, Uncle, I arrived late. Please don't hold it against me. That's Tan Quinn, known as Thuk Bao. Tan Hong is held by two guards. The old man's hands are cuffed, face etched with hardship. He groans softly in pain. An order comes, kneel. Nyuk Dui, standing next to Huyen Lin, sees the old man brought forward with two guards and says, Brother, how did Tan Hong end up in your hands? Thuk Bao cups his hands and respectfully reports, When I advanced, I was patrolling near Taiyuan's borders and received a message from the Tan King. Worried about the princess's safety, I led 3,000 cavalry to protect you. On the way about 60 miles north of Taiyuan, I spotted Tan Hong setting up camp with his Taiyuan forces. So I captured him and hurried to your rescue. Ko Bak Tang praises General Tan lives up to his reputation. He's a war god, all right. He crosses his arms, thinking, Tan Hong's Taiyuan forces are 100,000 strong, right? Beating 100,000 with 3,000 and capturing their leader. You'll be a legend. No wonder he became a door god. Tan Hong's eyes bulge, veins popping with rage. He reacts strongly. It's because I didn't want fellow countrymen to fight that I didn't order resistance. Otherwise, how could you have caught me? Where's my son? You said you'd save him. Where is he? Nyuk Dui is furious, pointing accusingly. Do you even remember you have a son? Then why did you flee with your troops, putting Taiyuan's people and Tonkin Lung in danger? Tan Hong hangs his head in misery, stammering, I was forced. Ko Bak Tang watches, completely baffled. Thuk Bao isn't moved by the old man's pity and presses, You said you'd only tell the full truth in front of Lord Fong and the princess. Well, they're right here. Who exactly set you up? The old man can't hold it together, sweating and gritting his teeth in resentment. Tan Hong's eyes suddenly go dull, his face paling as he coughs. Then he collapses, pupils contracting, face drained of color foam at his mouth. Nyuk Dui sweats, alarmed. What happened? Did he have a seizure? Ko Bak Thun steps closer to check. After examining, he concludes he's dead. Poison needle in his side, probably done on the way here. Hearing this, she's shocked. Thuk Bao turns his sharp eyes on him and asks coldly, Who are you? Nyuk Dui steps in eager. His name is Ko Bak Tang. He's the one who protected me all the way to Taiyuan. Tonight it was all his smarts that drove the enemy back and saved the city. Unfazed, he cups his hands. We can't stay here long. Please let me escort you back to the capital. Kyuzung agrees. Yes, yes, yes. It's too dangerous here. Ko Bak-thun looks at his attitude and sighs. Not even a thank you. The door god is really cold. Nyuk-dui changes her mind and conditions. Can I bring someone along? Thuk-bao doesn't get it. The scene shifts to the streets of Chang'an. In the area, houses are scattered in a circle around the center, still the sturdy imperial city. The scenery is peaceful. Ko Bak-thun rests his chin, a leaf in his mouth, sighing boredly. This is Princess Bindung's residence. Maids guard the front gate. On the steps, other girls stand in line. Ko Bak-thun sits on the steps, complaining, Are you done changing yet? You promised to show me around Chang'an, but I've been waiting half the day. Changing clothes takes this long. Nyuk-dui replies, a bit unhappy. I'm doing you a favor taking you out. The beautiful woman emerges with footsteps. Please be patient, princess. Then the maid opens the door. The beautiful woman steps out, reminding of her status. I'm a princess. I can't dress like a commoner every day. He's still sitting there, just turning his head to look leaf in mouth. So what if you're a princess? You could be a... Before he finishes, Ko Bak-thun suddenly exclaims, Damn! On the road to the capital, grand houses line both sides with a beautifully designed carriage. 8 attendants march in 2 rows, guarding the princess standing out in the crowd. Inside, Nyuk-dui is in elegant attire. Sunlight enhances her charm. She rests her hand on her temple, arrogantly asking, You were staring so hard. Are you love at first sight with me? Quickly, Nyuk-dui shifts to a playful tone, very confidently. But I'll let it slide. After all, I'm naturally graceful. Any man who sees me reacts like you. Isn't this woman annoying? Ko Bak-thun hears her and thinks helplessly, bragging the whole way. Isn't this woman annoying? He acts cool. Lifts the curtain to look outside, changing the subject. Where are we going now? His distraction makes Nyuk-dui frown, very curt but speechless. She puffs her cheeks and huffs, To the Chin Prince's residence to meet my brothers, then go to the palace to see father. In her mind, she grumbles, If anyone else looked at me like that, I'd have their eyes gouged out. From the opposite direction, a voice calls to stop, halt. Nyuk-dui doesn't understand yet when Thuk-bao rides up to block their path. He delivers the message, Princess the Chin Prince orders me to bring Ko to the residence. Before the attendants pull back the carriage curtain, the princess peeks out in protest. Aren't we heading there anyway? Why send him ahead? His face darkens. The Chin Prince has matters to discuss. Please put the greater good first, princess. Nyuk-dui argues with Thuk-bao. They haven't even met. What could they have to discuss? That's true. Ko Bak-thun taps her shoulder, understanding. If that's the case, I'll go first. He jumps down quickly, saying, Might as well, carriage is slow. Horseback is faster. Nyuk-dui instructs, When you meet my brothers, don't blab. Not reassured, she adds, Got that? If you blab, I'll rip your mouth out. Ko Bak-thun mounts the white horse with Thuk-bao assuring, Got it, got it. Contrary to Nyuk-dui's worry, he winks, licks his lips, and raises a V sign boldly. When I meet Lee Tadun, the first thing I'll say is, We're innocent, nothing happened. Nyuk-dui blushes, stammering. The horse carries the 2 men away. All that's left is the sound of leaves. She's fuming, You little punk groping around, getting out of the carriage. You're shameless. You just wait. The white horse and Thuk-bao take Ko Bak-thun through the streets to the palace behind. He covers his mouth, yawning. Thuk-bao, sitting in front, says coldly, Not much further, we're almost there. He rubs his eyes. All right, compared to a pro like me, you're pretty good too. Ko Bak-thun's voice is light. Ko Bak-thun's voice is light, but shakes Thuk-bao. I knew you were fake all along. Drop the act. The person in front vanishes suddenly. He pokes with a stick. It's a familiar move. Now, regardless of the attacks from behind, Ko Bak-thun holds the reins, leaving with a mocking comment. An assassin charges sword in hand, eyes cold, seeking revenge for his brother Fong's group. The strikes hit the horse, making it neigh wildly. Ko Bak-thun appears from behind, raising his hand darkly, asking, With you, small fries. The assassin frowns, thinking, So fast. Then Ko Bak-thun's hand presses on his head. He slams the assassin down hard, eyes rolling back. As soon as one falls, another with a sword rushes in. Ko Bak-thun scoffs, a bunch of misfits. He clamps pellets between his fingers, eyes sharp, and throws them to the ground. Smoke billows up. Let's play with you a bit. They block with their elbows. The smoke engulfs them. Only shouts and warnings echo, Watch out! Thuk Bao grips his weapon, gritting his teeth. Using our smoke bombs against us. You little brat. The masked assassins now lie around babbling unbelievable to him. What girls? Suddenly a hand grabs Thuk Bao's ankle, pulling him down. Ko Bak Tang only holds the ankle and flips him. Come down here. With a sinister smile, he presses the sword against him. All this effort to lure me here for this. Thuk Bao has blood at the corner of his mouth and says, no wonder Fong's whole group was wiped out. You're strong, but our Lum group won't fail our mission. His words shock Ko Bak Tang. My task was just to draw you out. Though Thuk Bao is still there seeing him leap over buildings, he laughs mockingly. Thuk Bao's triumphant laugh contrasts Ko Bak Tang's urgency. Run faster, hurry. He's sweating, realizing the reason. Their ploy to lure the tiger away was aimed at her to threaten Li Taedan. Ko Bak Tang dashes back, thinking, Nyuk Jui, wait for me. Wait for me. Nyuk Jui's journey isn't smooth. A guard sweating blows a whistle for signal. The once peaceful road is now tense. 2 guards have been taken down by bandits, blood spurting. The one by the carriage orders, Princess Bin Jung has been kidnapped by thieves. Alert the capital governor's office immediately. Ask the gate guards to send troops to catch them. The others respond loudly. Just then, Ko Bak Tang drops from above like a wind, landing coolly, leaving the guards puzzled. One sees his uninvited appearance and asks, Who are you? Ko Bak Tang ignores them, focusing on his task. From the guards' wounds, diamond-shaped like ninja kunai, Ko Bak Tang looks around, thinking all vital spots hit. The enemy must have struck simultaneously. So there are many. They're ninjas. Taking Nyok Dui through the streets will draw attention. The guard shouts, Hey, what are you doing? He's still calm, not responding yet. Suddenly, Ko Bak Tang turns eyes sharp as blades. Shut up if you don't want to die. The guards are shaken, not daring to speak. They sweat, whispering, Captain, what about this? This killing intent only comes from someone crawling out of hell. Call for backup, quick. Meanwhile, Ko Bak Tang's eyes catch something. It's a footprint at the ground. He thinks, found it. He climbs onto the roof, baffling the guards. Ko Bak Tang bolts off, ignoring their yells. Keep going, stop, don't run. There's a crack in the roof. He feels he's on the right track. This is the way, until a grand mansion appears, catching his eye. At the Chin Prince's residence, an angry voice, Are you out of your mind? Thuk Bao face stern points, daring to harm the princess and threaten the prince. Aren't you afraid of being exterminated? Lok Fu doesn't back down, retorting smoothly. Don't rush, sir. Hand over On Kuzung's records to me, and I'll guarantee Princess Bin Jung's safety. And now it's not your turn to speak, is it? He probes, What about you, Prince Tan? What's your take? At his question, the prince frowns, pondering his response. Qintang grits his teeth in anger. Didn't I warn the capital governor not to interfere? Who is chasing the subordinate reports? It's that Ko Bak Tang. Lum's group failed to capture him. He escaped. Qintang is furious. Again that Ko Bak Tang. Your people haven't made a move. The subordinate smirks. They won't dare. The emperor is about to hand Chang'an to you. Li Tijun's right-hand man has been transferred. Only Tan Quinn is with him, but this Ko Bak Tang. Qintang's face relaxes. He gets it. Don't worry, I have a blockade planned. Among those sent there are experts. Qintang chuckles to himself. If that Ko is bent on dying, let's grant it. Meanwhile, Ko Bak Tang is pursuing on the rooftops. He squeezes a stone in his hand. Ko Bak Tang hurls the stones hard and wide. Put the person down! The stones hit 2 black-masked figures fleeing one by one. The leader Tho Fi stops and uses the North Wind Divine Fire technique, blowing fire from his mouth. Ko Bak Tang stands in the middle, seeing him attack. Tho Fi keeps blowing fire fiercely, lighting up the area. After a while, the roof where the fire hit is scorched, no one in sight. Tho Fi laughs smugly. Thought he was some expert. In front of us Fusang ninjas, he ends up burned. His subordinates clap and cheer, You're the best, Tho Fi. Suddenly a fist appears above Tho Fi's head. Ko Bak Tang shows up, punching Tho Fi down, shattering the roof. He curses, exposing you. Your divine fire is just alcohol and charcoal, right? A bunch of lowlifes who steal chickens. As he scolds, Tho Fi's subordinates retort, Idiot. Ko Bak Tang feels his body lift oddly, a bit confused. Tho Fi, who stood up unnoticed, grabs his leg, spins him, then slams Ko Bak Tang onto the roof. Without showing real skills, I'll make you pay for your arrogance today. Earlier, Tho Fi lifts Ko Bak Tang's leg high, taunting, You won't die that easily, will you? He seizes the chance to kick Tho Fi in the chin. Ko Bak Tang sweeps his leg, sending him flying. Tho Fi seems about to fall back, but he quickly kicks toward Ko Bak Tang's face. Then an explosion lights up the air. Ko Bak Tang blocks with his hands, but still flies back a few meters. Tho Fi compliments him, Not bad, you withstood my kick. He's more injured himself, but acts tough. Too bad I'm here to kill you. Kobak Tang thinks Nyukjui's trail is lost. Only these guys know where she is. Out loud, he mocks Tho Phi Vien, what a fitting name. Tho Phi tenses up his power, denting the roof. Face it, against absolute strength, I'll humiliate you to death. His subordinates chant, and Tho Phi Sr.'s Mount Fuji shock technique. Tho Phi gathers his power and leaps at Kobak Tang. He punches rapidly, using the fire essence ultimate flying fist style. Then to the stomach. Kobak Tang lifts him up. His subordinate's eyes light up. That's brutally straightforward. His insides are probably mush. Kobak Thun scoffs. Is that it? Your Mount Fuji shock isn't even as strong as that kick. He punches back rapidly. Isn't it just fast punches? These hits catch Tho Phi off guard. Tears and snot stream down. Blow after blow lands on Tho Phi. A final punch sends him flying into the wall. Into the wall. Kobak Tang blows on his hands. That was satisfying. That was satisfying. Punching like that feels great. Tho Phi's subordinates blink, not understanding. Kobak Tang stands with hands on hips, looking around. Following this direction should catch up right. Tho Phi's beaten subordinates swear, I swear on heaven and earth, absolutely not wrong. Kobak Tang leaves, threatening, if you dare lie, I won't spare you. One subordinate waves white, have a safe trip. He hurries as fast as he can, hoping to make it. At Kintun's place, the subordinate reports Crown Prince Hoa's group just sent word. They've shaken off Kobak Thun. They'll catch up soon. Then you can retrieve the person. Crown Prince, why go yourself? What if busybodies find out? It's not good. Kintang relaxes. I have to go calm her down. After all, she's my sister. The subordinate flatters. You're so kind-hearted, Your Highness. Below they shout, Hoa's group is here. Kintang smugly, with Nyukjui here, Li Taezun will have to behave. The subordinate replies, unless he doesn't care about family. A subordinate carries Nyukjui over. The subordinate is happily waving when a fist comes at him. Kobak Tang appears, punching the subordinate's face and cursing, Hello, your grandpa! The others back away in shock. Kintang is furious about Bak Tun's sudden appearance. Where the heck did this guy come from? Bak Tang jumps up to catch Nyukjui, who is still dazed. He said gently, I sincerely apologize. Sorry I'm late. Nyukjui opened her eyes and smiled. Now I can finally be at peace. I knew you would come. The subordinates panicked. He's still alive. So does that mean Senior Tho Phi has lost? Is this man a war god? So does that mean Tho Phi Tien Boy has lost? Is this guy some kind of war god? If you run into someone stronger than you, you just lose the will to fight. Nyukjui urged him, hurry up and go meet the second brother. But Bak Thun refused, don't rush, there's still someone here I want to fight. His eyes flashed with hatred and his face darkened a bit. Bak Thun was emotionless, his face cold as ice as he glanced up at where Kien Tun was standing. Nyukjui whispered, the air around us feels so tense. Put me down. Bak Thun listened and set her down, but still advised, take it slow. The effects of the drug on her haven't worn off yet. Nyukjui trembled a little, mustering all her determination to say, Big brother, ever since we were kids, my second brother and I always followed you around. You locked up the teacher and took us to watch cricket fights. You even took us up the mountain to hunt animals. Back then, you always said as the big brother you had to protect us. You said even if the sky fell with Big Brother around, we'd be fine. But now everything's changed because of power. You suspect our second brother forced you to hand over military power because of corruption? You indulge your subordinates and even send assassins. From today on, Eileen Nyukjui won't see you as my brother anymore. Nyukjui shouted loudly for everyone to hear, I'm cutting ties with you completely. After saying what she wanted, she choked up and said to Bak Thun, let's go. He glanced at Ken Thun, holding back out of respect for Nyukjui. I'm sparing your life today so Li Tadan can come take your head later. Kien Tun's subordinate was furious on his behalf and couldn't let them leave. But Kien Thun just coldly said 2 words, let it go. He turned away thoughtfully and ordered to return to the palace. At the Chin Prince's residence, Thuk Bao was reporting, we just got word that Bak Thun has rescued the princess and is on his way back here. The princess is safe and sound so the Don can rest easy. Looking at the person below, the father asked, sneaking into my prince's residence alone makes you quite a formidable character. What's your name? Lok Fu laughed and dodged the question. Prince of Chin, you're too kind. You must have just heard some good news to be in the mood for small talk like this. Seeing he had no intention of answering and was even mocking him, Thuk Bao drew his sword and ordered his men forward, seize him. Lok Fu threw the wine bottle at them, taunting, you think a bunch of fools like you can catch me? 2 subordinates quickly shielded the Don to protect him. Thuk Bao swiftly drew his sword and split the wine bottle in half, splashing the liquid on the subordinate guarding the Don. Seeing the liquid start to burn the subordinate's skin, he immediately realized what it was. Lok Fu opened his outer robe, smirking arrogantly. "You idiots, are you scared out of your wits? Today I'll show you the power of sulfuric acid." Thuk Bao quickly stepped in front of the Don to protect him. Lok Fu enjoyed it, tossing the bottle in his hand while yelling, "Get out of here!" The acid flew straight at the guards' faces, making them scream in pain. He took down all the guards and charged straight at Thuk Bao. Lok Fu rushed forward with the acid bottle, shouting, "Die!" But right then a flash of light shattered the acid bottle in his hand. Seeing the acid on his hand, Lok Fu frowned, realizing it was a hidden weapon, and quickly jumped back, scanning around warily. Bak Tang suddenly appeared behind Lok Fu with a clenched fist. He punched straight into his elbow, and everyone could hear the bone crack. Before he could react, Bak Thun grabbed his other wrist with his free hand. He successfully pinned Lok Fu to the ground in front of everyone's stunned eyes. He recognized it as a modern takedown technique. How is that possible? Then Lok Fu secretly shot a dart behind him, but Bak Thun dodged it by tilting his head. He used the opportunity to break free and dash to the other side. He was about to speak when they finally got a good look at each other and recognized one another. Nyuk Jui arrived right after with the guards shouting, "Protect the prince, don't let the assassin escape. Surround him." As Bak Thun charged forward, he cursed, "This is all your fault. Where's Ngak Bao?" "Hand her over." Lok Fu threw a bottle of acid, sneering, "You think you can take her?" Then he jumped onto the wall and warned before leaving, "Kid, I'm sparing your life today. We'll settle our score later." Bak Thun lay on the ground fuming. That scum is still alive, what a pain. After directing the guards, Nyuk Dui rushed over worriedly to check on the Don. He spoke first, "I'm fine, go help treat those guards." Bak Tang reminded, "They've been burned by strong acid rinse with a lot of running water, but the wounds won't heal easily." Thuk Bao asked, "Who are you?" The Don inquired, "You're Ko Bak Thang, right?" He immediately bowed and stammered, "I've met Prince Li Te." Thuk Bao respectfully reminded, "Your Highness should go to the palace to see the Emperor." Nyuk Dui agreed, "That's the right thing to do. I'll go with you to the palace. Let's see how our father defends Big Brother this time." But he said, "Nyuk Dui, you just escaped danger, so stay at my residence and rest. I'll just take Thuk Bao." Then the Don suddenly remembered and turned back. "Oh, right, Ko young hero." Bak Tang responded blankly. He smiled and said, "Nothing much, I just feel like you and I have a real connection. When I get back from the palace, let's become good friends." This left him stunned, not sure what become good friends meant. Nyuk Jui said darkly, "Big Brother went too far this time. It's definitely a serious offense. At least our father will strip him of his crown prince title." Hearing that, Bak Thun fell into thought. "I don't think so, though. I don't know how Li Qiantan escaped this in history. Their final battle was at Xuanwu Gate. In his mind, the biggest problem was that ancient guy Lok Fu. Before time traveling, he was a smuggler of artifacts with terrible crimes. After time traveling, he became an ally to Li Qiantan. Bak Tang suddenly recalled, if ancient Lok Fu sides with Li Qiantan, will the Xuanwu Gate incident still happen? He'll definitely try everything to stop it. Does that mean history will be rewritten because of us? Thinking about it, he tiredly held his head and mumbled, "How could this be?" They waited a long time before Li Tedan returned to the residence. Nyuk Dui quickly asked, "How did it go? What did our father say, second brother?" Thuk Bao recounted, "The emperor not only didn't punish the crown prince, he scolded your highness for just wanting internal strife and ignoring brotherly bonds. He ordered your highness to welcome the Tujui delegation, including Princess Atina, to make up for it." She exclaimed in shock, "What? How could our father do that?" But Bak Thun wasn't surprised. History's already written in the books and turned into movies. It's set in stone. He remembered something. "Wait, who did you say is coming to visit?" Just then, at the north gate of Chang'an, people were gathering to watch the excitement. Princess Atina's procession entered the city gate amid the curious eyes of the people. At Qiantan's palace, Lok Fu respectfully admitted his failure. "I couldn't steal the ledger." Li Qiantan dismissed it indifferently. "Our father has no intention of blaming me, and he scolded the second one. So let's consider this done." Hearing that, he got excited. "Then your highness should use this opportunity to eliminate Li Tedan completely." Li Qiantan rejected it without hesitation. "Our father doesn't want us to fight too hard, so we absolutely can't make a move on the second one now." Li Qiantan smirked suggestively. "But just because I won't doesn't mean someone else won't." He suddenly crushed the wine bottle in anger. "How did they pull off that heavenly fire in Taiyuan? Go investigate for me. Quickly investigate for this king." The welcoming trumpet sounded as the guards announced loudly, "The great prince's road, the heavenly strategy general, the supreme general Lee Tae-dun welcomes Princess Atina and her delegation." Lee Tae-jun quickly stepped forward to greet, "You must be tired from the journey." As soon as he finished, a whip lashed out. Luckily, Lee Tae-dun was quick and dodged in time. The Tujui Princess Atina shouted, "How dare a man touch me? Great Tang, are you bullying us for having no one? Do you want war?" Lee Tae-jun's guards heard this and angrily wanted to charge, but he raised his hand to stop them. "How dare you attack a prince of our country?" Nyuk Jui gritted her teeth. "These guys are clearly here to cause trouble. And Big Brother Chin has been forced out of the capital by our father, so second brother has no one reliable by his side now." Then she thought of Bak Thun, but when she looked back, he was gone. Nyuk Jui spotted him hiding behind a pillar. "What are you hiding for?" Lee Tae-jun frowned. "I've heard the Tujui people are open-minded, but I didn't think they'd be so strict about men and women. Today, I've really learned something new." Princess Atina's people laughed and mocked. "There's a lot you don't know, my dog, smarter than a heavenly strategy general like you. In our tribe, any man who gets close to the princess without permission gets his hand chopped off. If anyone touches a finger of the princess, they're chopped into pieces for the wolves." Nyuk Jui urged Bak Tang, "Go help our second brother." But he hesitated. "Let's wait and see how it plays out first." She was confused. "Are you sick? Why are you sweating so much?" Princess Atina leaned in threateningly. "Got it, my heavenly water general." Just then, Atina stepped forward. "Have him back off. We're here to make amends. Don't overdo it." She glanced at Bak Thun hiding behind the pillar and said suggestively, "But before we talk, there's still something to settle." Atina calmly said, "There's a man here who was very disrespectful to me." Hearing that, he panicked. "Oh no, she saw me." Princess Atina also recognized Bak Thun and pointed, shouting, "It's you again, kid. Let's see what tricks you pull this time. Sai Cha Mok grab Ko Bak Thang." He forced a smile and raised his hands. "Let's just let bygones be bygones, okay? We should look forward, right?" Lee Tae-jun immediately ordered his guards to step in and block. One guard angrily drew his sword and yelled, "Stop being so rude!" The guard slashed at his shoulder, but Cha Mok didn't even bother to dodge. He coldly glanced at the sharp blade on his shoulder. Seeing Cha Mok take the hit without a scratch, the guard was stunned with his mouth wide open. Then he punched the guard, sending him flying. The other guards, watching their comrade get hit, were furious and charged in. They all grabbed Cha Mok's neck and limbs, yelling, "Kneel down! How dare you act like a thug in Great Tang!" Watching this, Princess Atina laughed until tears came. Great Tang's royal guards are just a bunch of straw men, all show and no go. What a joke to the world. Cha Mok shook them off with a cold grunt as they clung to him. Then he flung all the guards off him like annoying ants. This scene made the others a bit fearful, but they still shouted to protect the Chin Prince. Cha Mok growled as he approached him. "I've heard the Chin Prince is unbeatable, so show us what you've got today." Nyuk Jui immediately ran up and blocked in front of Lee Tae-jun. As his punch came flying, he quickly told her, "Get out of the way." In that moment of danger, a hand suddenly grabbed Cha Mok's wrist. He couldn't believe it as he looked at Bak Thun standing in front of him. Cha Mok got even madder and gritted his teeth, raising his fist to punch him. Suddenly, a voice stopped him. Princess Atina suspiciously looked at Atina, who crossed her arms and questioned, "Why show up now? Who are you protecting?" Bak Thun tilted his head in confusion. "What are you saying?" Nyuk Jui couldn't hold back and pointed, scolding, "Enough with the noise. We're being hospitable, but you're just looking for ways to pick fights." Atina calmly asked, "Who are you?" Nyuk Dui boldly introduced, "I'm the great emperor's niece, Lee Nyuk Dui." Then Atina understood, "So you're a princess too? No wonder you're so bold." Nyuk Jui suddenly noticed the scent on her was the same as on Bak Thun that night. Could it be that those two... He quickly stepped up to mediate, as the saying goes, better to resolve enemies than create them. "If we're all here for peace, why get so angry? The important thing is business." Both turned and glared at Bak Thun. "What's it to you?" "Get lost," Nyuk Jui said darkly. "By our father's order, the delegation will come to my residence. This princess will treat our foreign guests properly." Atina replied, "Then it's the perfect chance for this princess to see for myself. Let's see what Great Tang has to offer. Don't disappoint me." The two led the way into the palace, still arguing, leaving everyone around speechless. Bak Tang worried, "I have a bad feeling about this. Heaven above, you have to protect me." Not long after it was daytime, but the sky darkened with thunder and lightning. He sneaked behind a tree to watch the situation. Seeing no one, Bak Thun turned to leave. The best plan is the 36th stratagem run. A real man treats women like clothes, drop them when you need to. Just then, Atina was suddenly leaning against one of the pillars and said, "Late at night, where are you sneaking off to?" Bak Thun awkwardly laughed and scratched his head. "What are you doing here?" What a coincidence. Athena stood up and scolded, "I knew a sleazy guy like you couldn't be trusted." "You run at the first sign of trouble." She took off her outer robe and sat on Bak Thun demanding, "Me or her, who do you choose?" Martina blushed and asked, "Don't you feel anything seeing me?" In this situation, he hesitated and said, "Don't do this. You're drunk." Neither of them knew that the scene was seen by the Bak Hwang group. Neither of them knew that the scene was seen by the Bak Hwang group. He roared in anger, "At the banquet tomorrow, I want that kid torn to pieces in front of everyone." Just then, a knock at the door calling for Bak Thun startled him awake. Hearing his shout, the person outside asked if he was okay. Seeing it was his room, he wondered, "How did I end up back here?" Bak Thun quickly put on his shoes and yelled, "Coming right out." "Ghosts or something, what happened after Atina kissed him last night? I don't remember anything." The eunuch reported, "Prince of Qin, you're summoned to the palace for the banquet welcoming the Tujue delegation in 10 days. Today he agreed. Bak Thun thought, "On the way, I'll ask Nuok Dui about the Tujue delegation's background. They seem off." Then he followed the eunuch quickly to where the Don was. Seeing Bak Thun, he asked caringly, "Ko Young Hero, how did you sleep last night?" Seeing Bak Thun, he asked caringly, "Ko Young Hero, how did you sleep last night?" Bak Thun replied, "Great," then asked, "Nuok Dui isn't coming. I wanted to ask her something." "You can ask me." He said straight, "How can a few from the Tujue delegation act so cocky and Chang'an Great Tang must be too soft? In my eyes, you're not that weak." He knew the more they gave in, the more the Tujue would push. But after years of war, the people couldn't handle another conflict. Besides, the Li family guarded Taiyuan against the Tujue for the previous dynasty. They raised troops to attack Chang'an, leaving Luoyang exposed, so the Tujue raided Taiyuan. The emperor had to swallow his pride and pay tribute to keep them at bay. That's how the Li family took control of the Central Plains. Bak Thun got it. So they're not here to butter you up. They're here to demand payoffs. The Don nodded in confirmation. Then he slammed the table in anger. "The Tujue have always invaded our borders and killed our people. Too bad our father stopped me. If not, I'd have trained troops for 5 years and flattened the north to avenge the Central Plains' humiliation to the Western barbarians." He frowned, thinking, should I tell him he's destined to be the great Khan who unifies the world? Then he gave up. Spoiling it might jinx everything. Just then an arrow flew into the carriage. Bak Thun sharply noticed it the moment it came close. He caught the arrow, his eyes full of alertness. Bak Thun warned the Dun who was staring at the arrow, "Be careful, it might be poisoned." He lifted the curtain and ordered, "Get down, don't stand up. You're dealing with an expert who's hiding well, probably aiming right at you." The guards shouted, "Catch the assassin, protect the prince." Bak Thun said directly, "The arrow came from that tower over there. The assassin is up there." The guard said in disbelief, "That tower is at least 1,500 steps away." The guard said in disbelief, "That tower is at least 1,500 steps away." He frowned, realizing this was serious. On the tower, Jacques Thack calculated, "That kid is here too. But the young master wants to kill him at the banquet, and I'm not sure. He stopped us from taking out Li Tadan." From the shadows a voice said, "Leave it to me." Nya Lum excitedly said, "This cutie is just my type." Bak Thun jumped out of the carriage and moved quickly. He looked at the tower, calculating how to take out the archer fast. Just then Nya Lum appeared out of nowhere in front of Bak Thun. She swung her axe at him, but he dodged skillfully. Nya Lum spun the axe in her hand and swung it at Bak Thun again. He dodged again, and the axe hit the ground, shattering rocks everywhere. Bak Thun was in disbelief. "How can you do that?" Bak Thun was in disbelief. "How can you do that? That axe is at least 50 pounds, and you can change its direction so easily. Are you even a woman?" Hearing that, Nya Lum smiled at the axe in her hand. "Oh, once I break your limbs and throw you in bed for a while, I'll tell you." He turned pale and mumbled, "Break my limbs, this woman is a total psycho." Bak Thun said loudly, "I never hit women." "Don't make me do it!" But Nya Lum charged at him, cooing, "Come on, cutie." "Come on, cutie." He jumped to dodge and told her to stop making her axe hit the wall behind. She didn't care. "That just makes me more curious." Nya Lum pulled her robe open provocatively. "Are you still a virgin?" Seeing that lustful look, she laughed, bingo. Back-tongue turned and ran. Nyalum chased after him, calling, "Don't run, let your big sister take you in." By then, the Don had arrived with the guards and directed them to catch the assassin. He was so relieved he almost cried, "Your Highness, you finally came to save me." The more people there were, the more Nyalum enjoyed it, laughing, even more cuties now. Suddenly a voice boomed, "How dare you resist? Kill them without mercy." That voice was from Eunuch Chen, who suddenly appeared delivering the Emperor's decree. Back-tongue was surprised. Where did this guy come from? And the Don politely greeted him. Eunuch Chen slyly narrowed his eyes. "Prince of Qin, the Emperor summons you to the palace immediately." In the palace, they were chatting lively, so the Khan likes horse riding and archery. Atina raised her cup and confirmed, "Not long ago, our father Khan took us hunting and accidentally entered Great Tang's borders. I hope your majesty doesn't mind." Li Win laughed it off. "It's just a misunderstanding. The friendship between me and the Great Khan is witnessed by heaven and earth." Qintun spoke up, "Even if it's a misunderstanding, my two brothers are eager for merits. The new army received secret orders and marched to Taiwan, almost starting a war. The banquet's important guests haven't arrived. That's really disrespectful." Someone quickly interrupted, "The Crown Prince is mistaken." Qujung explained, "I was in Taiwan then, and the Tuzhue vanguard was already at the city gates. Tan Hong was supposed to defend, but I don't know whose order he followed and abandoned the city." Bak Huang uncomfortably questioned, "From what this lord says, are the Tuzhu people just a bunch of raiders?" He sternly replied, "Whether we are or not, you know in your heart." But Li Win immediately shouted, "Enough, guests from afar, and you have no manners. You've made me lose all face." Bak Huang stood up. "I've heard the Qin Prince recruits talents in Taiyuan and has heavenly fire to aid him. It seems Great Tang's elite troops are all with the Qin Prince. Great Tang's mountains are solid because of him. I'm impressed." Hearing that, Li Win raised an eyebrow and scoffed, "Is that so?" "The world's elites," Quzung whispered. "Bak Huang is implying the Qin Prince's power is too great, overshadowing the ruler. The Emperor might be even more unhappy with the Qin Prince." Nyuk Jui gritted her teeth. "That sly guy, I've never liked him." Just then, Eunuch Chen led the Don and Bak Thun in, announcing loudly. Li Win sarcastically said, "The Qin Prince is so busy he only has time for the banquet. Now must be tough." The Don bowed and clasped his hands to explain, but someone interrupted. "I've heard the Qin Prince is a master of martial arts." Bak Huang respectfully said, "This time I brought the 4 great warriors of the Tuzhue to spar with the Qin Prince. I hope your majesty approves." Qujung slammed the table and stood up in protest. "The Qin Prince is a prince of Great Tang. How can he fight common Tuzhue fighters, But he laughed and agreed, "Just in time, I'm tired of the dances." Li Win raised his eyebrows suggestively. "Ignore his objections. I hear the Qin Prince has many fierce generals, so his skills must be sharp. So exchange a few moves with the guests." Qintang thought gleefully, "You brat, let's see how you embarrass yourself this time. Even the 4 experts could beat you to death. Not to mention our father will punish you for humiliating the country." The Don was sweating but had to accept respectfully. Bak Tun suggested, "Your Highness wait a bit before fighting the Tuzhue Prince. No matter who loses, it's not embarrassing. Their 4 warriors can't go to waste. How about I show a little skill to liven things up, Li Win questioned, "What makes you think you can fight for the Qin Prince?" Bak Huang was pleased his plan worked. He smiled confidently. "Bring it on, I'll take all 4. Bak Huang laughed. "You don't know your place, kid." "Fine, I'll humor you." He ordered, "All of you go. Go easy, don't kill him." Hearing that Tina softly scolded Bak Huang, Chamak led a cap forward, eager to face Bak Thun. Then he immediately uncovered his mouth, revealing his gritted teeth and drooling. Bak Huang introduced the 4 great warriors of the Tuzhue. Chamak, who can pull 10 full-grown horses with one hand. A cap is a wolf cub the Great Khan picked up completely wild, chained with iron. Sakchtak, the top archer of the Tuzhue, can hit a running rabbit from over 2,000 steps. Nyalum once chopped a whole wolf pack into mincemeat, the strongest woman on the steppe. Them! Li Win marveled, anticipating, "Ko Bak Thun, since you want to fight for Great Tang, I have to say this up front. Win and I'll reward you, but lose and it's not just you in trouble." Bak Tang understood. The Emperor had already investigated him. Bai Sheng teased, "It's that deep-rooted bad habit of theirs." He turned back and told the Qin King, "Your Highness, step aside for a moment." Shimin didn't believe Bai Cheng could take on 4 alone. Seeing Bai Cheng busy drinking, she yelled, "How can you be drinking now?" Bai Huang sneered. He said he'd take on 4, so does it matter if they use weapons? If he's scared, he can bow to each of us 3 times and call us sir, and we'll call it even. Nyukjui looked at Baktang. No one in the world could beat 4 warriors at once, but if he lost in front of the emperor, he'd be killed for sure. Can he pull off a miracle? Then the fight began. Baktang skillfully dodged Saktak's first arrow. A cap viciously opened his mouth, showing sharp teeth, and charged at him. Baktang waved his hand, and he was sent flying. Nyalum took the chance from behind to swing her axe. He turned and spat out the wine in his mouth, spraying it all over her face. Chamak used a bull charge move, but Bak Thun quickly moved behind and grabbed his arm. Then he hugged Chamak's arm, flipped him over, and used the momentum to spin, dragging his body. He successfully used Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu to take down Chamak. Chamak's huge body slammed into the ground and he spat out blood. Li Win excitedly exclaimed, "What kind of move is that?" Bak Huang was shocked. How did he kick a cap away? Is he using some kind of magic? Nya Lum swung her axe at Bak Thun again. He didn't dodge but stood still, staring at the axe. Nyuk Jui saw and worriedly shouted, "Oh no, he's not dodging, he's done for." Amid the warnings from outside, Bak Thun stood still as the axe came down. In that instant, he punched Nya Lum straight in the stomach. Her axe veered off to the side. Baktang teases, "It's definitely that deep-rooted bad habit of the people." The Dun and Nyuk Dui are both surprised. "I can't believe we got knocked off course so easily by that punch." Kyuzung cheers. Great Tang is mighty. Baktang thinks to himself, respecting her as a woman, so I only used a short punch to handle this. Bak Huang is furious and can't hold back, pointing to order his men to kill Bak Thun. A cap leaps forward to pounce on Bak Thun, but he jumps away in time. Shuthak watched for a while and finally saw an opportunity. Saktak watched and finally saw an opening. He raised his bow, calculating, in midair with no footing, how will you dodge? The arrow from Saktak sped like light straight at him. Baktang waved his hand just before it hit. Then the arrow seemed hypnotized and suddenly stopped. He controlled the arrow to fly back. At that moment, the arrow flew straight into a cap attacking from behind. He didn't have time to defend, and it pierced his shoulder. The fight was over. Cheers echoed through the hall. He's the top warrior of Great Tang. He did it. What kind of move made the arrow change direction? Saktak was shaking in fear, but tried to muster courage. "Demon, I'll fight you." Tina angrily shouted to stop her subordinate. Saktak was extremely unwilling, but had to obey the princess's order and stop. Tina bowed to the emperor. "Great Tang's warriors are formidable. We've lost. I suddenly feel unwell. May your majesty allow me to leave early." This made Bak Huang angry and yell at her. Li Win smiled on the surface. It was just an exchange. "Dear guests, don't feel down. If you're not feeling well, go rest first. We'll meet another day." Tina led the way out of the hall. She decisively ordered her group to leave. Bak Huang was still fuming and cursing his subordinates, "Idiots, useless." As the Tuzhu delegation was about to leave the hall, they bumped into Bak Thun. As they passed, Tina angrily frowned and glared at Bak Thun for making the Tuzhue lose face. But he wasn't scared. He winked at Tina playfully and teased, "You were worried about me, right? She was exposed in front of everyone and stuttered in anger, speechless. Finally, she just stomped her foot and scolded, "You shameless jerk, Bak Huang snorted in agreement, but Bak Thun just shrugged it off. Nyuk Jui witnessed this and was so angry her eyes were on fire, flirting in front of everyone. How embarrassing. Li Win laughed heartily. "Ko Bak Thun not bad. I'm very pleased with you. What reward do you want?" He bowed humbly. "Thank you, your majesty. Bringing glory to Great Tang is enough for me. I don't want anything else." Li Win heard this and was even more pleased. "The Don, you have good taste." He also clasped his hands respectfully. "Father, you're too kind." The emperor generously reward the Qin prince with a set of jade wine vessels, and Bak Thun with a golden goblet for toasting. This made Qian Thun clench his fists in anger. Back at their lodging, Tina angrily slapped Bak Huang out of line. "Have you forgotten your place?" She furiously lectured, "What did our father Khan tell you before we left? We're here to avoid war, but you're stirring up trouble everywhere. You're just an attendant. I'm the leader of the delegation. I didn't order it. Who gave you permission to fight?" Tina started saying harsh things. "Don't forget who you are. Even if our father Khan treats you well, you're still just an orphan he took in." Bak Huang couldn't hold back and retorted, "I saw it from the start. You're just worried about that pretty boy. Our warriors lost, but you're happy about it." At the peak of his rage, he insulted Tina. "Your family eats our food, but blows the whistle. You're not fit to lead true Tuzhue warriors." As dusk fell, everyone left the hall together and heard Huyen Lin laughing. That was so satisfying. He kept saying to the Don, "Your Highness, did you see the Crown Prince's face? It turned liver-colored. First time I've seen him that pissed. We really held our heads high in front of the Emperor." Bak Tun grinned. "Just kids play. Don't worship me too much." Nyuk Jui was lost for words with him, never seen anyone so thick-skinned. But Bak Thun started flirting with her again. "Don't be so serious. Give me a kiss." There was a smack and his cheek had a handprint. Nyuk Jui dusted off her hand. "Now I feel better." Huyen Lin and the Dun just stayed silent. Suddenly a guard rushed in to report, "Prince of Qin, the princess is in big trouble." Everyone was stunned by the shocking news. Bak Huang and his men kidnapped the Tujue princess and fled outside the city. All hurried to the scene as fast as they could. The Don immediately asked, "What exactly happened?" The guard quickly reported the Tuzhu delegation had a fierce argument not long after returning. Princess Tina was kidnapped and fled by Bak Huang. He killed and injured many guards on the way and escaped through the west gate of Chang'an, heading southwest. Bak Tung urgently asked, "Is it true Tina was forced?" The guard confirmed, "Absolutely no doubt." Everyone at the scene saw it. According to the guard, Bak Huang's sword was at the princess's throat and blood was flowing. Bak Tung was full of shock and worry. He didn't care about anything and wanted to save Tina, but Nyuk Dui worriedly called after him, "Where are you going?" Bak Tun was in a hurry, so he jumped on his horse without looking back, firmly saying, "I'm chasing them." With that, he spurred his horse and galloped after where Bak Huang took Tina, ignoring Nyuk Dui shouting his name behind him. The Don was even more worried. He stammered, "Southwest is Bak Huang going to Tubo." Huyen Lin pointed out the risk. If something happens to Tina in Great Tang's territory, it's a major diplomatic crisis. Great Tang will lose all face. The Tujue Khan won't let it go without demanding justice. The Don quickly decided, "I'll see our father right away." General Fang sent pigeons immediately to notify all the northwestern armies to prepare for war in case the Tujue army attacks. Bak Tang rode full speed out of the city. But he didn't know Qian Thun was watching him silently from the high tower. He ordered Lok Fu, "It's up to you, don't disappoint me again." He bowed, "Don't worry, Your Highness." Bak Huang led his subordinates with Tina tied up, still talking tough. Tina was tied up but still defiant. "With just your ragtag group, you think you can escape Great Tang?" Bak Huang started his vile acts on Tina. "You're so naive. If I hadn't held back earlier, the whole palace would have been chopped to pieces by those four." Bak Tang rode at full speed to chase where Bak Huang kidnapped Tina. Finally, he caught up to a clearing in the dense forest. Suddenly, an arrow shot out and hit his horse's leg, so he couldn't react in time and was thrown off the horse, his body slamming hard into the ground. Luckily, it was just some scrapes as he reacted quickly to land on his feet. But before he could catch his breath, a huge log that took 3 people to hug came crashing down on Bak Thun. Caught off guard, he had to back up while blocking it. Bak Tang was furious and cursed, "There's an ambush." As he gritted his teeth holding the massive log, he wondered who sent Cha Mok. But how did his strength suddenly get so massive? As Bak Thun was distracted, Nya Lum silently appeared from behind and stabbed him in the back. The log also smashed into his chest. Bak Thun was hit hard and couldn't hold on. He spat out black blood looking terrible and demanded, "So the fight earlier wasn't over." He cursed himself for being careless. Broke 2 ribs. From afar, Bak Huang's loud, mocking laughter came. "I knew you'd chase after her." He held the knife to Tina's throat, acting all tough. "Let her go." Bak Huang didn't even care. "Why should I? She's mine now. Ever since you two did that shameful thing last night, she's no longer worthy of being a Tujue princess. Now she's only fit to be my servant." Tina anxiously shouted, "Bei Cheng, you have to go now, don't worry about me." Her words instantly made Bak Huang furious. He grabbed her by the throat and lifted her into the air. "Even now, you're still trying to protect him. That's heartbreaking, you wretch." Bei Cheng held back his rage and negotiated. "You better think this through. If you dare harm the princess, both the Tang dynasty and Tuju will come after you. Plus, how many innocent people will die in the war? Don't be reckless. Let her go and we can talk." "Let her go," Bak Huang sneered Tina. "That pretty boy of yours isn't even here for you. He's just trying to score points with that dog emperor. You're still all in for him to escape." Suddenly, he turned and tore Tina's clothes. His vile laughter was directed at Bei Cheng, but it echoed in her ears. "If you don't care about her, then let's both enjoy this. Watch the girl you care about get humiliated and you can't do a thing about it." Bei Cheng's eyes widened in anger. Bak Huang kept on with his disgusting act. "Isn't she beautiful? Want me to rip off another layer?" By now, tears of humiliation streamed down Tina's beautiful face. The moment Beicheng saw her crying, his face darkened, and he said coldly, "Word by word, I'm going to kill you this time." Back Huang had truly hit Beicheng's raw nerve. Beicheng's whole body radiated killing intent, his voice like a demon from hell. "I will kill you!" Beicheng charged straight at Bak Huang. Bak Huang turned pale with fear and ordered his men, "Stop him now!" Sak immediately attacked. He leaped up and used his signature move, the miraculous Sun Buddha 3 arrows. Sash thought confidently, "This is my lifelong skill. The 3 arrows split apart aiming for the head, heart, and knee. Even someone with quick reactions can only dodge one, let alone when he's charging and can't change direction instantly." He smugly said, "Let's see how you dodge this time." But Beicheng's reaction was beyond Sach's expectations. He caught one arrow bit through another, but the third one pierced his thigh, making him stagger and almost fall. Sach laughed triumphantly. "You're done for with that hit. My poisoned arrows will kill you in less than half an incense stick." But before he could gloat, an arrow flew at him in an instant, embedding in his nose and killing him on the spot, no time to escape or fight back. His comrades worriedly called out Sach's name. Beicheng's arm that launched the arrow hadn't even lowered yet as he declared firmly, "In half an incense stick, I could kill you all 6 times over." Chamuk, blinded by rage, shouted, "I'll avenge Sach." He threw a punch, but Beicheng dodged in time. He mocked, "You just a loser I beat before." But Chamuk wasn't simple. With one glance, he spotted an opening and landed a thunderous punch on Beicheng. Beicheng quickly steadied himself, thinking, no doubt about it, this guy's strength and reaction speed are way better than half a day ago. Bak Huang cowardly hid far away but still taunted. "Looks like you figured it out." He boasted, "This is our Tujue shaman's secret technique. It can boost strength by at least 3 times. Strength can increase by at least 3 times, and there's no pain at all. A year ago, we attacked Quitu Kingdom and couldn't breach the city, but with this drug at dawn, we broke through and won." Bak Huang held Tina by the neck, watching intently. "Watch the girl you care about get crushed to pieces by our Tuju warriors." Beicheng gritted his teeth and pulled out the arrow. "You've got quite the vocabulary, spitting out idioms left and right." He silently cursed. What bad luck. Did ancient times already have stimulants? No wonder his strength suddenly got this insane. He calculated quietly. The poison is spreading. Before I lose consciousness, I can hold out for about 15 minutes. My leg's injured, so I can't go full speed. At most, I can take out one of them. Just then, an idea flashed in his mind. Beicheng came up with a plan. There was still a chance to win. He clenched his teeth and decided to bet on this last chance. Ahab charged like a hunting leopard. Under the drug's effect, he was completely berserk, lost all reason, and bit into Beicheng's shoulder. Beicheng used all his strength to fling him off while fighting back and taunting, "Go tuck your tail and play dog." Chamuk and Yalin kept charging in desperately. They both yelled, "If you're not gonna die quietly, we'll break every bone in your body. I'll smash you with this heavy axe and roar in anger. You won't hit a woman. What a big mouth you'll pay for your arrogance today." Beicheng dodged just in time, but Chamuk rushed in and knocked him to the ground. Powerful punches rained down on Beicheng. With the drug's enhanced strength, Beicheng wasn't his match. He was beaten so badly he suffered internal injuries and spat blood. Bak Huang laughed with delight. His savage laughter rang in Tina's ears. "Hear that bones-breaking music to my ears." Seeing Beicheng beaten down, Bak Huang mocked more. "Aren't you tough? Get up and fight if you can." In his exhaustion, Beicheng told himself, on the battlefield there are only 2 choices. Stay clear-headed or die. In that moment, a flashback took him back to the past. His father had once said, "Remember, you're a soldier, your body is iron, your will is steel. Even if you're wounded, use your spirit to control your body and fight to the end." Remembering his father's words and a soldier's pride. In front of the shocked Tujue crowd, Beicheng slowly stood up. In his mind, only one thought remained: never fall. Bak Huang was the most terrified. He trembled in disbelief. "You can still stand. Are you some kind of monster?" Tina kept crying out of pity for him. Beicheng wiped the blood from his lips. Despite his severe injuries, his eyes were full of defiance. "Is that all you've got? You've really disappointed me." Bak Huang was immediately provoked and ordered recklessly, Keep drinking the drug. He has to die today. You worthless bunch. Chamuk, Yalin, and Ahab obeyed without hesitation, ready to give their lives for Bak Huang. Chamuk poured the powder into his mouth decisively. But instead of gaining strength, he suffered backlash from overdosing the drug, made his eyes bloodshot and veins bulge all over. Not just Chamuk, Yalin, and Ahab had the same reaction. Their muscles stiffened, veins throbbing. Bak Huang didn't notice. He kept ordering attack. True Tuju warriors fear nothing, they're the real war gods. But he didn't get to laugh long. Chamuk's eyes were bleeding red as a demon and he vomited black blood right after. That was the side effect of overdosing on the stimulant. Seeing his men writhing in pain, Bak Huang finally realized how serious it was. What's wrong with the stimulant? Now the tables turned. Bei Cheng looked down from above. Overdosing on stimulants causes blood pressure to spike, lungs to scar, and breathing to get hard. You'll die from respiratory failure in a minute. That was the gamble I took earlier. Chamuk kept swinging wildly. Bei Cheng easily dodged. Don't waste your energy. You can't even see me clearly now. His body was stiff as a log, limbs, uncontrollable throat choking up. Then Chamuk collapsed lifeless. Bei Cheng said softly, "It's over." Bak Huang realized he'd been tricked. You bastard fooled them into taking more. He shot back. It was your order, not mine. Bak Huang, terrified, still tried to act tough. Don't get cocky with me, your poison's about to kick in. Feels like ants gnawing at your insides, right? Bei Cheng, battered but unshaken, replied, so what? I still have time to take you out. If you're a man, come here and kill me yourself. Bak Huang, cowardly yet self-important, said, you're trying to goad me. I'm not falling for your trap again. I'll just watch you suffer and die slowly. Bei Cheng didn't back down, making Bak Huang keep threatening, don't come closer. If you take another step, I'll kill her. Stop right there. He held Tina as a hostage and kept threatening. I said, stop. Did you hear me? Bei Cheng steadily approached. He heard him acting calm on the outside, but biting his lip until it bled to stay alert. In his mind, only one thought. My consciousness is fading. Absolutely don't fall. Back. Huang thought he was clever and boasted, you're trying to corner me to the cliff, right? But in that instant, he turned his head and exposed an opening. Bei Cheng reacted quickly and seized the chance. He thought to himself, now's the time, and threw a dagger. By the time Bak Huang turned back and saw the dagger, it was too late. He couldn't block it. The dagger embedded in his left shoulder. The pain made him loosen his grip on Tina instinctively. Bei Cheng was waiting for that and grabbed her hand. In Tina's eyes full of joy and relief, Bei Cheng gently reassured her, I got you. The tension released, he gave a weak smile, but still comforted her. It's okay now. Unaware, Lu Fu prepared a sneak attack from behind. Tina saw it and yelled to warn Bei Cheng watch out, but it was too late. Lu Fu's palm struck his back. By momentum, both Bei Cheng and Tina were pushed off the cliff just as Lu Fu wanted. As they fell from the cliff, Bei Cheng held Tina with one arm and grabbed a branch with the other. The two hung in midair at risk of falling any second. Lu Fu taunted, you've got some soldier's physique. After all that fighting, you still have strength. Bei Cheng angrily gritted. What the hell are you trying to do, you beast? Help Li Juncheng escape and rewrite history. Lu Fu mocked, I came out of the same war-torn hell. Dealing in artifacts for years, I wouldn't bother if I was okay with being under someone. Heaven didn't shortchange me, it gave me a chance to change the world. Why not play a more thrilling game? At that moment, Bei Cheng realized his massive ambition. He said in shock, in our era, you're trying to... Before he could finish, the branch couldn't hold their weight and snapped. Bei Cheng lost his grip and fell into the abyss with Tina. Lu Fu just stood there, watching until the bottom of the cliff was completely silent. He muttered to himself, though you're the only one in this era who understands me for my plan, you have to die. Bak Huang saw this and panicked even more. He trembled and asked, who are you? Lu Fu looked down on him. You're still alive. Just in time, come with me as a witness. In the palace hall, Emperor Li Yuan shouted, haven't caught them yet. They only have 4 people and a hostage. If you can't handle this, get out and join the army in the northwest. Shimin turned and asked, have we notified General Feng to seal the border with Tubo? The general worried, where could they be going that I haven't thought of? They're outsiders. They couldn't know the routes around Chang'an that well. Before the general could continue, a stern voice came from outside. Unless someone instigated them to kidnap the princess and flee. Your son has personally captured the one who held the Tujue princess, Li Yuan asked eagerly. Good job. Where's the princess? Is she hurt? How bad is it? Yang Cheng pretended to be remorseful. Your son is incompetent. I chased them to where they fought the rebels and almost rescued Princess Tina, but he quickly noticed this feeling uneasy inside. Jian Cheng accused, your subordinate Gu Baicheng was in cahoots with the rebels. He used the princess as a hostage to escape, slipped on the cliff, and dragged her down with him, bodies gone. How could he be in cahoots with them? Big brother, don't make things up. Jian Cheng hinted mockingly. When did you become someone who denies what they did? Beiking gave his life for you and even got the princess involved. How will the Tang dynasty face Tujue's wrath now? I captured Ba Huang alive. Will his testimony count as evidence? Ba Huang, remembering Jian Cheng's promise to make him Khan of Tujue, told Li Yuan, Your Majesty, spare my life. It was all because Prince Qin forced me. You have to stand up for me. Shimin quickly defended himself. Ba Huang is talking nonsense, slandering me. Your son had no involvement. Please investigate, father. Ba Huang boldly said, Who knew His Highness would deny it now? If not for my men holding back, could Bei Cheng have beaten them? This was all to help you save face in front of your majesty. Shimin angrily shouted, Slander, you're lying. But Li Yuan didn't listen and ordered guards. With Jian Cheng's smug smile, the imperial guards quickly arrived. Li Yuan's eyes were as sharp as knives. No father-son mercy. Li Shimin colluded with foreigners, betrayed the army, disrespected the emperor. Take him away, Ruoyai? Hearing the news, panicked. What? My second brother was arrested by father. The maid, having heard the prince captured Ba Huang, kept saying the incident was due to Prince Qin's mistakes. The emperor has locked up the generals and officials close to Prince Qin. You need to escape through the back door. Even in danger, she only cared about Bei Cheng's safety. The close maid hurriedly pushed Ruoyi to flee. They say he fell off the cliff with the Tujue princess, life or death unknown. Hurry, or it'll be too late. Now only you can save Prince Qin. As she was pushed out the back door, shouts came from outside. Tianyu guards apprehend her. Where is Princess Pingyang Li Ruoyi? From afar, soldiers were already surrounding the back door. She was startled, but Ruoyi quickly regained her composure and fled. Desperately seeking a way out, she worried about Beicheng, tears streaming. You can't die. I won't allow it. At that moment, Beicheng slowly opened his eyes. Luckily, he was tough and alive. Waking up, he saw Tina wiping water from his lips. Beicheng jolted back, putting distance between them. Tina shyly wiped her mouth, her eyes and voice full of joy. You're awake. Beicheng noticed the wound on his thigh from the poisoned arrow was neatly treated and covered with herbs. Then he realized he'd misunderstood, feeling awkward and a bit let down. Tina hugged his waist. Thank goodness we're both okay. Beicheng winced in pain from the impact. Tina quickly pulled back, full of regret. Did I hurt you? Beicheng still tried to reassure her he was fine. Then asked, Was it this river that saved us from dying? Tina agreed. Surviving a disaster means good fortune ahead. Looking up at the sheer cliff with no foothold, Beicheng said, But how are we getting up? Beicheng praised Tina, feeling the poison in his body had lessened. She knew her herbs. Tina proudly said, How else do you think I survived? A Hab's poison in the palace. He praised her, but she reminded him they were stuck in the valley. Beicheng advised, It's getting late. Pushing on could be dangerous. Let's make a fire for now and find a way out tomorrow. Tina asked, With the two countries at war, can you wait until tomorrow? Just then, the mixed chirping of birds returning to their nests came through. Beicheng reminded Tina. That sound means night is falling. Since he was injured, gathering wood for the fire fell to Tina. Seeing her clumsy efforts, Beicheng sighed. Your survival skills are terrible. Born with a silver spoon, I guess. Tina fumbled, but finally gathered enough branches. I got plenty of wood. Beicheng naturally held out his hand to her. Do you have flint? She angrily snapped. I'm a princess. Why would I carry that? Don't you have any? He sighed. Forget it, I'll make one. Tina suggested hurry and drill for fire. If we're lucky, we can have it in 2 hours. I saw old soldiers do that when I was in the army. It takes 3 people rotating to pull it off. New recruits can't even start it, she said pityingly. Even if they succeed, those old soldiers end up a mess. Their hands are full of blisters. I told my father so many times to ensure every soldier has flint, but in war, who cares? Beicheng took a piece of cloth, his face saying it all. It made Tina ask, why that look? What are you twisting that rope for? Beicheng replied, obviously to make fire. Tina saw the odd motion and asked, do you even know how? If not, say so, you're messing it up. I've never seen anyone do it like that. But surprisingly, the fire caught quickly, astonishing Tina. Bai Sheng explained, twisting by hand only gets 12 rotations per second, but using a bow drill can hit 80 per second. The heat generated is at least 10 times more, and it's important to keep the ember from escaping. Tina watched the fire succeed and fell into thought. She wondered, I'm well-read and know a lot about the world, but how does he know so many skills I've never heard of? The two chatted under the stars about Lu Fu and Jiancheng's schemes. Bai Keng had to catch Lu Fu for stealing artifacts, talking about why Bai Cheng had to catch Lu Fu for stealing precious national artifacts. He described the seal to Tina. It's jade carved with a dragon, but one corner is inlaid with gold. She suddenly asked, Is that the imperial jade seal you're tense about? She knew about the seal and sighed. What a corny name. I even enthusiastically fought for it for him. Suddenly, Tina thrust the hot ember toward Bai Cheng, surprising him. What are you doing? Tina coldly demanded. Who are you really? Bai Cheng tried to brush it off, saying he was just an ordinary guy. Tina's eyes were icy. You're lying. The seal you described is the heirloom seal of the realm passed down from Emperor Qin Shi Huang. If you're ordinary, how could you even know about it, let alone fight for it? There's only one in the world, and it's in the Tujue camp. Bai Cheng forced a smile. What a coincidence. In his mind, he cursed. This is impossible to explain. If I tell her I time-traveled, she'll think I'm crazy. Tina pressed I should have realized sooner. How could an ordinary person know so many exotic skills? What are you hiding? Bai Cheng decided to come clean, but then a suspicious rustling came from the bushes, making him alert. He saw shadowy figures hiding in the bushes. He shouted, Who's there? Without hesitation, he grabbed Tina's hand and ran from their encirclement, but they had nets. Even running fast, the two couldn't escape. Tina worried about Bai Cheng's unhealed wound and called his name. They were captured to a mountain camp. Both were tied up and bound to poles. Tina yelled for them to release her. Bai Cheng calmly observed and assessed. Did Jiancheng send you? If it was his people, they'd have killed us already. Could be bandits, but their setup is too nice for that. Suddenly, an angry voice boomed from the house Bai Cheng and Tina. How dare you? Lan Li led demanding. Behind you are subordinates. How dare you barge into our family's forbidden area? Who sent you? Tell me and I'll make your death quick. Bai Cheng stared at the young girl and skeptically asked, A little kid like you is in charge. Hearing that, Lan Li puffed up in anger, her small brows furrowed. She jumped up, punching and kicking while yelling, Calling me a little kid. You're asking for it. She hit one of her camp subordinates, leaving Bai Cheng speechless. Her punches and kicks kept coming. Fall into my hands and still talk smack. I'll beat you until your own mom won't recognize you, then chop you up for fish food. Dai Zhuang and Zhuan quickly said, That's one of our village people. You got the spy on the right. Lan Li, when angry, is terrifying. Her sharp eyes scanned around, then pointed at Wang Kai. Beating him is a warning to you. Sneaking around at your age, you don't know the word for death. Who sent you? Lan Li raged. If you don't talk, I'll use my 18 tortures on you. A subordinate couldn't hold back. That's Wang Kai. Bai Cheng thought, this little girl is not only hot-tempered but also terribly nearsighted. Lan Li kept interrogating Wang Kai. Bring the tiger stool and chili water. She shouted commands fiercely. Dai Zhuang directed her gaze upward. It's him, Lan Li smugly said. With that smug look, I never liked you. Bring my big sword. Bai Cheng thought, when was I smug? Dai Zhuang and Zhuan struggled to carry her big sword over. They respectfully presented it. Bai Cheng, unfazed, said, You're small, but you've got some strength. Lan Li jumped up, sword raised. I hate it when people call me small. But Bai Cheng stopped her with one line, I can cure your eyes. The big sword halted inches from his head, but he didn't even blink. In Lan Li's eyes, shock was undeniable. Why should I believe a spy like you? Bai Cheng calmly said, Since you were about 12, your vision's been blurry like a fog over everything. Things far away are hazy. You have to get close to see clearly right. Lan Li threatened. Over the years, plenty of quacks have died under my sword, 100 if not 80. Bai Cheng, unconcerned, said, Relax, my method works fast. With the right tools, you can watch the sunrise tomorrow. Lan Li jumped up, swinging her sword to slash. I hate it when people call me small. But Bai Cheng stopped her with one sentence, I can cure your eyes. The big sword stopped just inches from his head, but he wasn't scared, not even blinking. Lan Li's eyes showed undisguised surprise. Why should I believe a spy like you? Bai Cheng stayed calm. You've probably had blurry vision since around age 12, like a fog covering everything. Things far away are hazy. You have to get close to see clearly, right? Lan Li threatened. Over the years, I've killed at least 80 quacks like you with this sword. Baisheng wasn't worried. Don't worry, my method works fast. With the right tools, you can watch the sunrise tomorrow morning. Da Zhuang quickly advised Lan Li, Miss, don't believe him. This guy's just looking for a chance to escape and send a message. Baisheng tried to explain. I've told you 800 times we slipped and fell off the cliff. We're not your enemies. Your miss is smarter than that. She won't be fooled. Lan Li muttered, don't think flattering me will get you out. But she asked, if I let you go, no tricks. What herbs do you need? Beicheng answered, just a workshop in the camp. Da Zhuang objected, he's clearly here to scout our camp. Lan Li ordered, untie him. I want to see what he can do. If he pulls any tricks, I'll kill your little girlfriend. Tina worried, don't agree rashly. Eye problems aren't like headaches or fevers. A chronic condition for years can't be cured overnight. Baisheng still teased, relax 100 times, my little girlfriend. Lan Li questioned, if you fell by accident, how do you know about our camp? Baikeng replied casually, there's a lot of charcoal dust for smelting metal at the base of the mountain. The soil is red, so there must be iron ore. It's right by the cliff, so it's definitely a secret base for mining and smelting. Lan Li stayed calm. You better deliver on your promise. If not, I have 100 reasons to kill you. But inside, she screamed, I hit it so well. Is this guy a mind reader? Baisheng started listing requirements. The biggest furnace, 5 pounds of the purest sand, nearby coal. This list confused Lan Li and Da Zhuang, but she ordered, do what he says. If he tricks us, castrate him first, then kill him. Lan Li said, this is the Tian furnace. We've put away all the treasures. If you're trying to sneak a peek, give up now. Baisheng recognized the charcoal. She boasted, you know your stuff. This is genuine peach charcoal, more expensive than pork. Baikeng thought, this must be the best fuel in this era. A furnace like this only reaches 200 degrees, but to make glass you need 600 degrees. As Baisheng grabbed a handful of sand, he kept getting questioned, what are you even making? I've never heard of sand curing diseases, let alone eye problems. Baisheng cut him off coldly. If you don't get it, shut up. No one said you have to. Zhuang got angry, but couldn't do anything. Baikeng ordered naturally, you with the chicken-colored hair, come pull the bellows. Zhuang got even madder. Who are you calling one a beating? But all he heard was a heavy smack. Lan Li struck, making Zhuang behave. I'm the chatty one, but if I let you do this, I'll wait until the end to judge. Baikeng was very serious, holding up 3 fingers in front of her. How many fingers? Lan Li frowned, squinting 2 fingers. Baisheng continued, get me some filtered iron powder. He decided to go with 200 degrees for now. After melting it down, Baisheng poured it into a round mold. Lan Li curiously asked, what's that glowing thing? Da Zhuang stopped her from getting closer. Miss, don't go near, that guy's up to no good. Baikeng didn't care and said, this way will take even longer. Save your energy and be patient. 3 hours later, Lan Li and her subordinates Da Zhuang and Zhuang had fallen asleep. Only Baisheng was focused on the work. He woke them, wake up, I'm done. Everyone was confused about what he'd made. Baisheng handed over the glasses and told Lan Li, take these, put them on your left eye and see if you can see. Zhuang angrily snatched them. We wasted 3 hours on you and all you made is a fake jade. He kept asking, are you messing with us? Put it in front of your eyes to see. But through Zhuang's eyes, everything was foggy. He threw the glasses away, yelling, he knows magic, I'm blind, I can't see anything. Da Zhuang drew his sword. Baisheng, seeing this, just face-palmed in frustration when questioned, who is this strange guy? Is he here to harm Lan Li, and who's behind him? The glasses rolled to her feet, catching Lan Li's attention as she picked them up. Zhuang kept threatening, if you don't talk, I'll slice you up piece by piece. I can make your life hell. Baikeng sighed. Don't make me fight. Then he asked Lan Li, how does it feel? She was extremely surprised. I can see you all clearly now. Lan Li pinched Da Zhuang's cheeks, laughing. How did I end up with such an ugly subordinate like you? Is there anyone uglier in the world? The next victim was Zhuang. She pulled his face, squeezing and mocking him for being uglier than Da Zhuang. Then Lan Li petted the dog Wang Tai, recognizing family and friends. She turned to Baisheng. He tensed up. But instead, Lan Li hugged him tightly, excitedly, saying, you're amazing. I don't know how to thank you. So marry me. Hearing that both Da Zhuang and Zhuang knelt and bowed deeply to Baisheng. In an instant, even he was stunned. What are you? Zhuang said heroically. You cured our Mrs. Eyes, so you're the great benefactor of the Zhuge family. Then they presented torture tools. Da Zhuang and Zhuang, we've been blind. We offended you a lot. Please punish us. Bei Cheng thought something really scary is mixed in there. He said generously, no punishment needed, it was just a small favor. But Lan Li interrupted, don't be polite. Bei Cheng sighed. Is this how you treat your loyal followers? He sighed deeply. Honestly, I do need your help with something. On Tina's side, she was roughly handled and thrown into a haystack. Sho'er had dirty thoughts. A fresh, juicy beauty like this? What a waste to throw away. Let me have some fun first. Tina was furious. Nonsense. Without your Mrs. Order, you can't touch me. Tianyi doesn't care who'd listen to that crazy girl anyway. It's been 3 watches already and your foolish husband has probably been chopped to pieces by now. Tina shouts desperately, help! Luckily, Ni Trang and Bak Tun arrive just in time. They burst through the door. Tianyi trembles in fear. Miss, you got here just in time. Are you here to deal with this cheating couple? Tina hurriedly rushed over and hugged Bak Tun. Can we still survive? He quickly comforted her. What's wrong? Tianyi said maliciously. We've been cooped up in this valley for half a year. You might as well kill this male spy. As for this woman, let me have my fun with her. Ni Trang grabbed him like a weak chicken. You little punk, how dare you disrespect our benefactor? Tianyi was full of confusion, but before he could speak, Ni Trang punched him in the face, knocking out several front teeth. Then he kicked him away. Lan Loi respectfully bowed. I didn't discipline my subordinate properly. Sister must have been frightened. Sister must have been frightened. Please accept my bow, Lan Loi. Bak Tun held Tina in his arms to comfort her. Don't worry, I'll make sure you don't get hurt anymore. Bak Tun explained to Lan Loi, this is just a temporary fix. The craftsmanship is still rough, so you can't use it for long. Otherwise, your eyes will get even worse. Bak Tun gently guided her. I'll teach you a massage technique. You should do it often in your free time. In Lan Loi's eyes, Bak Tun was gently caring for her. His voice was deep and warm as his thumb pressed on the temples and his index finger lightly rubbed around the eyes. Lan Loi's face suddenly turned hot. Bak Tun leaned in quickly and asked, Are you sick? Why are you so hot? She blushed all over her face and quickly pulled away, leaving him totally confused. Tina knew exactly what was going on and teased Bak Tun. You're like a wizard, just a little rub and you make the young lady feverish. Once again, he was baffled by women's minds. Tina kept pressing, You fixed her eyes with a fake jade and you still claim to be an ordinary guy. Who are you really? You even said you're just a regular person. What kind of legend are you? Lan Loi quickly covered for him. I felt a lot better already. No wonder you're the heir of the Gu family mastering technology in Ji province. Your reputation is well-deserved. Bak Tun went along with it and joked, This girl is quick with her words. Now I can't even play humble. I'm the one they call the Great Tang's little Lubin, the 250th heir of the Gu family in Ji province. The 250th heir of the Gu family in Ji province. He put on a full act. Too bad my family fell on hard times, so to make ends meet, I do some small crafts and even make fakes to sell. Tina asked again. Was the Imperial Jade Seal you guys were fighting over a fake? Bak Tun acted completely sincere. This line of work isn't anything to be proud of, so I've never had the courage to tell you. Tina was still curious. But I've studied the Central Plains for years and never heard of any Gu family in Ji province, Lan Loi defended. There are thousands of noble families in the east. How many have you heard of? Do you know about our Langya Zhuge family? Bak Tun thought to himself. It's a branch of Zhuge Kongming from the Three Kingdoms era said to have secret mechanisms left by Kongming so their descendants are experts in machinery. Is this kid really a descendant of Zhuge Liang? Lan Loi proudly boasted, Let me take you to see the latest weapons of the Zhuge family. Tina asked curiously, Is hiding in this valley all about making weapons? Lan Loi explained, More importantly, it's for secrecy. Right now, all the factions are eyeing our new invention, so we mistook you for spies and captured you. Bak Tun asked curiously, Why didn't those two come along? Lan Loi hinted, Because fire can't be near this place. Hearing that, he was startled and silently guessed something terrifying. Can't be near fire. Could it be gunpowder? Did they already have gunpowder in the Tang dynasty invented by Zhuge Liang's descendants? Lan Loi boasted proudly, This is our secret weapon. It doesn't have a name yet, but I can tell you ahead of time. Before she could finish, Bak Tun casually said, It's gunpowder. This shocked Lan Loi. How did you guess that? Bak Tun's eyes were full of excitement and passion. With this can I make guns? When Bak Tun examined it, he couldn't help but admire. This is truly top-quality gunpowder, Lan Loi asked excitedly. What do you think, got any ideas? He thought to himself, Though the heat effect isn't as good as military gunpowder, if I use the right amount, I could at least make a sniper rifle. Backtongue asked curiously, "How do you plan to use the gunpowder effectively?" "Just use it as fuel," Lon Loy excitedly said. "Of course not. The explosives burn so quickly, it's such a waste to just use them as firewood, but I don't have a better idea yet." Backtongue asked again, "How good are your subordinates at blacksmithing?" Lan Loy boasted, "Our Gia-Cat family's skills are obviously the best." The two argued heatedly, leaving Tina no chance to jump in. She asked Dai Trang, "Can you show me the way out of the valley? We need to get back to Chang'an quickly." He quickly agreed. The group discussed as they went. "We have a hidden rope ladder set up. It can get you up in the time it takes to burn half an incense stick." They didn't notice a shadowy figure lurking behind them. Tiunyi, beaten and bruised, plotted revenge. "I've given you face, and now you think I'm an easy target." Backtongue suggested to Lan Loy, "I need an iron tube about the length of an arm, but it has to be top-quality iron steel would be best." She was completely baffled. "Something this weird-shaped I've never seen before." "What are you making?" Backthun shook his head. "I can't tell you yet." He thought to himself, just making something for self-defense will do. "If word gets out, I'll end up changing the course of history." Lan Loy got angry, puffing up her cheeks. "Still keeping secrets from me? I considered you a talented person and brought you here." Backtongue suddenly asked, "What's that?" Lan Loy looked in the direction he pointed. Then she got furious. "You stupid bugs, you let water get in and ruin my explosives. So you're in for a beating." Backthun's face turned serious. "That smell definitely isn't water." Liang Li angrily roared towards the cave entrance. "Who doesn't know that no fire is allowed within 10 yards of the cave entrance? That fool Xiao Er is arrogant as hell, but of course he knows. My young lady, I'm standing right here. What are you gonna do about it?" Liang Li pointed straight at him and shouted, "You're bold as a lion." Bei Cheng quickly calmed her down. "Don't move." He grabbed her shoulder and whispered, "There's oil on the ground." Only then did Liang Li realize in shock, knowing full well how dangerous the explosive oil in the cave was. "Liang Li is too loud. What are you trying to do? Are you crazy?" He didn't flinch at all. "I've worked for the Zhuge family for over 15 years. No merits, but plenty of hard work. But tonight you beat me because of this couple, so am I just a dog to you?" Bei Cheng hurriedly advised, "If that explosive in the cave goes off, you won't survive either. Put out the fire and we can talk this out." Xiao Er got even angrier. "This is the Zhuge family, it's not your place to speak." Xiao Er boasted power is everything. "With just one torch, you're all talking to me so politely." His face twisted ugly. He snarled, "From now on, you're all my dogs." Liang Li angrily yelled at him, "What the hell do you want? If you dare throw that flame, the guards will come running." "Do you think you can escape?" Xiao Er sneered nastily. "Stop trying to scare me. Behave and I'll let you live. If you messed up my good time, you'll have to make it up to me." Liang Li fumed and cursed. "You filthy pervert, worse than a dog or a pig. Wait till I get out, I'll kill you." Xiao Er went even further, "Strip for me or I'll burn you all right now. If that explosive in the cave blows, the family's legacy will be ruined. How can you face the master then?" Even at a young age, Liang Li thought of the big picture. "I might die, but my benefactor can't die in vain. And the Zhuge family's 1,000-year legacy can't be destroyed because of me." Xiao Er smirked sleazily. "That's right. I've served the Zhuge family for years now. It's your turn to serve me." Bei Cheng gently reached out to stop her from undressing. "Don't listen to him." He stroked Liang Li's head. "Let him try to light it and see if he's got the guts." Xiao Er saw this and raged. "You little punk talking big when you're about to die. Do you think I won't kill you?" Bei Cheng taunted him. "I think you're just a mad dog that barks a lot." Liang Li quickly urged him, "Just do it, don't provoke him now. I can't drag you into this." Xiao Er was so provoked that he threw the torch into the cave. "Go ahead and act crazy, you little punk. Die!" In Liang Li's shocked eyes, Bei Cheng threw his dagger. The dagger accurately knocked the torch away so it wouldn't ignite the oil on the ground. Only then did Xiao Er tremble in fear. "Hitting something that far away, are you some kind of sharpshooter like Hu Yi?" Bei Cheng dashed out of the cave. "Your time's up, you mad dog." Xiao Er took off running in terror, afraid he'd be caught and killed. But before leaving, he pressed a mechanism button outside the cave. Liang Li immediately shouted to warn Bei Cheng, "Watch out. He's activating the stone door." It was too late. Bei Cheng couldn't make it out before the stone door sealed shut, blocking the only exit. Xiao Er, healed from his scare, mocked. "Why aren't you acting tough now? Come on, hit me. Aren't you good with that dagger?" Bei Chung turned and asked Liang Li, "How do we open it? Where's the switch?" But she said in total despair, "This is the final defense for the explosive storage. This door weighs 3,000 stones. Once it's down, it's meant to erase all secrets from the outside world, so we're trapped." Bai Cheng wedged an iron rod into the gap under the stone door, using a small rock as a lever to push it up. The door's weight crushed the rock beneath it. Liang Li quickly yelled, "Benefactor, be careful." He crouched down, panting, "I'm okay." The lever trick didn't work. She softly advised, "Take it easy. They'll notice we're missing and send someone to find us." Suddenly, voices came from outside. "Why is the stone door down again? Did someone trigger the mechanism?" Both inside turned around, and Liang Li recognized it as Da Zhuang and Zhuang's voices. She rushed forward, pounding on the door and shouting, "Hey, can you hear me?" The people outside realized Liang Li was inside and quickly told each other, "Everyone get tools. We need to pry this door open." Tina, standing outside, pounded on the door and yelled, "Miss Zhug, is Bei Cheng in there? Is he okay?" Bei Cheng softly reassured her, "We'll be out soon." Tina heard this and started to choke up, teasing through the thick stone door. Liang Li stood there feeling a mix of emotions. They seemed so close. Why am I feeling a little uneasy? Meanwhile, the people outside were busy figuring out a rescue. Why am I feeling a little uneasy? Inside, Bei Cheng stood in front of Liang Li, carefully warning based on the sounds outside. "Stay away from the door, you might get hurt." She looked at him and couldn't help but think, is he protecting me? Earlier, when that guy threatened to set fire, he put me behind him. Suddenly, she noticed how handsome her benefactor was. Her face flushed. How could I see his face clearly without that crystal lens? Now my mind is full of him. It's so hot. Why is my heart racing? Suddenly, Liang Li fell into Bei Cheng's arms. He was startled by her action, then quickly knelt down, gripping her shoulders with concern. "What's wrong? Your face is so red." She blushed and stammered, "I'm fine, just a little dizzy." Hearing that Bei Cheng was puzzled about why she suddenly felt dizzy, then Liang Li suddenly pushed him away in panic. "Stay away from me. The closer you get, the hotter and more uncomfortable I feel." Seeing that he hurried to the door and shouted to the outside, "Da Zhuang, the air in the cave is running out. Your young lady can't hold on much longer. You have to break this door fast." The people outside only caught bits and pieces, leaving them confused as they discussed the words they heard. Luckily, Zhuang got back to the point, "We need to save the two inside." He analyzed. "This stone door is made of Xuanwu rock. Knives can't pierce it, axes can't split it, and it's backed by 3 feet of solid stone, so heating won't work." Still, someone next to him grabbed an axe and rushed to break it. From inside, Bei Cheng yelled, "Listen up! There's only one way to save your young lady." He calmly said, "Set fire outside the stone door." The crowd heard "set fire" and were stunned like they'd been struck by lightning. The people outside reacted with outrage, upset, and loudly opposing the idea. They even doubted Bei Cheng's judgment. Tina was a bit stunned, too. Bei Cheng must have a reason for saying that, but how can I convince these people? Thinking quickly, she raised her voice and warned the agitated crowd, "Shut your filthy mouths! Do you want me to beat you all to death when I get out?" The crowd went silent and stood there frozen. "Leong Lechem Din, I trust my benefactor. Do what he says. Anyone who objects will be beaten to death with sticks." The Zhuang group had no choice but to follow orders. As soon as she finished, they hurriedly told each other to run to the wood storage and bring all the firewood here. Only Tina stood there stunned. Liang Li's words echoed in her mind, "I trust my benefactor." She wondered, in just a few hours, she's willing to risk her life for him. Is her trust the same as mine? Bei Cheng reminded the outside, "Remember to clear the oil on the ground before lighting the fire." Only then did the crowd notice the oil on the ground. They thanked him and started shoveling the oil away. Though she trusted him, Liang Li was still curious. "Will fire even work? I've never heard of stone melting." Bei Cheng replied mysteriously, "We don't need to melt it. Today I'll teach you some important science from my era called the physical limits of rock." The fire was lit outside the door. The crowd watched the flames full of doubts about whether this would work. A second group brought buckets of water and started splashing it on the door. From inside the cave, Bei Cheng shouted, "Splash the door, not the fire!" But the door showed no change. Zhuang grumbled, "This is useless. We're definitely being tricked." "That bastard Bei Cheng, how dare you endanger our young lady? I'll get you for this." Before he finished, cracking sounds came from the stone door. Cracks started appearing. The crowd outside couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God, it's cracking on its own." The door smoked heavily and soon a hole formed. Finally, Bei Cheng stepped out. The people outside were amazed. "They're out. It's a miracle like magic. At that moment, Bei Chung was sweating. He held Liang Li tightly in his arms. He simply explained, "She's just fainted. She'll be fine after some rest." The crowd quickly gathered around him, chattering excitedly. Tina stood there with mixed feelings. They're safe now. I should be happy, but why do I feel so jealous inside? Finally, Liang Li woke up after a while. Da Zhuang knelt beside her, sobbing, "Young lady, you're finally awake." Zhuang was teary-eyed, too. Liang Li was confused. "How did I—" Da Zhuang continued crying, "You fainted in the cave. Luckily, our benefactor saved you. If something happened to you, what would we do?" Bei Chung also stepped over to check on her. "Are you okay now?" Only Tina had a dark expression. When Bei Chung asked, Liang Li blushed and shyly responded. Da Zhuang and Zhuang saw this and cluelessly asked each other. Da Zhuang and Zhuang saw this and cluelessly asked each other. "Hey, Zhuang, why is the young lady blushing like that? Young lady, are you still not feeling well?" Liang Li was embarrassed and snapped. She hit Zhuang on the head hard and said, "That's just a healthy glow. Keep talking nonsense and I'll throw you in the river for the fish to eat." Meanwhile, Tina suddenly hugged his arm and whined, "Bei Chung, let's go. We have to get back to Chang'an quickly." Bei Chung was surprised by her action but remembered their mission. Liang Li asked in a daze, "Are you leaving already?" Bei Chung replied, "We have an important task. Please, Miss Zhuge, help us get out of the valley." She turned away. "If you ask, I'll agree. Come with me. And don't call me Miss Zhuge anymore. Call me Liang Li." He repeated the name and watched her walk away. Da Zhuang and Zhuang whispered behind, "The master has been gone for years and no one's ever been allowed to use the young lady's given name." "It's over, it's over. The young lady must still be out of it." Later, Bei Chung and Tina stood in front of a long zip line. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heck is this?" Liang Li proudly bragged, "I named it the Sky Dragon Glider. It's exactly what it does, so no need to be so shocked." Tina showed a helpless expression. "I was more shocked when I first saw it. It's really amazing." Behind them, Zhuang pulled out a wooden board. Zhuang hooked the iron hook to the stone pillar connection. Liang Li wished them safe travels. Bei Chung and Tina were already in position. He waved goodbye. "Take care of yourself. Remember the eye protection technique I taught you?" Da Zhuang and Zhuang were also getting ready, following Bei Chung's instructions. Liang Li pouted jealously. "You're so wordy. Don't forget you owe me those glasses that stay on." He winked. "How could I forget? Come to Chang'an, and I'll treat you to a lamb feast." Da Zhuang shouted, "Is the dragon glider taking our benefactor out?" The crowd got into position, holding tight and bracing themselves. On the other side, Bei Chung and Tina gripped the handles on the glider. They slid down, screaming all the way. Liang Li watched from above. Tears welled in her eyes as she said softly, "Swinging away like that without a proper goodbye. Just in time, after a while, I have to deliver goods to the crown prince. You better stay in Chang'an waiting for me." Finally, the two landed safely on the other side. Bei Cheng looked at the glider and thought, "Building a zip line in this era, the Zhuge family is full of geniuses. Once I finish the gun barrel in Chang'an, I'll find her to mix the gunpowder. Gun technology can't fall into their hands. That would be terrifying." As he was lost in thought, Tina slid over angrily and pinched his ear, making him yell, "What are you zoning out for? Are you missing your little sweetheart?" Bei Cheng quickly covered his ear. "What got into you?" "I don't miss her," Tina warned. "I'm warning you, don't mess with that girl. If you do, I won't let you off." He rubbed his ear defiantly. "Why? When have I ever messed with anyone?" Then he recalled the scene, looking scared. Tina turned away embarrassed and pouting, "You beast, and you won't even admit it." His action made Bei Chung spurt blood from his nose. He stared at the sky, questioning life. "What did I even do? I don't remember anything." Then he helplessly lay down. "I don't remember a thing anymore." He started crying pitifully. Tina looked confused and worried. "What's wrong with you?" Bei Chung's face turned sly as he slyly reached out and pulled his shirt down. "That last time doesn't count. Let's do it now." Tina stammered in shock. "Here! That's not a good idea." Bei Chung didn't care and lunged. "My beauty, I'm coming for you." Tina blushed and dodged, yelling, "Don't come near me." Then she peeked and saw nothing, so she opened her eyes. She saw Bei Chung lounging against a tree. "Knew you were tricking me." She blushed and explained, "I just don't want to do it here." But he cut in, "Enough with the excuses." He confidently said nothing happened that night. You must have used some drug to knock me out. Why would you trick me even if you're from the Turks? You wouldn't ruin your reputation like that. Tina bit her lip furious. You dense idiot, you think fast when fighting, but now I have to spell it out for you. Fine, no more beating around the bush. She gathered her courage and shouted, because I like you. Before she finished, he signaled her to be quiet. Tina heard the question, and he glanced in a direction, waving, There's a bloody smell coming from that way. She froze. Bloody smell. But inside she wanted to hit him with a rod. You jerk, is your mind full of dirt? Not far away, assassins lay scattered. An angry voice rang out, Let me go. If you dare touch me, wait for the whole clan to be wiped out. Ruo Dui was tied to a tree, furious. Don't think a temporary win means you can rule. My father won't be fooled by you villains. The assassins were exhausted and exchanged, This crazy woman is tough to handle. So many of us against one, and she still took down several. If the crown prince hadn't ordered not to harm her, we wouldn't have lost so many. At that moment, Tina and Bei Chung were hiding in nearby bushes. They overheard the assassins discussing how to deal with Ruo Dui. Tina was puzzled. The crown prince. How is he involved with the crown prince? Bai Cheng said seriously, Those two are in cahoots, which I expected. What surprises me most is how that girl ended up in their hands. He watched Ruo Dui cursing and pondered. Meanwhile, Tina's mind raced girl. Such a sweet way to address her. He always uses my full name but calls her that. Bei Cheng started thinking, I need to find a way to save her quickly. If she keeps yelling, she'll get killed. Amid the shouts attracting attention, Get your dirty hands off me! An assassin tried to kiss her. Jan Chung only said to keep her alive, right? He didn't say we couldn't touch her. The others realized, yeah. We can't let our brothers die in vain. Everyone needs some fun. Hurry up, line up. The little prince goes first. Bei Chung heard and furious, You scum! Tina stopped him. Calm down. We can't fight them head on. We need a plan. Bai Huang approached Ruo Dui. She panicked and called Bei Chung's name. He laughed sleazily. Go ahead and scream. Scream your lungs out. He won't show up. A voice rang out, grabbing their attention. Let her go. Shannan tried to stop him, but Bei Chung couldn't hold back. He gritted his teeth and glared at them. Bai Huang saw him and laughed. Kuo Bei Chung, you're something. Falling from such a high cliff and surviving. Ruo Dui saw hope and called his name desperately. He pointed at Bai Huang and warned, If you've got guts, come at me. Let Ruo Dui go. Tina still tried to hold him back. She hugged his arm, and their pose was easy to misinterpret. Bai Huang and Ruo Dui for once shared the same thought, and both darkened. Fooling around, living together, holding hands intimately. He gritted his teeth. Even a worm will turn. Kuo Bei Chung, today it's either you or me. The tree behind him split in half. Ruo Dai carried the tree trunk on her back, furious. Do you know how many people worried about you? And you still have the nerve to flirt here. She smashed the trunk into him and yelled, Being all lovey-dovey. Bei Chung sneered, Don't make me sick. I'm not interested in you. Hearing that, Ruo Dui rolled up her sleeves, eyes blazing. I have to chop you down today. He stopped her. Cool it. He's just all talk. He can't hurt you. Ruo Dui shouted in outrage. The 2CA is about to be ruined because of him. Her voice shook with anger. He colluded with the crown prince to frame the 2CA, stirring up war between the Tang dynasty and the Turks. Bei Chung frowned in shock upon hearing. Ruo Di angrily wiped tears. If I hadn't run fast, I'd be in prison with the 2CA now. Do you think he deserves to die? Tina was furious too. Bai Huang, lying on the ground, whimpered, It was all Jian Chung forcing me. How could I not listen? Bei Chung darkened and twisted his arm. Later, Bai Huang immediately begged, but his pleas turned to screams. In another scene, the Wang residence was surrounded. Jian Chung gritted his teeth impatiently. What time is it? Why haven't they caught Ruo Dui yet? Lu Fu bowed respectfully. They think Ruo Dui is a fighter, so she's hard to catch. If she runs to Qin Qiong and the old generals of the Qin King, it could cause big trouble. Jian Chung frowned. I've deployed 300 guards at the Zhongzheng Temple today. Even if the sky falls, we must behead Li Shimin and show him to the public. Let's see if there's any twist. The people started gossiping about the crown prince and Shimin. This situation is clearly bad for him. Later, the crowd turned and exclaimed, The new king is here. They saw Shimin locked in a cage. The people murmured in disbelief that he rebelled. Cries of injustice rose. A soldier shouted, Bring the prisoner to the Zhongzheng Temple. Outsiders move aside. but the crowd chanted, "The Qin King is innocent. The Qin King is innocent." Shimin silently entered through the gate. His eyes swept over Jiancheng. The crowd kept shouting, "The Qin King is innocent. The Qin King is wronged." A guard yelled, "Shut up! Are you asking for death? Get out." Then he stepped heavily up the stairs. Seeing Shimin like that, Jiancheng couldn't help but laugh. "Second brother, things have come to this. Don't blame me." He taunted, "Next year on this day I'll burn offerings for you, the whole Qinhuang residents and all your old generals." Jiancheng sat high above. Next to him was the chief judge. He began listing the crimes against Shimin. "I declare the case of Li Shimin colluding with the Turks to rebel. Interrogate the rebel Li Shimin. Do you know your crimes?" He smirked. "No witnesses, so what crime am I supposed to admit?" The judge slammed the table. "Don't you know what you've done? You're dissatisfied with the court plotting rebellion, colluding with Turkish envoys, kidnapping Princess Athena, starting a war, then seizing the throne. Yesterday in the palace, the emperor judged your crimes. Does the emperor's word mean less than a foreigner's?" Shimin sneered. "No surprise you're the crown prince's lapdog. Your skill at slandering is impressive. If that's the case, why bother with a trial? Just sentence me." The judge pulled out an indictment. "Since you still have some conscience, sign it." The chief judge brought the indictment to Shimin. He taunted, "The crown prince thought of everything, even writing my confession for me." From above, Jiancheng sipped tea leisurely. "I don't want to waste your time. Sign it, and we can head to the execution ground. You might even make it on time." The chief judge handed him the pen. "Take it. Don't waste the crown prince's time. He still has to report back to the palace." Shimin chuckled mockingly. "Li Shimin. I joined the army at 17, fought countless battles, walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood to get here. I never thought I'd die at my brother's hand. How tragic, how absurd." The official next to him urged, "Stop the nonsense, hurry up." As Shimin raised his hand to sign, a shout came from above. Then Bai Huang fell, followed by Bei Cheng and Tina. Finally, Bei Cheng landed safely while Bai Huang face-planted. Seeing him, Jiancheng's expression changed. "They're still alive." Lu Fu was doubtful. "That's impossible." Shimin smiled and called Bei Cheng's name. Bei Cheng's voice boomed, "Your Highness, don't worry. I'm here to save you." The official raged, "Where did this pest come from, bold enough to disrupt the Zhongzheng temple? Guards, drag this little thief out and give him 300 lashes, then throw him in jail for the rats." The soldiers moved in unison. He stepped forward without backing down and punched the official. "Beat this corrupt official to death." The hall shook. The soldiers paused as the official flew back. Then Bei Cheng declared, "I'm Kuo Bei Cheng. This is Princess Athena of the Turks. The truth, the Turks and Bai Huang can prove the Qin King is innocent. Crown Prince, do you dare go to the palace with us to face the emperor?" Jiancheng laughed manically. "Kuo Bei Cheng, you've ruined my plans too many times. But your luck's run out today," he said arrogantly. "When Li Shimin entered, he was guilty. When he leaves, he's still guilty. You were a dead man yesterday, and you're still a dead man today because this is my territory." Just then, soldiers rushed in, intruders in the Zhongzheng temple. They quickly surrounded Bei Cheng's group. Jiancheng pointed, "The rebel Li Shimin is colluding with foreigners trying to escape. Soldiers, execute these four immediately. Whoever takes their heads gets 100 ounces of gold." Then he waved, "Charge." The soldiers obeyed and attacked. Seeing Bei Cheng's group surrounded by Huang, laughed excitedly. "I warned you, coming here means death." But he noticed something wrong. There were only 3 in front of him. On this side, the soldiers charged, shouting, "Kill!" full of energy. Suddenly, Bai Huang bolted, yelling that he was Jiancheng's ally, but the soldiers chased him. Then Bei Cheng raised his hands and shouted, "I surrender!" He surrendered sincerely and admitted fault. But Shimin refused. "Ko, how can you surrender to scum like this? A real man dies with honor rather than lives in shame." Bei Cheng showed true remorse. "Your Highness, this is your family matter. I've done my best. Why drag me down with you?" Lu Fu wisely warned, "Kuo Bei Cheng is cunning by nature. Surrendering isn't his style. There might be a trick." But Jiancheng laughed. "He who understands the times is a great hero. Kuo Bei Cheng, you're smart," he flattered. "So, Crown Prince, can I switch sides now?" "Bei Cheng is willing to serve you like a slave." Shimin raged. "Kuo Bei Cheng, I never thought you'd be so shameless." Bai Huang cursed. "Kuo Bei Cheng, you're more two-faced than me. Let me go." Jiancheng frowned authoritatively. "I hate to lose a talent like you. Kneel and bow 3 times and I'll spare your life." He smirked. You're clever tricking Bai Huang to kidnap Princess Athena and frame Li Shimin. A dummy like me couldn't come up with such a brilliant plan. Jian Cheng laughed heartily. I'm just using some tricks. If you want to play with me, you're still too green. Bai Cheng bent his knee slightly, then stood up satisfied with the info he got. Meanwhile, Shimin was still confused. Jian Cheng laughed wildly. What a stubborn fool! You're about to die and still don't know your place. Everything here is mine. You dead folks think you can come back. Just then, a authoritative voice came from behind Jian Cheng. What a big mouth. What a big mouth. Jian Cheng felt a shock and turned, Father. He quickly knelt before Li Yuan. Then he roared, Li Shimin, how dare you alarm Father to leave the palace? What if our father catches a cold? You're unfilial and disloyal, unforgivable. Li Yuan's eyes turned icy. At this point, do you still think I'm a fool? His words cut like a knife, making Jian Cheng sweat and widen his eyes. I don't dare. I know my sins. Li Yuan looked at him disappointedly. If not for Ruo Dui staking her life, I wouldn't have come to the Zhongzheng temple or known your dirty deeds. I'm deeply disappointed in you. Then he turned to Shimin with a softer tone. Shimin, you've suffered injustice. Since you're innocent, come back to the palace. Jian Cheng stood nearby, upset for him. Li Yuan frowned. Kobe Cheng, what's your grievance? Li Yuan frowned. Kobe Cheng, what's your grievance? He pointed at Jian Cheng and yelled, The crown prince disrespects the emperor, frames the innocent, and kills arbitrarily. Your Majesty, won't you punish him? Shimin quickly tried to stop him. Li Yuan sternly warned, This is the Zhongzheng temple. We're handling royal matters. Don't forget your place, Kobe Cheng. He showed discontent. No wonder your son overthrows you. Sensing trouble, Shimin stepped in. Kobe Cheng is straightforward by nature. If he offended, please forgive him, father. Li Yuan then apologized to Tina. It was my subordinate's mischief that almost harmed the Qin King. I'll report to the Khan and severely punish Bai Huang for your majesty and the Qin King. Her response was fitting. She bowed humbly. It was my subordinate's mischief that almost harmed the Qin King. Then Li Yuan said to Ruo Dui, Ruo Dai, you go back with Shimin. She obeyed. As they left, Bai Cheng kept complaining, making the other two scold, Shut up. He was indignant about Shimin's unfair treatment. Ruo Dai snapped, What nonsense? Those two are the emperor's own flesh and blood. Amid the argument, shouts came from outside. The Qin King is out. Look, the Qin King is safe. Look, the Qin King is safe. The cheers echoed, Long live the Qin King. The Qin King is cleared. The Qin King is innocent. The crowd chanted, Long live the Qin King. Long live the Qin King. Inside, Li Yuan stood silently. He suddenly asked, Have you heard? Li Yuan closed his eyes and sighed. I've tried to keep Shimin out of court affairs, yet he still wins the people's hearts. Not even you or I can sleep easy. Hearing that, Jian Cheng tried to stand. What do you mean, father? But Li Yuan barked, Who told you to stand? Kneel. His voice was cold as ice. Your elder brother has caused disasters repeatedly, shaming the royal family. I called you back to unite and suppress Shimin. Don't disappoint me again. At that moment, Yuan Ji appeared, receiving Li Yuan's order to Jian Cheng's shock. The scene shifted to the outskirts where Shimin's group sat under a pavilion. Shimin raised his tea, 1,000 miles of seeing off ends in farewell. The road is long. I wish Princess Athena smooth sailing, and hope the Tang dynasty and the Turks can resolve this and avoid war. Athena took the tea and hinted, Resolving it is just hope. To truly live in harmony, we need some rituals. He looked at her curiously. What rituals do you mean, princess? She glanced at Bai Cheng seductively. For example? Finally, she said slowly, Marriage alliance. Hearing that, he spat out his water. Shimin nodded thoughtfully. He said he'd ask Li Yuan. She smiled shyly. Athena is willing to marry into the Tang dynasty. To bring the Turks into the Tang. Shimin praised her. Ruo Dai protested, Don't be fooled by her. She taunted, Athena's got tricks. Did all the Turkish men die? Why marry into our Tang? Athena shot back, Princess Ruo Dui, you're joking. The Tang is full of talents. Why can't the Turks pick one? Or do you want to compete with me? As the two argued, Bai Cheng comforted himself that it wasn't about him. When they got in the carriage, Athena called back, I'll report to my father. The marriage decree will come soon. Ruo Dui yelled back, In your dreams. Even if we castrate our men, we won't give you one. Shimin watched Athena. This woman is sharp-minded and visionary. Too bad she's a woman. If she were a man, she'd be a disaster for our Tang. Only Ruo Dui sulked. Bei Chung quietly watched Athena. Will we meet again? After the Xuanwu Gate incident, I'll come find you. Can the Imperial Seal really take me back? Suddenly he heard a sound from somewhere. Across, Liang Li waved, catching his attention. Seeing her, he was startled. Liang Li! She jumped off the horse and ran to him. But the guard stopped her. Da Zhuang drew his sword. Brothers, protect the young lady. The group behind prepared to fight. Bei Cheng hurried over and waved. Don't worry, she's my friend. Then Liang Li ran to him and hugged tightly. I missed you so much. From behind, Shimin teased, You're quite the social butterfly, Kuo. Ruodi added, Look at that. She glared, You just sent one away and here's another. You're a real flirt, deserve to be chopped 1,000 times. The group returned to the pavilion. Bei Cheng introduced, This is Zhuge Lang Li. This lady saved me when I fell into Ka Mountain. Without her help, we couldn't have made it back in time. Suddenly, Liang Li stood up excitedly. Just a bit. You promised to make glasses for me, so keep your word. Shimin politely said, Nice to meet you. Bei Chung was a bit embarrassed. Who knew you'd get here so fast? I'll make them for you once we're back in the city. Ruo Dui interrupted angrily. You just sent one away and here's another. Any more? He looked puzzled. Heading home or what? Ruodai hissed. I want to become a nun. A while later, shouts to clear the way echoed in the city. His eyes swept the covered carts. Are these all weapons? Liang Li gestured. Don't say it so loud. Bei Cheng couldn't help but wonder, why is Chang'an's security so lax? Even those huge weapon carts can tilt sideways and get in. She smirked. That's because the buyer has unbeatable power. Do you want to know who he is? I can tell you. But he bluntly turned away. Forget it. It's too much trouble. I've stirred up enough already. I'm not interested. Lan Loi was already fuming from what Bok Thun said. What a waste of my good intentions. But then he suddenly realized something. His face darkened quickly. Wait, this weapons stash isn't... Lan Loi just lightly patted the cart. Relax, it's just some regular weapons. It's not gunpowder. Gunpowder is still our family's top secret. Only our trusted insiders know the details. Outsiders have no clue. She glanced at him. Except for you, I don't hide any secrets from you. Once you deliver the goods, come find me. She agreed right away, after saying that he headed to a stall to buy something. He thought for a moment and started listing what he needed. Glasses and guns. Meanwhile, Lan Loi looked anxious. Have you checked it yet? We still have to head back. The person across from him replied a bit irritably but stayed calm. Don't rush, okay? Be patient. Then Nguyen Cat stepped out. What did you bring this time? Facing his appearance, she quickly changed her tone. General 4. Lan Loi happily waved. General 4, when did you get back? At the same time, the official nearby was busy tallying the inventory. This time we have 100 snowflower crossbows, 100 silver-wrapped blades, and 250 raw cat chain armor sets. The other miscellaneous items are still being counted. Nguyen Cat stepped up to Lan Loi. Just got back a few days ago. Lan Loi, it's been a year and you've grown taller. She lightly tapped her shoe on the ground. No way, General 4, don't tease me. He looked at Lan Loi for a while and said seriously, Back then, I introduced you to the prince because I saw the exquisite forging skills of the Jia Cat family and your dedicated spirit in innovating weapons. For all these years, the prince has been very pleased with your work. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked allowing you to set up a weapons forge outside Chang'an. Nguyen Cat asked again. I also said that the newest weapons have to be shown to us first, right? She hesitated a bit. Yes, this time we brought the latest ones. Suddenly, from behind Lan Loi, a voice accused with a laugh, She's lying. She immediately turned to look. He acted like he knew everything. About the gunpowder. How long do you plan to hide it from General 4? Lan Loi jumped in shock and shouted, Trung Tiu Nhi! Back in the bustling streets, the blacksmith was hammering away, yelling, Soul nail! Over here, Bok Thung was carefully adjusting the glasses frame. The blacksmith chatted while working. Sir, you have some fine skills. I've been in this trade for decades and never seen anything so precise. Later, the blacksmith leaned closer to Bok Thun, eyeing what he held with curiosity. But what does this thing do? I'm just a simple guy with poor eyesight and I need top-grade fish glue. Bak Thun just smiled without explaining. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the door. The blacksmith looked out curiously. Why is it so noisy out there? He quickly ran out to join the crowd. In the distance, people on the street were buzzing about a blood-covered man. Someone suggested reporting it to the authorities, but others said they'd already tried and it was no use. Bak Thun overheard and grew suspicious. They're afraid to handle it. In front of him was Dai Trang, covered in blood, looking badly injured. The crowd around wanted to help, but didn't dare. Right then, Dai Trang fought to stay conscious. I can't pass out. My benefactor is the only one who can save the young lady. Not long after soldiers arrived on the scene. The officers approached Dai Trang, looking like they'd chased him hard. Then they shouted at the onlookers to scatter. As soon as they did, one stomped on Dai Trang's face. The soldier swung his sword and sneered, "Stop struggling. Die quick and reincarnate fast. Find a more reliable master next life." Witnessing their bullying, someone angrily condemned, "That's outrageous. No matter how vicious the criminal, if he can't fight back, why humiliate him?" The others hurried away. "Let's go mind your own business with the officials." In that moment, as the officer raised his sword to strike, a flash of light suddenly appeared in the air. At the same time, Bak Thun showed up and blocked the soldier's sword. The soldier was stunned for a second. Bak Thun successfully blocked the sword to protect Dai Trang. The crowd stared at Bak Thun. Who is this guy? How can he block a military blade with just a small knife? The person next to him couldn't believe it, and with just one hand, seeing him, Dai Trang burst into tears. "Benefactor, I finally found you." At the same time, the soldier aggressively stepped forward. "Where did this madman come from? The officials are working and you dare interfere. Want your whole family wiped out?" Bak Thun ignored them and urgently asked, "Dai Trang, how did you end up like this? Where's your young lady?" Faced with Bak Thun's disregard, the soldier raised his sword. "You." He didn't say more and thrust the knife right at the soldier's face. The soldier froze on the spot, sweat pouring down. Bak Thun glared at him and challenged, "You little punk, I don't like seeing lapdogs like you bully my buddy. Even if the big boss himself showed up, he couldn't stop me." With one kick, Bak Thun took down the arrogant soldier. He gently turned his hand, twirling the knife blade, his eyes clearly showing contempt. "You're fighting terribly." Soldiers who only know indulgence raised on pig feed right. The crowd witnessing was full of astonishment at his strength. Some kind folks reminded him to leave this place right away. Then he tossed the knife back to the blacksmith. "Thanks for the knife, boss." He took it back with a puzzled look. Suddenly, Dai Trang grabbed Bak Thun's leg. He panted, his face full of worry and fear. "Go save the young lady, quick. General 4 captured her and wants to steal the gunpowder." Hearing that, Bak Thun immediately rode off to the rescue. Yan frowned, recalling Dai Trang's words. "Next to the Heavenly Dragon, there's a secret passage through the valley bottom. Going that way might catch up to the gunpowder. It absolutely can't fall into the prince's hands. You have to stop them." Bak Thun's face twisted in anger. "Damn it, the buyer is Li Qiantan." What a weird coincidence. History says gunpowder didn't show up until the late Tang dynasty. I have to stop them. Thinking that, he sped up, urging his horse faster. In another scene, soldiers lay scattered in pools of blood. Witnessing the horror, Bak Thun's face changed. He seemed to understand Li Qiantan's real target. Back to Dai Trang, he was deep in a daze. The Dun looked confused at Dai Trang. "Who is the person this young hero brought?" Nyuk Jui said uncertainly. "Seems like his subordinate or friend from the Jia cat family." She tilted her head thoughtfully. "He didn't say exactly what happened. Dumped him here and rode off." Just as they were confused, the door suddenly burst open. Bak Thun stepped in from outside, breathing hard. "Your Highness, you must leave Chang'an immediately." At that moment, a wooden crate suddenly exploded. Li Qiantan quickly shielded himself, looking panicked. "What is this black powder? Such terrifying power." Then Lok Fu bowed and reported, "Your Highness, this is the strongest weapon ever called gunpowder. It's highly flammable and explosive. That was just a small test. If we scale it up several times, this palace would turn to dust." Hearing that, Li Qiantan laughed excitedly. "Perfect, this is way better than catapults or that old Bak Thun's skyfire." Lok Fu's eyes showed regret, but also calculation. "I was going to test the ingredients, but this works. I'll adjust the explosive direction. If I can create a fire weapon army, I'll be unbeatable." Just then, Li Qiantan turned to Nguyen Cat with bright eyes. "Well done, old four. I'll arrange for it to blow up the Qin Prince's residence tomorrow." Nguyen Cat smirked and hinted, Big brother, you're too soft. Compared to the Chin Prince's place, I think somewhere else is more fitting. Over here, Bak Thun's group gathered around a small table. Nyuk Jui looked puzzled. Is there really a weapon that strong? You're saying Big Brother will use it to assassinate Second Brother. Bak Tung said firmly, this isn't an assassination anymore. It's clearly an explosion. They're digging a tunnel underneath. The whole Chin Prince's residence will blow up. Anyway, you have to leave Chang'an right away. Stay safe. The Don shook his head helplessly. Father won't allow it. He's afraid I'll team up with the old border generals to rebel. The Emperor has spoken, so suggesting to leave Chang'an won't go over well. Let me think. Is there another way? Just as the group was tense, Dai Trang hoarsely called benefactor. He struggled to sit up, shaking with anger. My young lady is still with the prince. Thanks to you, you have to save her. He bowed his head to kowtow. But Bak Thun quickly stepped up and stopped him. Don't. I'll never leave her. Do you know where she's held? He guessed that Kien Thun had locked Lanloi in the dungeon at New Fong Hall in the prince's eastern palace. The dungeon has 9 levels each with hidden traps. The deeper you go, the more dangerous. Unless you bring an army, going alone is a one-way trip. The Don recalled, I've heard the prince's eastern palace has a hellish dungeon for imprisoning officials and gods. For years, countless heroes have tried to break in and rescue, but they've all vanished, not even bodies left. The eastern palace is heavily guarded. Outside, 6 princes' guards stand watch. Inside, it's a maze of traps. Rescuing someone needs careful planning. First, find the gunpowder. That's the urgent task. Gunpowder is dangerous. It won't be in the Eastern Palace. It'll be a bit easier. Meanwhile, Nyuk Dui chimed in. But if Miss Gia Cat can't handle the torture and reveals the gunpowder method, what then? Even if we destroy the gunpowder, Big Brother won't stop making more. Hearing that, the Don grew worried too. Then Bak Thun stood up. You're right, saving her is key. He said firmly, even if it's really hell down there, I'll get Gia Cat Lanloi out. Dai Trang beside him couldn't hide his emotion and called benefactor. The Don had to compromise. I'll gather the experts from the residence to go with you. Too many people will draw attention and mess things up. I know someone who might help. Bak Thun turned to her with curiosity. The scene shifts to the lively streets. Laughter and teasing filled the air. A madam flirted with Quan Kui. Master Kui, you haven't been around lately. The girls miss you terribly. The others bowed to greet him. Just then Nyuk Dui ran past him. Her beauty caught Quan Kui's eye. He stared in her direction. Is this a new girl here? The madam next to him waved it off. We don't have anyone like that. She must be crying and leaving, probably heading to the 10,000 Flowers house to find her man. Hearing that, he got interested. So she's a proper lady with a broken heart. A moment later, Quan Kui and his men chased after Nyuk Dui. He shouted for her to stop, but she vanished into the night. His subordinate snapped, You damn well pretending not to hear. Quan Kui held him back. Don't scare her, be polite. Just then a noose wrapped around a subordinate's neck. He was yanked up right away. Still, Quan Kui didn't notice and ordered his men, Don't waste time. If they don't listen, just grab her, Quan Kui said cheerfully, like giving an order. Maybe she'll like it. Over here, Nyuk Dui grabbed a subordinate by the collar. Seeing that, he panicked and stammered, How dare you touch the Eastern Palace's people? Quan Kui quickly ordered his men, Grab this woman. He looked around in panic. Where is everyone? I'm the only one left. Right after Bak Thun smacked Quan Kui on the head and snapped, Shut up! He pressed the knife to his neck. Uncle, you were eyeing my girl pretty hard, huh? Quan Kui shook in fear, his face pale, begging for mercy. Bak Tung tilted his head and smiled. I don't want money, just help me with something. Then he whispered, Help us get into the Eastern Palace. Quan Kui's face changed dramatically. You want to assassinate the prince? Bak Tung pressed the knife harder. That's none of your business. Quan Kui jumped and shook his head. No way, no way. Even if you kill me, I won't. Suddenly, Nyuk Dui stabbed her sword into Quan Kui's leg. She gave him a cold look. Thung Quan Kui, don't act all righteous in front of me, okay? Nyuk Dui tilted her head and smirked. Do you know who I am now? Nyuk Dui tilted her head and smirked. Do you know who I am now? If you don't want to be chopped into pieces and fed to the fish in the lake, then lead the way. Honestly, got it. Under threat, Quan Kui complied immediately. He kept nodding, seeing that she eased up. Bak Tung acted jealous. Can you let go now? That old guy's kissing your hand, his drool's all over it. Nyuk Dui saw Quan Kui had gone limp, scared, stiff. but Bok Tung said, "Put him in the carriage first. Wake him up halfway." As they dragged him, she suddenly asked, "What did you mean by my girl earlier?" Bak Tung cleared his throat and awkwardly replied, "You know what I mean. One evening at the prince's residence, the Eastern Palace Gate." The soldiers guarding the Eastern Palace Gate noticed something. The approaching carriage caught their attention. The guard saw the carriage wasn't stopping and yelled, "Stop! Who is that?" "Don't you know it's past curfew? The Eastern Palace is off limits." They kept yelling but got no response from the carriage, so they snapped, "You deaf or what?" Quan Kui heard and burst out, "Who you calling deaf want to die?" The guard stammered, "Oh, it's the Chamberlain himself." He calmly said, "I have business with the prince. Open the gate." One of them replied, "His Highness and General 4 left since the evening watch." "They haven't returned yet." Quan Kui stuttered, "They left. This is—" The guard took the chance to suggest, "Maybe you should rest first. Come back tomorrow to see the prince." Right after he felt something cold on his neck. Quan Kui knew he had to get in, so he pretended to rage, "I'm at the gate and you're sending me away. Open this door for me now." The guards, seeing his anger, didn't dare refuse and opened the gate for Quan Kui. Nyuk Jui thought, "This is risky. If Quan Kui signals anything, we'll be pinned like porcupines in this trap. You have to watch him closely." Inside, Bok Thun was in the carriage. He was hanging from the top, pointing his sharp sword at the opposite side. In a corner of the Eastern Palace, questions kept coming. "The dungeon, I never heard of it." Bok Thun pressed the sword to his face and demanded, "Trying to trick me." Quan Kui panicked and denied, "Spare me, hero. I really don't know anything." He immediately picked him up and said, "Fine, if you don't know, we'll go check together." Quan Kui got even more scared and weakly protested, "No, don't. Spare me, I really don't know about any dungeon." A moment later, Lok Fu casually asked, "Did anyone come in tonight?" The guard honestly reported, "Sir, only the Chamberlain just entered the palace." He frowned and followed up, "Thung Quan Kui. So late, why's that kid back from the brothel?" "Was he alone?" The guard replied, "Yes, and one more carriage driver." Lok Fu pondered, "And a carriage driver." Bak Tang muttered, "If Dai Trang is right, the dungeon entrance is in this courtyard." With that, he slowly opened the door and looked around before going in. Bak Tang dragged Quan Kui along and said, "Dai Trang said it's the second pillar on the right." She replied, "I'll check." Soon, Nyok Dui reported back, "No mechanism like he described." Bak Tang heard and shook Quan Kui awake. "Hey, wake up! Stop sleeping!" Nyok Dui saw he wasn't waking and pinched his ear. She knew he'd scream, so as Quan Kui opened his mouth, she covered it. She punished him while scolding, "With your desperate groans, did you think pretending to be out cold would fool me, princess?" Not long after the secret entrance opened, Bak Tang saw and marveled, "So the mechanism is underground." Quan Kui flattered him, "You're brilliant, sir. You figured it out instantly." Bak Tang wasn't swayed and snapped, "Cut the crap and get down there." After they went down, the secret door closed. Bak Tang escorted him down while questioning, "How many guards are in the dungeon?" Quan Kui knew he couldn't fight back, so he answered, "No guards, just someone delivers food daily." He asked, "Lan Loi is on the 9th level, right?" He sadly confirmed, "Yes." Bak Thun pressed on, "Where's the shortcut? How to get down fastest?" At that point, Quan Kui helplessly explained, "No shortcut. This dungeon has only one path. The entrance to each level is on one side, the exit on the other. To reach the 9th, you have to go through the 8th. He threatened, "If I find out you're lying, it won't be just a beating." Quan Kui trembled, "I'm telling the truth. Not a word is hidden." Later, Bak Thung let him lead and turned to Nyuk Dui. "Does the prince have to go through 9 levels to question prisoners?" She guessed he probably doesn't come often, so no shortcut. Quan Kui overheard and thought smugly, "Great, they don't know the dungeon's traps, so I still have a chance to turn this around. Watch how I flip this from death to life." But he still had to act friendly and introduce, "We're at the 1st level. This is Jail A." He looked deeper and wondered, 9 jails. Is this based on the heavenly stems? He eagerly praised, "Sir, you're a real genius. You get it right away." "I'm impressed." Bak Thun ignored the flattery and asked Nyuk Dui, "Do you see anyone?" She hesitated. "It looks like shadows moving, probably dummies to confuse us. On the 1st level, living people wouldn't be locked on the 1st level." He kept asking, "So what does the prince keep here?" Nyuk Dui answered, "Probably officials who opposed him." Quan Kui saw they weren't watching him and thought excitedly, "Even you two will die here." He secretly pressed a button while scheming, "Right in this trap." With that, he pressed the button without hesitation. Bak Tang and Nyuk Dui sensed something and turned back. Countless sharp arrows flew toward them like lightning. Quan Kui, who triggered it, was the most terrified as the arrows activated. After everything settled, he assumed he was safe and pointed triumphantly, "Dare to mess with Thung Quan. What now?" Seeing they were unharmed, Quan Kui was stunned. He shook and asked, "How did you dodge the pear blossom rain?" "That's the Eastern Palace's secret trap." Bactung calmly replied, "Maybe I'm just lucky." But really, Dai Trang had told him all about the dungeon. As he finished, Quan Kui tried to run, but Bactung chased. "Where do you think you're going?" Seeing Quan Kui waddling away, he yelled, "Where else can you run?" He ran while plotting, "The next trap is the meteor finger. You just got lucky. This time I'll finish you." With that, he activated the second trap with determination. He declared, "Heaven's righteous array." A massive hammer suddenly dropped. Bactung eyed the hammer and warned Nyuk Dui, "Watch out." Quan Kui thought he was scared and laughed smugly, but that 100-ton hammer stopped midway. A second later, it crushed Quan Kui. He couldn't dodge and screamed. After escaping the hammer, he grumbled, "Who set this trap? The chain's rusted already. What's this rock?" "It shattered on impact." Bak Thun saw he still had energy to complain and wondered, is his head made of steel? Right after Quan Kui boldly declared, "I won't give up." Bactung looked at his clumsy form and said helplessly, "The prince should give an award to the best escaper." Nyuk Dui saw his persistence and didn't have the heart to catch him again. Lan Loi below suddenly heard noises from above. She happily said, "That's the sound of the stone hammer breaking. Someone's triggered the trap." Lan Loi smiled and concluded, "My benefactor is here." "My benefactor came to save me," Ngui Trung coldly said. "Little girl, quiet down. I've guarded the Eastern Palace for 8 years for the prince. No one's ever broken into the 9th level. Don't get your hopes up." A series of secret traps activated. First, a row of sharp spikes. Quan Kui boasted, "Flying spikes of fate." Then his panicked voice, "Multi-mountain trap." This time he slipped. Soon a giant spiked ball appeared. Quan Kui confidently named it Invincible Returning Wheel. A second later, he disappointedly cursed, "Damn it, you dodged again." After fleeing, Quan Kui grumbled, "Impressive, you made it to the 6th level." Bactung and Nyuk Dui were speechless. By then, he was beat up but still stubborn. "Even if you dodge the upper traps, your luck's run out, because this level is guarded by living things, fierce beasts." He asked in surprise, "Living things? Wasn't Dai Trang's description for the 6th level special flying blades?" Nyuk Dui guessed, maybe they remodeled it. Quan Kui saw their shock and bragged, "You'll face the fiercest wolves. They can tear armor and take down 3 soldiers without breaking a sweat. Feel the fear of the Tibetan Mastiff." Bactung saw them and was shocked. "Oh no, these are Tibetan Mastiffs." Though scared, he noticed 3 cute dogs chained and sleeping soundly. Quan Kui didn't expect this and turned pale. He angrily banged on the door, yelling to wake them. In the midst of yelling, Quan Kui was lifted by Bak Tun. That silenced him immediately. He casually threatened, "Had enough yet?" The cowardly Quan Kui begged, "Spare me, hero. I won't cause trouble anymore." Bak Thun shoved him and ordered, "Lead the way honestly." Quan Kui knew he was defeated and reluctantly agreed. As he walked, he grumbled angrily, "That merchant said anything within 300 million miles would hear a grass stir. It's all a scam. If I raised pigs, they'd be awake by now." Bactung snapped, "Shut your mouth!" Nyuk Dui carefully examined the beast's food and felt something was off. He turned and asked, "What's wrong?" Nyuk Dui shared her suspicion. "The food's been drugged, and it's still warm. These mastiffs were just drugged." Bactung concluded, "So besides us, someone's heading down too." Below, Lan Loi chatted with Ngui Trung. "Uncle, you said you've guarded the Eastern Palace for 8 years, so you're the prince's man. But don't worry, the prince's enemy is my friend. When my benefactor comes to save me, you can come out with me." She was talking excitedly when she heard footsteps. Lan Loi's eyes lit up as she looked toward the door. She joyfully called, "Benefactor's here, you finally made it." "I knew you wouldn't leave, Lan Loi." Instead, a creepy voice replied, "Of course I won't leave you, my little lady, my beauty." Bactung rushed down the stairs fuming. "Do your people always drug the dogs when passing through?" Quan Kui answered, "From the 6th level down, only the prince can get through. The mastiffs know their master. They won't attack him." "Sir, what are the last 2 levels traps?" "I really don't know. I just know it's extremely dangerous. Outsiders who enter are done for." "Can you let me go?" Bak Thun heard and released him. Then as he kicked the door open, he coldly said, "Cut the nonsense. Gods block kill gods. Buddhas block kill Buddhas." The door opened to a mushy scene. Yellow liquid was everywhere. There were also charred, smelly bodies. Bactung quickly covered his nose and said, "Using acid as a barrier. Now I know where Lok Fu's acid came from." Nyuk Dui wondered, Is this the poison water the intruder used at Big Brother's place before? Later, he grabbed Quan Kui's collar and demanded, "Tell me where's the trap?" He trembled and replied, "I really don't know. I've never been to this level. Please spare me." Nyuk saw he seemed genuine and said, "At this point, he has no reason to hide it from us. He probably really doesn't know." Quan Kui seized the chance to advise, "You should turn back." Bak Thun ignored the advice and thought about crossing the acid path. He kept scanning around. Nyuk asked, curiously, "What are you doing?" Bak Thun pried up a nearby tile. He examined it and concluded, "This might work." She doubted, "Will it?" And Quan Kui kept objecting. "Don't joke, even illusion shields pierce it. How can you rely on this flimsy tile?" Bak Thun put it on his head and said, "Let me test it first. If it works, you two do the same." Nyuk didn't stop him and kindly warned, "Be careful." Bak Thun didn't hesitate and bravely dashed into the acid rain. Quan Kui shouted, "Watch your feet!" As he expected, the acid rain couldn't touch the tile. Quan Kui was amazed. "It worked! How's he so fast?" "Isn't walking safer?" Nyuk gave him a friendly look and explained, "What do you know, the poison's falling thick. Delay and it'll drip off the tile onto you." With that, she grabbed another tile and ordered, "Come on, your turn," Quan Kui whined. "What did I do to deserve this?" Over there, Bak Thun had crossed the acid rain. He checked and thought. "Still lucky, just got a bit on my shoe heel." As Bak Thun rested, he noticed something. In front was another stairway full of webs and dust. Bak Thun thought, "That's odd. The dust here is thicker than above and no footprints. Isn't that person coming down this way?" Quan Kui dashed through the acid rain like a rocket, yelling, "Oh man, I'm done for." Nyuk chased and scolded, "You're pathetic." He lost control and slammed into the wall hard. She was caught by Bak Thun, and he gently asked, "Are you okay?" Nyuk blushed and mumbled. Quan Kui was in pain and cried out pathetically, "I hate you guys." Soon they continued their tough journey. As they went, Nyuk and Bak Thun talked about the path, should quickly clear up for themselves. Quan Kui, afraid of more beating, quickly cleared up for themselves. "I didn't hide anything." Then Bak Thun replied, "I know, if you knew another way, you wouldn't have risked the 7th level with us." Quan Kui heard and teared up with joy. He praised him. "You're truly brilliant and strong, sir." Bak Thun opened the door and black smoke poured out. He opened it and saw it was bad, so he shut it quick. Then asked Quan Kui, "The last level was poison. Is this fire?" He answered, "I heard the prince say the 8th level has natural poison to ward off evil. Even ghosts can't enter." Nyuk got anxious. "Poison gas in the prison. How did he pull that off?" Bak Thun unfamiliar asked her. "Is this poison that bad?" Nyuk explained eagerly. 2 years ago, rebels on the southwest border. 3,000 troops went to suppress, but the southwest wilderness has a lot of poisonous gas spreading. The 3,000 troops hit the poison and died in half an incense stick's time. Only 10 survived, but they went mad from evil spirits. This poison only shows up on the southwest border. How does Big Brother have it? And set it up in this prison?" After hearing, Bak Thun analyzed scientifically. "What they call southwest poison is just a forest weapon. But in ancient times, what kind of poison could they invent? The troops' death probably has another story. But in ancient times, what kind of poison could they invent? It smells like burning coal. Is it?" He hesitated, then decided to open the door. Quan Kui, being a coward, yelled when he saw that. "Don't open it, it's poisonous." Bak Thun slowly looked around and confirmed. "No fire, it's burning coal, no torches, just white smoke everywhere." Quan Kui stared at the extinguished lamp in horror. "The poison even puts out fire. Run or you'll die." He glanced at the smoking candle and scoffed. "Poison, just faking it. It's just a lot of carbon monoxide from burned coal." Thinking that Bak Thun came up with a plan. "Hold your breath, then crouch and follow me. I'll make sure you're fine." With that, he dashed off, ignoring Nyuk shocked call. As he ran, he analyzed. Carbon monoxide is denser than air, so closer to the ground there's more fresh air after ventilation. It should hold until the exit. Quan Kui watched and panicked. "You're crazy. Don't drag me down. I barely survived the poison water. I don't want gas, too." He was panicking when a knife pressed his neck, making Quan Kui turn pale. Soon all three were crouching under the smoke. He said, though terrified, "Just crouching down. I can do that." Meanwhile, Bak Thun felt the heat and gritted. "Lan Loi, hold on, I'm coming." At that moment, Tio-Tu was still teasing Lan Loi. Ignoring her screams, "If you dare touch me, General 4 won't let you go." Tiu Tai eyed her lustfully. "He's off with the prince on big business. Tonight you're mine." No one can ruin this. Short and feisty, I like that spice. Don't struggle. Tonight I'll make you happy. Too bad, a mocking voice said. That old fossil showed you spring pictures. Why not keep quiet? But Teo Tu insisted, getting with him is your good fortune. Ngui Trung scolded back, I'm not pitying her, I'm pitying you, the traitor. You see glory, but soon your soul will end in the Eastern Palace. Those words made Tu Tu furious. How dare you curse me? Seeing the glory and wealth, but soon his soul will be cut short in the Eastern Palace. Those words made little Tu explode. You damn well dare to insult me. Do you think I'll cut out your tongue? Seizing the moment when he was off guard, Lan Loi bit his hand with her teeth. Little Tu yelled in pain and kept begging her to let go. After that, Lan Loi got slapped and then cursed at. You rotten woman, go ahead and resist. The more you resist, the more excited I get. I don't believe anyone can come save you in this 9th-level dungeon. Lan Loi burst into tears, heartbroken. I'm sorry, benefactor. We'll meet again in the next life. Tiu Tui, still oblivious, teased, If you want to bite your tongue before you die, I'll have already had my fun. A second later, he turned into a sack. For Bak Thun to vent his anger on. His face became horribly disfigured, but that wasn't enough. Another punch landed right in the middle of his features. Bak Tang followed through, slamming him straight into the ground. As he was about to pass out, Tu Tu vaguely heard his voice. I hate bullies the most. You're truly disgusting. The scene made the onlooker in the distance mutter to himself. Can't mess with him. Can't mess with him. Meanwhile, Nyuk Dui was asking her with concern. Are you okay? Lan Loi, tears streaming, tried to call out. Benefactor. The chains on her feet had been broken. Just then, Bak Thun was informed that Lan Loi had fainted. Bak Tang replied, Tiu Tai has passed out. I should have asked about the secret passage before beating him. Right then, Ngui Trung kindly pointed out. The exit is at the crack on the right wall, the 9th stone block. The 9th stone block. Both Bak Thun and Nyuk Dui were startled, realizing someone else was there. Then Quan Kui introduced, the person they met is the Crown Prince's tutor, Lord Ngui Trung. Bak Tang stammered, Ngui Trung, you're Ngui Trung. Nyuk Dui stayed calm and said, No wonder you've stopped urging the Crown Prince to oust the 2CA. Turns out your master locked you up, you brought it on yourself. Quan Kui approached and chatted, Lord, I blame anyone but the Crown Prince. I'm kindly reminding you the Crown Prince said that if you don't admit your fault in 3 days, he'll behead you. Ngui Trung replied meekly, Heaven's way is constant, but he's too hasty in plotting to kill the emperor and seize the throne. I can't do it. I supported him only because he was the Crown Prince heir to the throne. That way the empire could stay peaceful. Whether it's the King of Qin or General Si, they can't disrupt the rules. As soon as he mentioned someone appearing, Heaven's path changes. Bak Thun felt guilty, afraid the other would recognize him. But Quan Kui said he always babbles nonsense like that. If he could really fortune tell, he wouldn't be in prison. Still, Bak Thun hesitated about saving Ngui Trung. If he doesn't save him, the Crown Prince will. But if he does, history might change. Entering a new area, Quan Kui noticed the secret passage connected level 6 and level 9. Just then a voice shouted, You bold thieves, how dare you break into the Eastern Palace? It's like searching everywhere and not finding it, then getting it without any effort. I was worried about not catching you, and here you come right to me. Bak Tang gritted his teeth. How did you know we were here? I didn't leave any traces. Lok Fu didn't hide it, because that pig-headed Quan Kui makes such a show when he goes out. The biggest clue is that he's with an assassin. Quan Kui was so angry he shouted back, Who are you calling pig-headed? Getting close to the Crown Prince, you really think you're somebody now? But Lok Fu didn't care and ordered, Fire the arrows. Just then someone stopped them. Quan Kui still had the nerve to argue, thinking carefully for me. In the Eastern Palace, who has the say without my approval, none of you can work here. Your monthly silver if I don't approve who gets it. The soldiers were so confused they just stood there taking the scolding. This jerk has only been here a few days and you dare go against me. Are you all mutinying? Lok Fu shot back without backing down. What are you standing there for? Is the Eastern Palace the Crown Prince's or Shang Quan Kui's? Think it through. While they argued, Bak Thun whispered, Get ready to enter the secret passage. He stomped hard on the creature's tail on the ground. It reacted with a loud cry. The other dogs joined in barking. Lok Fu's soldiers trembled in fear, even though they complained he didn't warn them. The mastiffs complained he didn't warn them, but Quan Kui quickly followed Bak Thun. Then he shouted, Now seal the door! Seeing the dogs couldn't touch Bak Thun's group, the guards mocked, In the end, they're just beasts. But a second later, the dogs turned and barked at them. In the secret passage, the three argued mainly about the escape direction, but Bak Thung insisted on going down to check level 9. Back to Nui Chung, he shook his head, saying he'd never heard of a second secret passage. With no way out, Quan Kui suggested waking the dungeon designer Lan Loi to ask for the way. Hearing Nyuk Jui ask how to wake Lan Loi, he hesitated because it involved mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. But strangely, even unconscious Lan Loi blushed and pursed her lips. Bak Thung was confused, so Nyuk Jui said, "Let me handle it." Realizing she was caught, Lan Loi trembled and apologized, saying she just wanted to stay in her benefactor's arms a bit longer. Then a small button on the wall was pressed. Lan Loi proudly introduced, "This is the 10th level of the dungeon. Even the Crown Prince doesn't know it leads straight outside." Bak Thung noticed stairs inside, making it easier to move. At that moment, Lan Loi wanted to take Nui Chung along, since opening this hidden passage would collapse the dungeon. But he felt he couldn't serve two masters, so he couldn't go. He'd entered here not expecting to leave alive. Above, the soldiers were still struggling with the dogs. They shouted desperately to get someone to open the door. But Lok Fu showed no mercy, thinking they disobeyed orders to shoot. So they ruined the plan and didn't deserve to live. He was sure there were mastiffs inside, so they couldn't get out. Just starve them for 2 days and deal with it later. Even if Bak Thun has 9 lives, he can't escape. But right then above Lok Fu, things shook and a pile of debris fell on him. Meanwhile, Quan Kui was climbing the ladder and complaining, "I hope the whole Eastern Palace isn't collapsing." Nui Chung was climbing below, mocking, "You won't live through the night." In the middle was Lan Loi, wondering if Nui Chung could tell her fortune about her love life. Climbing after her was Nyuk Dui, angrily scolding, "You scholars talk about not wanting to live, but you run faster than anyone when escaping." And there was that lewd laughter from somewhere. The owner of that laughter was Bak Thun. Going back, he had convinced Nui Chung, "Whether you believe it or not, you can't die today. Because this nation still needs you. One day you'll choose to support Li Taedan. He'll become emperor and you'll be the famous chancellor. No matter what, survive first and choose for yourself." It was the first time someone had read his fortune like that. Back to now, Nyuk Jui suddenly slipped and landed right on Bak Thun's face. She quickly climbed back up and asked, "Did I hurt you when I slipped?" He looked at her seriously, then whispered, "You're so clumsy, there's no helping you." He was right behind her to prevent exactly that. But his nosebleed gave away his true feelings. As he was punished for being a pervert, Quan Kui spotted the exit nearby. After climbing out, Quan Kui was overjoyed. Meanwhile, everyone marveled at the secret passage built inside a well in a civilian house. Nui Chung never thought he'd escape this way. The last one out was Bak Thun, safe and sound. "We can head to the King of Chin's place." But suddenly a sharp object pierced his shoulder. Nui Chung, Quan Kui, Lang Loi, and Nyuk Jui were all shocked. A gun barrel was smoking, clearly just fired. The one who did it was Lok Fu. The people below panicked, checking what hidden weapon hit him. Bak Thung only managed to order, "It's on the wall, hide quick," because he was furious that Lok Fu had made a gun before him. Quan Kui looked around but couldn't believe such a hidden weapon could shoot from the palace wall to here. Bak Thung yelled, "You idiot, get over here!" Lok Fu started aiming. "You fool, I'll send you to hell first, out of my sight. Then I'll play with the rest." Seeing Quan Kui wasn't listening, Bak Thun threw a stone. Just as the stone hit Quan Kui's head, the bullet grazed his shoulder. Nyuk Jui spotted the position on the wall. Lan Loi was worried, not sure what weapon it was. Quan Kui lay on the ground, yelling, "This is some monster, I'm done for." On the wall, Lok Fu reloaded, "You wasted one of my bullets. Go die obediently, won't you?" Bak Thung realized it was 2 bullets. Bak Thung realized it was a musket with bullets about 25 seconds apart. He was relieved the enemy hadn't made something more advanced. Quan Kui recalled Nui Chung's joke that he was doomed and got even more scared. But Nui Chung said differently from before, "Your fate is indeed deathly." But now it's hard to say. Survival might not depend on him anymore. Bak Thung spotted the only escape route, that alley. If we run full speed, he only has 1 shot. He quickly sketched a simple map of the area. But Bak Thun thought with Lok Fu's skill, he could still hit once at that distance. Plus, the target is definitely him. Lok Fu on the wall kept taunting, "Come out, stop hiding." Suddenly, a huge explosion happened at the street corner. He jerked and shot toward the explosion. It seemed to be the Imperial Palace. Bak Thun knew the opportunity from heaven had come. Then he grabbed the 2 women and yelled, "Want to live, follow me." Lok Fu saw the explosion and knew Kien Thun's side had succeeded. The Emperor must be dead from that blast. He didn't notice Bak Thun leading everyone away behind him. Instinctively, Lok Fu raised his gun to shoot. The bullet just grazed Quan Kui's official hat. Seeing everyone ahead, Quan Kui yelled, "Don't run so fast, wait for me over there." Lok Fu threw down the gun. Not knowing if the emperor lived, he couldn't risk it. If it were just them, he'd ignore it. He landed safely. His legs quickly coiled up. Then he skillfully leaped off the structures around him. The gun on the ground was picked up. He wanted to use it to eliminate Quan Kui, who knew too much. In the alley, Nyok Dui anxiously asked, "Is that explosion from gunpowder? Why target the imperial palace?" But Bak Thun only ordered, "Hurry back to the king of Qin's manor." The shouts outside grew louder. "Arrest everyone from the king of Qin's manor. Not one can escape. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot." Nyok Dui identified them as allies of the capital governor on the crown prince's side. Bak Tang was sure they used gunpowder to blow up the palace, framing the king of Qin. Nyok Dui thought they wouldn't have evidence to frame the king of Qin's manor. But suddenly someone reported, "We found several bags of black powder like the explosive in the king of Qin's backyard." That just made Nyok Dui furious. He was lost in thought. Why do I know this trick so well? Maybe I should have been on the enemy's side. The soldiers reported they'd searched everywhere in the manor but couldn't find Li Tedon. Lang Loi was terrified that the enemy used her gunpowder to kill so many in the palace. Ngui Chung comforted her. "Gunpowder is just a weapon for killing or saving people. You're helpless about it." "Over here, Bak." Thun pulled Nyok Dui and said, "Looks like the king of Qin knew he'd be targeted and left earlier. The priority is to meet up with him."
B.
"Think quick. Where's he most likely to go?" She vaguely answered that the gates of Chang'an close at night so he couldn't leave the city. Minister Zhao Hao is definitely under investigation. He wouldn't go that way. There's a minor official at the gate. He saved his life once. Few know they're close. After beating around the bush, Nyok Dui finally said, "It's at Xuanwu Gate." Cut to the soldiers were carrying people out as ordered. "Bring more water quick." Yuan Gai looked at the fire and said pity about Nui Qin, such a beauty now lost in the flames. Zhen Cheng laughed and joked, "I saw you had your eye on Nui Qin. Don't worry, after I take the throne, I'll give you 10 like her." Just then, a soldier announced, "Eunuch Chen, the imperial manager, has arrived." Immediately, Jian Chung and Yuan Gai acted as filial sons crying over their father's death. Eunuch Chen said in his aged voice, "Your Highnesses, don't worry. His Majesty is fine resting in Changlei Hall." He suddenly changed his mind and went to Consort Xiao's place, avoiding the disaster. "It must be your filial piety that moved heaven. It's the blessing of the people of Great Tang." The most filial son, Jian Cheng, hesitated. "If he's okay, that's good." The second most filial, Yuan Gai, echoed softly, "Probably so." In Changlei Hall, Li Yuan was furious. "Useless, where were the palace guards?" "Who ordered this?" the guard reported. Near dusk, a servant from the king of Qin's manor entered the palace saying he was offering tribute, but it wasn't recorded. The general inspected and found black powder like the explosive at the scene. The king of Qin isn't in his manor, whereabouts unknown. The general suspects it's related to the king of Qin. Yuan Gai whispered that even if their father escaped, the Don's charges are set. We can accept that. Just then a voice boomed, "Jiancheng Yuan Gai, seal off all of Chang'an. Search the whole city, turn over every inch of soil to find him. I want to see him alive or dead." So they spurred their horses, proclaiming, "By imperial order, search all houses, hunt the traitor Li Tedon. Kill on sight. Anyone with information gets 10,000 taels reward. Anyone who brings his head gets 10,000 households and 10,000 in gold. 10,000 in gold." Just then the 6 bearers appeared. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, cut 2. The story is tense at Xuanwu Gate. A suspicious person approached, so the guards shouted, "Who goes there, you bold commoner? Curfew's on. How dare you enter the imperial grounds? Don't you know you'll lose your head?" Then the guards moved to kill, but they were all punched back. They quickly warned each other, "Be careful, this guy's skills are top-notch." When Cheng Lao was about to use archers, the Don stopped him. "Don't. All of you together aren't his match. He's just letting me know he's here." Looking across Chang'an, only one person has skills like that. Luckily, he's on our side. While bandaging, Bak Thun asked about the palace and the emperor's safety. According to the Don, his father is safe. But Cheng Lao was a bit unhappy since the Don is now wanted as the mastermind. "The Crown Prince will find this hideout soon." Bak Tang calmly reassured, "Don't worry, I've brought 2 people who can turn this around." The organizer, Hoa Lei, knows about the palace explosion, the Crown Prince's confidant, the noble official, and everyone involved in the plot. Lord Nguaitrung as witnesses. How can we not flip the situation? The Don now understood why they looked familiar. Now that they're on his side, he's grateful. Quan Kui laughed and said he hasn't betrayed the crown prince yet. After dealing with Lok Fu, he'll go back. Nui Trung said he needs to observe more before choosing whom to serve. Bak Tang couldn't take it. I protected you all the way, and now you say you're still with the crown prince. You nobody in history, why keep you around? Quan Kui explained that what they need most is evidence. Then the Don said with a headache, the prince can say Shang Quan Kui was forced to forge evidence. Without solid proof, we shouldn't risk it. Chang'an is too dangerous now. I plan to leave the capital at dawn and hide at the border. No more court matters. Nyuk Jui was the first to stop him. You can't retreat. Leaving like this only confirms the treason charges. Not only will all your military honors be stripped, but your allied officials will be implicated. At that moment, Bak Tun was worried the script wasn't right. Xuanwu Gate should be where the Don defeats Jian Cheng, but now he wants to run. If he goes, who becomes Emperor Taizong, history might change because of him. Meanwhile, Nui Trung confirmed the Don isn't up to big tasks. Suddenly, Bak Thun started lecturing, the most precious thing for humans is life. Life is only once for each person. Life should be lived so that when you look back, you won't regret wasting years in helplessness. And not feel ashamed for living a lowly, ordinary life. So at the end, he can say, I used my whole life and all my energy for the noblest cause in the world, for the people, for the happiness of the great Tang subjects. Even Nyuk Jui thought he made sense. Her heart was stirred by his words. The Dun choked up, you feel I can't live like that? Bak Tang replied understandingly, no mountain is higher than man. No mountain is higher than man. No mountain is higher than man. He excitedly said Li Tadunwai joined the army at 12 and fought countless battles. I thought I could fight for a prosperous era, but it was just wishful thinking. Whether it's the crown prince or my fourth brother, if they ignore brotherly bonds, let's just fight it out. Winner takes all. Li Taejun. I won't regret dying. Thank you, Kotiu Heap. You helped me make up my mind. Finally, Bak Thung realized that no matter the era, people aren't immune to inspirational books. Only those watching their drama felt a chill. Suddenly, someone stammered that they might find evidence. Lon Loy thought the crown prince couldn't use all the gunpowder. The rest is hidden somewhere. If we find it, that's the best proof. Quan Kui sincerely said, though I'm not sure in Dunhua Ward southeast of the city the crown prince has a private residence. Usually important things are kept there. The gunpowder might be too. Bak Tang and Nyuk Jui both drew their weapons, praising him. At the critical moment, you chose right. Next, Cheng Lao volunteered to lead the investigation. Bak Tang quickly stopped him. I think sending too many will make the crown prince suspicious and figure it out. If we say the crown prince framed us, he'll say we're framing him. Cheng Lao was annoyed and questioned, this won't work, that won't work. So what do you suggest, Kotiu Heap? He calmly replied, I wouldn't dare claim to have a great idea. It's just that your way leads to death. You all guard here. I'll scout it out first and be back in an hour. Cheng Lao angrily yelled, a show-off with no manners. Your Highness, don't listen to him. He doesn't know how to win. He's just getting in the way. Nyuk Jui silently agreed. She thought even if they found the gunpowder, both sides would just accuse each other, no admission. So why should Bak Thun go? She didn't know what he was planning. Bak Tang was certain. The final battlefield is at Xuanwu Gate. History's outcome won't change, whether it's for Li Yuan or anyone he doesn't know. He thinks if that old man had the ability, he wouldn't be forced to abdicate by the dawn. The reason he's going for the gunpowder is to deal with that guy. The Xuanwu Gate incident can follow history or not. The biggest variable is Lok Fu. Right now, he's desperately chasing to the king of Qin's manor, not knowing where they went. Shen Quan Kui and Gui Chung know too much. They might mess up the plan. We must eliminate them quickly. Jian Cheng was so angry he yelled, everyone that Shang Quan Kui is a pain at the critical moment. Fourth brother, you guard the palace. Don't let them in. Lok Fu, you and I will split up and search the city. We must find them before dawn. Then Jian Cheng went to the east of the city, leaving the west to Lok Fu. When they were far away, Yuan Gai stayed. Just then his subordinate Wei Zhao was summoned. Yuan Gai then ordered Wei Zhao to move all the gunpowder from the residence and disguise it as from Shang Quan Kui, the king of Qin's man. Also, since the gunpowder recipe isn't clear, capture Lan Loi alive and don't let the crown prince know. But Wei Zhao only cared about how many he could kill this time. Yuan Gai calmly explained that this isn't the border, so killing too many would draw attention. In the end, the number was compromised at 300 lives. At that moment, the street guards were still dividing tasks. When they reached Dunhua Ward, Bak Thun saw it was larger than expected, so searching would take effort. But suddenly his sense of smell kicked in. He smelled blood here. Indeed, in a corner, the guards were all slashed. It seemed like 39 bodies. So Wei Jiao casually said, "Is that all? Just these guards?" The guard stammered he was on the same side. But that guard was done for right after. Just short of one to make the number. "Don't move, or if I stab wrong, I'll have to redo the other 39 bodies." After arranging, Wei Jiao praised his work as perfect. He carelessly asked, "I've killed them all. How to move the gunpowder, I'll have to call the 4th General's men to yell at me. What a hassle. Might as well kill him." Up here, Bak Thun saw how twisted he was. "I arranged the bodies into letters and killed without blinking, plus all with neck wounds. He's a master." After gathering some evidence, he thought that was enough. But suddenly, Wei Jiao appeared behind him. "Killing so many, don't you feel sick?" Bak Thun instinctively drew his dagger, but he dodged, right after he tiptoed up. Bak Thun was surprised he got so close without noticing. Suddenly, the enemy's hand gripped his. Wei Jiao boasted, "You can't move now." But as he was about to strike, Bak Thun leaned back and kicked him. Bak Thun was truly scared. This freak was willing to get stabbed to wound him. He knew he couldn't beat this madman, so he needed to run. But suddenly the whip grazed Bak Thun's body. Wei Jiao regained his focus and charged. "Where do you think you're going?" Bak Thun only thought, "Right now I can't dodge in time." But Wei Jiao just grumbled, "You ruined my masterpiece." Then he rearranged the guard. Turns out when running, Bak Thun had kicked that guard. Over here, after pulling the body back, Wei Jiao saw it was perfect again. Bak Thun laughed, realizing he was dealing with a symmetry-obsessed killer. At that moment, Wei Jiao said they could play slowly. He really wanted to make a clean cut on his neck. Bak Thun hinted, "You know what?" Then he said words that confused him. "Forget it, just confess. Let me try a stab first." Wait a minute. After seeing a strange square row carved on the wall, he was satisfied. Wei Jiao was baffled and slowly realized, no, he seems to have found the flaw. That Wei Jiao couldn't help but grumble, "You have to add another mark to that X." But Bak Thun kept carving imperfect shapes, driving Wei Jiao mad. Seeing he was completely provoked, he knew the next part would be easier. Because anger loses reason and losing reason exposes weaknesses. After finishing, Bak Thun contemptuously asked, "Smell that your own blood?" Yet Wei Jiao still retorted, "You're trying to piss me off. Killing you alone is more fun than 100 others." His eyes focused. Then Wei Jiao summoned another sword. Bak Thun was surprised ancient times had such skills. The sequence has both attack and defense, plus Wei Jiao's reckless moves. He couldn't attack. Even getting close would turn him into pieces. A sharp sword grazed him, leaving a red mark. Just then another point stabbed. Dodging, Bak Thun realized Wei Jiao was intentionally targeting his left chest. Seemed like he wanted to make a symmetrical wound to the one on his right chest earlier. So Bak Thun guessed Wei Jiao's next sword would come from there. After countering, the atmosphere quieted. A metallic flash appeared in front of Wei Jiao. His pupils shook from the shock that Bak Thun could predict the attack. Bak Thun just said obsessive-compulsive disorder can kill. Even on the ground, he still said, "I've killed countless heroes. You're the first to dodge my dense swords." Bak Thun thought it was just because he found and used his weakness. However, he didn't know Wei Jiao used two such contrasting weapons despite seeking symmetry. Turns out Bright Moon is a divine weapon passed down, forged from the hardest iron. Plus Wei Jiao felt they suited him. Bak Thun figured out he had one arm longer than the other. In this era, such physical flaws would bring a lot of ridicule, so he's obsessed with perfection. Wei Jiao strained to entrust, "Bright Moon should be with the strong, and you are that person. Please don't abandon them." Bak Thun stabbed the sword deep as if sealing the promise. At that moment, Lok Fu was rushing to move the gunpowder. He felt Bak Thun lost to the gun, so he definitely wanted to make one to counter. This gunpowder is his secret weapon. With it, he'll be the final winner. When he arrived, he saw the bloody scene inside. They were too late. Lok Fu shook with anger, only thinking of one culprit, Bak Thun. Then he roared to vent, "I'll tear you to pieces!" Nearby, the door pounding woke the blacksmith. He yawned, not knowing who disturbed him at night. Bak Thun asked straight, "Master, is my stuff done?" He honestly answered, "I'm quite famous in Chang'an for forging. I've seen all kinds of things, but the design you gave is a first. It's so intricate. The iron tube and flint are easy, but the spring's elasticity isn't as you wanted. I couldn't do it." Getting this far is already tough. Bak Thun thought with the Tang-era background, making a gun is hard, so he prioritized the spring. Just then voices rang, "Search all forges, bring everyone out." The soldiers kicked the door and rushed in. The blacksmith stammered, "Officers, what's going on?" People like him were all dragged out. Then the soldier reported, "Forge people are here, total 78 plus 179 family members." Lok Fu showed a degrading sketch of Bak Thun. "Among you, someone must have seen him. Step forward or all die." The blacksmith recognized Bak Thun, but earlier he promised everyone would be safe. Just then, Bak Thun shouted, "Lok Fu, oh Lok Fu can't catch me, so you take it out on the people. You're truly a loser." He decided to make a flintlock later. For now, a musket first. But outside, no response, so he peeked. Turns out Lok Fu had hidden quickly. While Bak Thun hadn't made the gun, he thought he was a coward. But the soldiers spotted Bak Thun alone and eagerly wanted credit. One step toward the house he was in. But unexpectedly, Bak Thun drew a strange fire in the sky. Seeing the subordinate's report, the blacksmiths ran. Lok Fu didn't care much. Suddenly, screams echoed everywhere, making Lok Fu and his men huddle. The soldiers who were boastfully seeking credit were yelling, "Run, help, it's burning!" Lok Fu was annoyed with his useless subordinates, so he called the archers. Arrows flew through the door. At that point, Lok Fu's close aide said, "We've surrounded them. Either die in the arrow rain or come out and be beheaded." Bak Thun was absorbed in assembling, ignoring the yells outside. "Come out, beg me, and I'll let you die whole." His face grinned, but only if Lok Fu lived a bit longer. Outside, Lok Fu still didn't know. With no subordinate movement, he must have escaped. No movement, use fire arrows. Seeing the subordinate hesitate, he raged, "Who's the boss here, or you go in and catch him? Who's the boss here, or you go in and catch him?" So the soldiers had to prepare fire arrows. Suddenly, they saw something thrown into the sky. Then a wind shot through the jar-like object. The jar cracked with the blinding lights. While the soldiers yelled from the irritation, Bak Thun ran out. Lok Fu quickly drew his gun, still trying to run. But Bak Thun wasn't far behind, pulling out a similar weapon. He had to duck behind the horse since Bak Thun's shots were closer together. Then he realized Bak Thun couldn't reload that fast. So Lok Fu got even madder, realizing he'd been tricked again. He ordered to seal the nearby roads and catch Bak Thun at all costs to save face. But Bak Thun believed the battle in the alley wasn't about numbers. The soldiers were on alert, forming a line. Bak Thun saw the formations in tent shields, in front spears, behind perfect for narrow spaces. But the soldiers found the search formation odd. Luckily, the leader explained, "This formation can attack and defend." With Bak Thun's forged weapon having a shield, he wasn't hurt. And if he showed his face, the spears behind would stab. That guy was dreaming of looting while searching when a hand kept patting his back. Annoyed by the joke, he turned and yelled, "What are you patting for?" Bak Thun's face was dark. "Officer, want to buy candles?" So the guard jumped. He kept saying ghost and pointed it out. Then an archer shot an arrow, but it hit the wall. The others saw his shadow running east. They worried about his knowledge of the terrain. Just then he appeared again. The sword swept, taking lives. That satisfied Bak Thun. No wonder it's made from meteoric iron, it works great. At that point, all Lok Fu heard were unclear screams. That made him even angrier. "We're being played. Just one person that strong." The enemies lay on the ground groaning. "The target is heading east. We've lost more than half. Can't stop him, he's too strong." Bak Thun moved fast, but he knew the news had spread. "Lok Fu probably knows I'm going east. If I were him, I'd seal the road ahead." He observed quickly and settled on one side. For example, on a nearby roof, Lok Fu was sniper ready. "Come here, little prize." He watched Bak Thun's path, but was confident, muttering step by step into your grave. Lok Fu waited a while, but saw no one, only a cat passing by, making him uneasy. Why hasn't he shown up yet? Has he changed his route? Suddenly, Lok Fu froze, sweat beading on his forehead, sensing the terror. This chilling presence is him. He quickly moved his body, feeling the danger. But as soon as he stood up, a bullet hit, blowing off 2 of Lok Fu's fingers. Blood poured from his hand, and he fell from the rooftop to the ground. After firing, Bak Thun remarked, his killing intent was still detected. No wonder he's the top guy who's been rolling in the underworld for over 10 years. His sixth sense is that sharp. Lok Fu's men spot it and shout, "Quick, get the boss back to the palace!" Bak Thun decides to let him off for now, sparing his life. Shooting off a few fingers, at least he won't cause any trouble tonight. He quickly jumps down to the ground to escape. Before Bak Thun can leave, he hears birds chirping and gets curious, checking it out. What's this? Someone's already raising pigeons for food around here. Suddenly, a drunk guy yells, "You lowlife, how dare you barge into the court? Aren't you afraid of getting your head chopped off? I could smell your stink from afar. Get lost, you bum." After beating the guy, Bak Thun asks, "Is this the court's spot for raising messenger pigeons?" What's the point of raising pigeons for the emperor to eat? The man, sobering up from the beating, answers meekly, mainly for emergencies to send messages to the troops. Over there in my room, I have 2 pots of stewed pigeons and some wine stopped by for a rest and a bite. But Bak Thung replies dismissively, I don't like pigeons. The guy mutters to himself, if it weren't for no guards around at night, I'd beat you until you cry for your mom and dad. Bak Thung has questions, so he turns back, making the guy jump and change his tune. What orders do you have, sir? He probes, where are Tan Quin, Wat Tri Kung, and Trin Jiao Kim stationed? Can your pigeons reach them? Lok Fu bandages his wound, but grumbles, you fool, Bak Thun thinks shooting my fingers will let you sleep easy. I'm like you, someone who knows the script of history well. Stopping this from happening is a piece of cake. While Lok Fu is feeling smug, his guard reports, we've sent the message to your 4 generals at Xuanwu Gate. He casually asks, what did he say? The guard stammers. He thinks it's suspicious and has sent men to check Xuanwu Gate. Lok Fu panics and yells, you big idiot. Meanwhile, Bak Thun escapes and thinks Tan Quin and his group are at the Shanxi army camp. Pigeons take 4 hours to get there. The army 6 hours to follow. I just need to hide for another 10 hours. Suddenly, he hears horses approaching from behind. It's Nguyen Cat's men rushing over. He jumps into a nearby spot to hide. His subordinate asks, confused, 4th General Lok Fu warned you not to go near Xuanwu Gate, so why are you still heading there? Nguyen Cat snaps back irritably, who does he think he is to order me around? Bringing up Xuanwu Gate out of nowhere. That's got to be fishy. His men cheer, you can tell he's up to no good just by looking at him. You're brilliant, 4th General, the real brains of the army. Bak Thung panics, what kind of messed up path is this? I have to get to Xuanwu Gate before they do. But how can I outrun horses on foot? Then he spots a cart nearby. Nearby, 2 people are panting secretly. He Moi worries. Big brother Bin, we haven't been caught, have we? Vung Yibing reassures her. It's fine, I'll go out and scare off whoever's out there later. He jumped out and cursed. What's all the noise? In the middle of the night, Kay Moi's husband just got back from taking a dump and saw your cart chopped up. When Moi was startled to meet her husband, he angrily said, why is she at home, Vung Yi Bin? How dare you lay hands on my wife? Bak Thung yanked off the wheel and made a run for it, muttering to himself, sorry, but lives matter more. Once the revolution succeeds, I'll pay back a cart. After the revolution succeeds, we'll compensate with a carriage. Bak Thung bounces with it, his body jolting with every bump. His butt's killing him, he can't sit right, and he yells in pain, I'll invent rubber someday no matter what. Meanwhile, Nguyen Cat's group arrives at Xuanwu Gate. His subordinate scouts and reports, 4th General, everything looks normal, nothing suspicious. Nguyen Cat orders. The more normal it is, the more it's hiding something big. Storm in, take control of those guards. First, kill anyone who resists. Suddenly, a wooden wheel drops from the sky and hits Nguyen Cat right on the head. He doesn't have time to react and crashes to the ground. His men panic and shout, 4th General, 4th General! Nguyen Cat has a big lump on his head and angrily asks, what the hell was that? His subordinate helps him up and awkwardly says, it looks like a wheel. No sooner does he say that than another one falls. Bak Thun pedals right into Nguyen Cat's head again. Nguyen Cat gets kicked flying. His men rush to help him up. Oh no, General, are you okay? Nguyen Cat is bruised and shaken, growling, damn it, where's this assassin sneaking up on me? His subordinate turns around and Bak Thun cheerfully speeds off. He's already gone, and fast. Bak Thun thinks to himself, I need to lure these cavalry away from Xuanwu Gate first. Bak Thung taunts them, if you've got the guts, come catch me. Nguyen Cat doesn't hesitate and orders, get him, I'll make him pay. His men mount up and chase after him, but then Nguyen Cat suddenly realizes, wait, he's trying to lure us away. Which means, the Don and Nyuk Dui are on the city wall and hear the noise outside. Nguyen Cat storms in and shouts, who's on duty at Xuanwu Gate? Get out here. The Dun and Nyuk Dui see him and hide. It's the 4th one, why's he here? The subordinates hesitate to search. Nguyen Cat snaps, what's with the delay? If there's something wrong, it's already out. If we don't act now, we'll miss our chance while it's hot. Thang Lao steps out and bows. This humble one, Vung Tang Lao, greets the 4th General. Nguyen Cat nods. Are you the crap? No, has anything unusual happened at Xuanwu Gate tonight? Thang Lao honestly reports. After the palace fire midnight, Xuanwu Gate was ordered closed and nothing unusual has happened. But Nguyen Cat does not buy it and decides to lead his men to check. Let's go up and take a look. The Don guesses Nguyen Cat must have heard something. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother investigating Xuanwu Gate. Did Bak Thung do something? Nguyen Cat presses on. Theng Lao tries to hold him back. Fourth General, the wind's strong on the wall, don't go up. Nguyen Cat threatens. If I find out you're hiding state criminals, your whole clan will be wiped out. Theng Lao, after assessing, shouts, "To the gate! The cavalry's on guard, brothers, they're only 5, attack now." Nguyen Cat's subordinate searches frantically. Where are they? We can't find anyone. If we don't catch them, the Fourth General will kill us. Keep searching, hold on. Backthan hides on the roof, rubbing his back. At least I've lured the main force away. Before Ling Nguyen Cat strikes or Tan Quin's group arrives, Li Taejun and his people absolutely can't be found. But according to history, Li Qiantang and Ling Nguyen Cat should be at Xuanwu Gate. As long as Li Qiantang hasn't shown up, we're good. Over here, Qiantang's subordinate points to the sky. Your Highness, that's the Fourth General's signal toward Xuanwu Gate. Qiantang realizes the Fourth one's calling for backup. Nguyen Cat's men panic. The Fourth General's in trouble, head back to protect him. The Crown Prince will send troops to help hold out until reinforcements arrive. Backtang overhears and freezes. The wheels of history keep rolling forward. No concubine on a horse can stop it. Nguyen Cat backs away in shock. There's definitely something wrong. The palace guards are rebelling. Are they tired of living? He orders his remaining men, hold the line, wait for the Crown Prince's reinforcements. Thun Lao angrily shouts, "Damn it, that Backthan deserves 1,000 deaths," he said, to leave the palace early, and now we've all been dragged down. Suddenly a spear flies and pierces his chest. Another guy with a big sword moves in to chop off Thun Lao's head. He confidently yells, "Anyone who defies the Fourth General dies." No sooner does he finish than his eyes bulge and a bullet hole gushes blood on his forehead. While Thun Lao is still figuring it out, Backthan charges in with his fiery dual swords. Everyone stares in shock, realizing who just showed up. Backtang slices through the soldier's sword like it's tofu. Nguyen Cat shoves a soldier forward and curses, "You brat, your mom's just oil on the knife, chop him down." The soldiers charge on his command. Theng Lao panics and yells, "They're attacking! Defend, defend now!" At that moment, Backthan narrows his eyes. This borrowed sword's weight and length are inconsistent, but it feels familiar in my hand. I might be able to use that move, the special technique I practiced for 5 years in the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Thinking that, he starts stepping into position. He swings the sword decisively, executing the illusionary move from the 10-word scripture fluid and agile, sweeping away the enemies. The crowd stares in awe. One move wipes them out. It's like the Apple King has appeared. Nguyen Cat grits his teeth in fury. "That's Veijiao's sword!" "Does that mean he's—" Backthan points the sword at him, warning, "Straighten up if you don't want to end up like him." He immediately drops to his knees. Finally, Nguyen Cat is tied up by Backtang. He suggests, "With him in our hands, even if Li Qiantang surrounds Xuanwu Gate, he won't dare make a move." Everyone agrees with him. Then Lao even pulls up a chair for him. He looks confident, but staying here forever isn't the plan. "We should move while we can." Nyuk Dui advises, "Stay calm. If we hold out until noon, we have a good chance to turn this around." Hearing that, Nguyen Cat scoffs, "Naive second brother, do you even know your eldest brother's personality? He's not one for brotherly bonds. He's just like me. He's seen through it all. Tonight, out of us 3 brothers, only one will survive. When he reaches Xuanwu Gate, it'll turn into a bloodbath. None of us will make it out." Quan Kui nervously wants to retreat. "The army's almost here. You guys go or not, I'm out." Theng Lao massages Backtang's shoulders. "Wherever our hero goes, I'll follow. Tonight, even if it's boiling water or fire, Theng Lao's with you." He's surprised by the guy's attitude. He says, "We still have this wall to defend. If we leave, we'll be surrounded. Defending Xuanwu Gate is the best move." Theng Lao agrees, but he's worried about manpower. Ngui Chung also supports him. "I think we shouldn't act rashly." Backtang frowns and asks, "After all these years in Chang'an, the Tan King can't have such little power, right?" I believe he has one last card to play. His words shock everyone in the room. Nguyen Cat breaks the silence first. He laughs mockingly. The second brother's generals are all sent to the borders. Even his palace guards are arranged by the emperor. Where in Chang'an does he have any real power? Still, the Don's reaction surprises him. How do you know Nguyen Cat realizes Backtang was right? And he gapes in shock. Backthan covers his mouth and laughs meaningfully. The vibe in this room doesn't lie. The Don decides to come clean. "Nothing's hidden from you. I really do have a hidden force." Nyuk Dui is shocked. "Big brother, did you defy the emperor's orders and raise your own guards?" At that, the Don doesn't answer. He calls for the hidden ones to show themselves. The Thiensek assassins reveal themselves. Them. Baktang puts his arm around Nguyen Cat and teases, "Tough luck for you hurts, doesn't it?" Nguyen Cat is stung by his own words. The Dun says quietly, "I know the saying Gong Gao Junju. These assassins are carefully selected. The Emperor and the Crown Prince will turn on me someday. These assassins are carefully selected, eunuchized, emotionless, and kill without mercy. They're the coldest weapons in the world." Then he tosses something to him. He catches it. He looks at the whistle in his hand, puzzled. The Dun explains quickly, "They only follow the one who blows the whistle. You're the bravest and smartest here." With that he bows, "Tonight we're all under your command." The assassins behind him affirm, "We'll follow your orders, young hero." Baktang is stunned by what's happening. Suddenly a soldier rushes in. "Bad news, the Crown Prince's army is at the gate." Everyone snaps back. Bak Thun mutters, "Damn, so much for hiding in a corner to watch the Xuanwu Gate incident." He says urgently, "It's an emergency, I won't refuse, but you have to promise me one thing." The Dun asks about the condition. He says, "Tonight's events, my name doesn't appear in any history books." By then, the Crown Prince's army charges in chanting, "Down with the rebels." Suddenly, the army halts at the figures in the doorway. Baktang commands the assassins, "Soldiers attack." The Thiensek assassins strike swiftly. Their moves are so quick that the Crown Prince's troops can't react. Qintang watches his men fall and panics. Where did these assassins come from? Or did Li Tadun defy orders and secretly raise assassins? Are you trying to rebel back? Thun suddenly appears behind him. Weird, isn't that what you've been doing all along? With that, he punches him straight in the face with a solid hit. After the punch, he flies back into the wall, screaming in pain. Baktang feels satisfied after that punch. "Finally, I got to land that punch on you." His subordinate helps Qian Thun up. While he's babbling, his men are terrified. They're scared because he called himself, "I the Emperor." One whispers, "Long live the Emperor, long live." He lights up and says, "Rise." Bak Thun frowns. "Dreaming of being Emperor, huh? Too bad you won't make it through the night." At that, Qian Thun tries to win him over. "Ko Bak Thun, you're a dragon among men. I value talent and won't hold your past against you. I'll use you well. Join me, help me take the throne. In the future, you'll be the crown prince of the Tang dynasty." But hearing that only makes Bak Thun angrier. Qintang quickly explains, You misunderstood. I didn't mean that." He shouts angrily, "Misunderstood your ass, time to pay." Seeing that, he bolts. Over there, the assassins and the Don are still fighting hard. Nyukjui peeks through the door and whispers, "Only the Eastern Palace guards are here. Baknya's troops haven't shown up. If the Emperor sends them for backup, things could get bad." Nguyen Cat dismisses it. "Good point, you're on the wrong side, you know. Think you're just against the Crown Prince? Wrong again. All the dirty stuff the eldest does, the Emperor knows it. But he looks the other way because the eldest is his shadow, his own self. Going against us is going against the Emperor, against the Tang dynasty. You really think some random kid can beat the Tang?" Baktang grabs Qintang by the collar. He's already beaten to a pulp. Suddenly, the door bursts open as Lok Fu pushes it. "Got anything else to say?" Outside, Baktang grabs Qintang by the collar. He's already beaten to a pulp. "Got anything else to say? Tell your men to drop their weapons." Qintang can't take it and has no choice but to comply. Suddenly, someone calls his name. He looks up and sees Lok Fu holding a knife to Nyok Dui's throat. Lok Fu shouts, "If you don't want your girl hurt, drop your weapon now." Nyuk Dui isn't scared and yells, "Don't worry about me. If you drop it, we're all done for." So he tightens his grip on her neck and grabs her hair, cursing, "Shut your mouth, you wench!" The Dun panics. "Don't touch her." Suddenly, Nguyen Cat appears and kicks him in the stomach, sneering, "Fool, did you really think you could boss around the ruler of the world? Now you're just a dog waiting to be slaughtered." The Don winces in pain. He trembles but says firmly, "Ko Bak Thang, the Thiensek assassins only follow your orders. Give the command. Tonight, even if I die, I won't live in regret. The Tang dynasty and its people depend on your decision." Baktang looks up silently. Qintang watches him worriedly. He suddenly lets go of Qian Thun's collar and laughs. "I'm totally stumped this time. Too bad you hit my weak spot. You win. Drop the weapons, no more fighting, peace and civilization first." Nyukjui stares in disbelief, her voice angry and choked. "Ko Baktang, you're a spineless wimp! How can you betray everyone's trust? I won't forgive you." Nguyen Cat laughs. "Second brother, is this your savior? Capsizing for a woman. Serves you right, loser." Baktang says, "Take it easy on the Crown Prince. He'll be your boss from now on." Qintang looks pleased, but Lok Fu is more cautious. "Hold on, don't move. Drop the swords." Kenthan fumes. Nice one, Lokfu, you dare order me. Do you want to? He stops. His eyes bulge as a bullet pierces his head. The bullet goes straight through his head and keeps going. Lokfu gets hit too. He's shocked, thinking in just 0.5 seconds he found the shot. Shooting through someone and still hitting me. I can't accept this. With that thought, he collapses. Below, Bak Thun holds the smoking gun. Unfazed, he says, you have 100 ways to take hostages. I have 101 ways to save them. Don't forget I'm a special forces guy. While Nguyen Cat is still stunned, the Dun swings his sword. Nguyen Cat, your big brother gives you your last words. You've done too many wrongs. As he turns, the sword is already at his throat. The sword slices through him smoothly. It's a gruesome sight. Thang Lao cheers. We won, we're victorious. The Tan King has won. Suddenly a voice booms, you rebels celebrating too soon. Bak Tang turns toward the voice. Bak Nha's troops arrive with full force. By the Emperor's order, Li Tadan is guilty of rebellion. Kill without mercy. All his accomplices will be eliminated. Than Lao stops the Dun. The Imperial Guards are too strong, we can't hold them. Your Highness, go now, we'll cover you. But the Don has no intention of running. I'll take all the blame myself. Please, General, don't kill the innocent. The lead general orders, at this point still bargaining. Kill them all for me, spare Li Tadan, but no one else. The soldiers charge. Suddenly, a shot grazes the general's helmet. Bak Tang warns coldly, next time I won't miss. The general is furious. What do you want? Think your tricks can scare me into retreating. Today, the Imperial Guards will fight to the death and wipe out every rebel. Bak Tang calmly negotiates. I'll go with the Tan King to the palace and ask the Emperor for mercy. Your men can wait here. If the Emperor doesn't show mercy, you can kill us then. Nyukji yells without thinking, going to the palace now is a death sentence. But the Don trusts his idea completely. Nyukji hears Bak Tang say, don't forget the Tan King is the only heir to the throne. Going against him now won't do you any favors. Beat it. The general hesitates. Since the Crown Prince and Fourth General are dead, if we harm the Tan King and his people, that's going against the future ruler. So he agrees, fine, I'll take you to the palace, but no weapons. The Dun thanks him, thank you, General. The Dun is very grateful. Meanwhile, Bak Thun quietly hands something to Lan Loi. He whispers in her ear. No mistakes allowed. Whether all these people survive depends on you. Lan Loi nods seriously. Then he tosses the gun to Nyok Dui. Hold this for me. She asks, can you convince the Emperor? He replies confidently, don't worry, I always convince people with reason. They head to the palace together. The eunuch announces them. Li Wen sits on the throne and hears the general report. Your Majesty, when we reached Xuanwu Gate, the Crown Prince and Fourth General were already killed. The culprits are the Tan King and Bak Thun. Li Wen throws the candle in his hand. The candle flies toward the Don, and he doesn't move to block it. But Bak Thun quickly kicks it away. The soldiers shout, how dare you act out in the palace? Then he speaks, that's the last of the Li family incense. Do you want the Tang to have no heirs? The Don looks like he wants to say something. Li Wen is furious at his words. Bak Tang, do you know you're just an ant in my hand? He unleashes a terrifying aura. A black dragon appears with immense power, ordering, by my command, you'll be torn to pieces. His eyes redden. His voice lowers. The Don is my son, but you, a commoner like you, dares to act up. Do you even know the word death? The soldiers cower and tremble before this power. The Don sweats profusely. Is this the Emperor's might? The Emperor held Taiyuan and fought countless battles with the Turks, forging this overwhelming presence. It could shatter his courage. Facing the killing intent and seeing Bak Thun in front, he thinks, young hero Ko, don't fight him. Hang in there. But Bak Thun surprises him by casually picking his nose and replying, I know the simplified death, but I have no idea about the traditional one. Li Wen is enraged by the disrespect and orders, kill him. The general draws his sword, crying, I've seen foul mouths, but none as bad as this. After this, I might be done for too, shouldn't have brought him here. When they look back, Bak Thun has vanished. Now he charges straight at Li Wen. All that big talk just for show. Barking dogs don't bite. With that, he punches him in the face. The generals below are too shocked to react and just stand there. Li Wen is knocked flying onto the throne, clutching his swollen face, speechless and shaking. Good one, Bak Tang. Without another word, he grabs his throat. Baktung sits arrogantly on the throne and warns, "If you don't want the emperor harmed, don't move." The Don urges, "Young hero Ko, don't be rash. Killing the ruler is a grave sin unforgivable by heaven." He assures, "Don't worry, I won't kill him. At least just make him hand over the throne to you." Li Yuan still protests. "So what if your skills are good? The palace has 3,000 imperial guards. I don't believe you can get out of here." Bak Thun pretends to yawn and says, "Whoever controls the army is the boss." "Isn't that what you meant?" Li Yuan laughs. "Exactly, but you're too late to realize it. In all of Chang'an, I have 3,000 troops, and across the Tong, I can command 100,000 soldiers. What can you use to fight me?" Suddenly, a general rushes in. "Bad news, Your Majesty." He points outside, panicked. "Tan, Quin, Trin Jiao, Kim Wat Tri, Kingduk Changsun, Wuji Li Tin. They're leading troops into Chang'an, heading for the palace." Li Yuan is shocked and starts sniffling. Baktung hands him a handkerchief. "Watch your manners, wipe your nose." Li Yuan rages. "Have the gatekeepers been eating crap? Is Chang'an that easy to breach? Are they all infantry?" The soldier stammers, "All cavalry." He thinks to himself, "This is weird, the emperor's being held by some guy." Li Yuan demands, "Why didn't they close the gates and let the cavalry in?" The soldier reports, "The gates were closed, but an Eastern Palace official used the Crown Prince's token to order them open. The gatekeepers didn't dare delay, and since news was blocked, they didn't know about the Crown Prince." Before he finishes, Li Yuan spits blood. Baktung nearby offers comfort. The Don recalls the Crown Prince's token. That's what Bak Thun told Lan Loi. Back then, "This is the Crown Prince's token." What Bak Thun told Lan Loi back then was, "Later she'll sneak out with Thung Quan Kui and wait at the gate. When the army arrives, order the gates open. Then lead them straight to the palace." Now Li Yuan glares at him with bloodshot eyes. You planned all this." Bak Thun pats his shoulder and laughs. "Don't stress, just hand over the throne peacefully." Baktung pats his shoulder and laughs. "Don't stress. You'll be the retired emperor living easy." Outside the palace at Juk Gate, the border troops shout, "Open up or we'll storm the city." It's 10,000 border troops. You guards know their strength. Buchi points his spear at the wall and yells, "You punks itching for a fight. Wait for me to come up and handle you." Tring Zhao Kim urges, "No time to waste, the Tan King's in danger any time. Storm the city." Thuk Bao commands, "Soldiers, listen up." Li Yuan stands on the wall and shouts, "How dare you march into the city and surround the palace?" Thuk Bao bows and reports, "I received a pigeon message that someone was plotting against the Tan King. I had no choice but to bring troops back to protect him, please. Forgive me, Your Majesty." Li Yuan says, "You see me and won't even dismount. Looks like my mistake was staying in the palace too long. You should learn from it." Then he turns to the Don. "I'm old and can't manage the empire anymore. Today I'll abdicate. My son the Don has great achievements and widespread support, so I'll make him the Crown Prince." As the decree is issued, the soldiers below cheer, "Hail the Don's ascension. Long live the emperor, long live Bak Thun," holds a wine jug and steps out. "Didn't know your throne hid good booze. Come on, let's drink together." Li Yuan glares coldly. "Don't think after I abdicate you can relax. Ruling this empire is way harder than you imagine." He sips the wine and listens as Li Yuan says with a straight face, "The new emperor must first get the 8 pillars' approval. And my Li family is just one of them. The other 7 clans dream of taking the throne." Zhao Kim bursts into laughter as if praising himself. Baktung knows history got his personality right. Just then the Don and Nyuk Dui arrive. As the Don said, his father has announced the abdication to the world. He'll retire to the palace and stay out of politics. Only Zhao Kim is excitedly shouting, "Long live the emperor," because Bak Thun is almost being smothered. Then Hong Cap speaks up, "Ascending like this might disrespect the other 7 pillars. Tan King, or should I say Your Majesty?" Everyone panics at his sudden appearance. The Dun angrily demands, "Vuvan Hong Cap, how dare you enter the palace without summons?" Zhao Kim notices him sitting where he shouldn't and throws his weapon. "Get down." Even if it damages the throne, but Hong Cap casually waves his fan and deflects the axe. It embeds in a palace pillar. Everyone is stunned. The axe weighs 80 pounds, yet it was blocked by a fan. Hong Cap says calmly, "Don't panic, I'm just here to remind you. Back then you rose from Taiwan, if not for my clan. How could you have taken the realm so easily? You can't decide this flip on your own. We clans will have something to say. The Don bluntly asks, "Are you trying to take the throne from the Lee family?" He dismisses, "That's harsh. We agreed years ago the Lee family rules and we handle the military. But seeing you force your father out, how can we just watch? No legitimacy, no authority. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at on the throne?" From that back thing knows how to respond. He speaks up boldly. Who says our emperor on the throne has no legitimacy or authority? Hongcap recognizes him as the one who stirred up Chang'an and listens to how he'll explain the Don's position. Backtongue doesn't hold back. Who can be emperor, guys, like you have no say? Besides, even the retired emperor's position can't handle scrutiny. In this world, only the Tan King can rule because he can reclaim the imperial seal. Everyone looks at him skeptically and the Don waves it off, acting innocent. Hongcap teases, "Ko, you're quite the joker. How could you know where the imperial seal is and dare say that?" But Bak Thun does know it's in the Central Turks. Turns out days ago, Princess Athena's troops from the Turks came and promised to return the seal when the Tan King ascends. The one involved, is clueless and just mumbles along. Only Bak Thun is explaining it all. He even promises, "I'll get the seal back in 3 months." Hongcap asks, "What if you don't?" Backtongue casually says, "Then the Dun will give up the throne," seeing Hongcap's doubt. Backtongue insists everything is accurate. Li Taezun is shaken by his words. Hongcap pulls out the 7 pillars tiger tallies. Hongcap pulls out the 7 pillars tiger tallies to control over 421 military districts, to threaten that if the seal isn't back in 3 months, his Vu Van family will take the throne. After he leaves, Li Taedun explains not killing him because he's powerful and they can't beat his backers. Li Taezun is wary of the 7 pillars. He turns to question him. "Kid, are you trying to stir up more chaos? What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhao Kim thinks if not for his contributions, he'd have beheaded him for arrogance. Not just him, the elders are scolding him too. They say he's overreaching, wanting to war with the Turks. Getting the seal back in 3 months is impossible. His big mouth will get a lot of people killed. Finally, Bak Thun stammers, "Yeah, I didn't think about one thing. How long's the fastest trip from Chang'an to the Turks? How long's the fastest trip from Chang'an to the Turks?" Zhao Kim, rolling up his sleeves to beat him, seems like he wasn't listening. Li Taezun calmly says, "From Chang'an, their fast horses could make it in half a month. But they're strong and use the seal to control the Tang. Even with the 7 pillars teaming up, we couldn't get it back. How can we now?" Bak Thun firmly says he has a way. No battles needed, just prepare some gear for him. He'll go as an envoy. He'll go as an envoy alone. Li Taedun worries about his safety. Only Nyuk Jui is fuming, thinking he'll go as a prince consort. Seeing her temper, Li Taedun tells her to go. But Nyuk Jui threatens him, giving him a chance to rethink. Outside, people wait for news on how it went. From Hongcap, he's pleased as if his plan worked. The Dun won't ascend yet. Li Taezun won't ascend yet to give them time to ally with the other pillars. "And your forged tiger tally was useful." "Oh, right. That Kobak Thun, do you think he'll get the seal?" So Hongcap sends 16 Yan Cloud cavalry to the Chang'an border. Whenever Bak Thun shows up, they'll kill him. Now the streets buzz about the Tan King sending an envoy to the Turks for the seal. They hear that famous Kobak Thung is going to with over 100 advanced weapons. Plus seeing the smoke from the forge. No one knows what Bak Thun's scheme is. At the city wall, Nyuk Jui keeps assuring she'll be fine. But Li Taezun carefully instructs, "This is a long trip. Thuk Bao has to stay in Chang'an to prepare. Li Ting is handling the rebellion, so we can't send more escorts. I've notified the Sosho governor for support. Everyone be careful on the way. Ko, my sister's in your hands." As he pedaled up the slope, the wheel kept bouncing. "If even a single hair is missing, I'll hold you accountable." Backtongue didn't see any issue with it. Only Nyuk Jui was so affected by those words that her face turned red. Right then, Bak Thun suddenly spurred the horse, and since she hadn't braced herself, her whole body slammed into his. The group had gone far, but they were still worried about the mysterious forging of weapons, because he had a feeling that Bei Cheng would definitely help the Tang dynasty rise to the top of all nations. But that person was yawning just after a few minutes of travel, which made Lan Loi call for a rest. The carriage kept rumbling along without realizing it had become a target. In an instant, a shower of arrows rained down on the guards. Bai Cheng reacted quickly, pulling Lan Loi back. He and Lan Loi tumbled into the carriage where Rodui was changing clothes. She panicked and grabbed a robe to cover up, then asked, "What are you doing?" Bai Cheng explained that the 7 Jade Kingdoms wouldn't let them leave smoothly. Their ambush had already arrived in force. Sui tilted his head and counted, realizing there were 16 war horses. Lanloi now realized he had planned this out early, but she noticed right away that the assassins all had black horses and black armor. They were the Yan Yun 16 riders, the team that once struck 3,000 Tuzhui cavalry. Inside the carriage, Beicheng was ordering Team 1 and Team 2 to hold them off. Team 3 would shoot arrows to attack their formation. Our side quickly got into position as he commanded. Then a sturdy volley of arrows was fired. As the arrows hit the iron armor, they bounced right off. Beicheng ordered the carriage to speed up instead of stopping. Knowing they wouldn't be easy to deal with, he decided to try shaking them off. Lanloi gripped the reins tightly and took control. At that moment, the enemies grabbed their weapons, drew their swords in unison, and charged faster on horseback. The guard with Beicheng looked terrified, because the enemy cavalry wiped out our archers' formation in one go. Then they charged after us. Ruodui quickly reminded him, the Tianshi suicide squad can't hold them back. We have to think of something. In the same direction, another group of suicide squad members rushed forward, shouting their loyalty to their master. 2 suicide squad members drew their swords and stabbed at the enemy. But even with all their effort, their swords didn't injure the opponent at all. Instead, he struck back, killing both of them with one sword. From a higher vantage point, the observer felt a bit smug, thinking these small fries didn't need him to step in personally, because he saw that the Tianshi suicide squad couldn't compare to the Yan Yun 16 riders. At that moment, on the target's side, only a vulnerable carriage was left. Right then, a device that looked clearly modern appeared. The cavalry immediately halted. A burst of fire shot out from that weapon's barrel. The blast made Lanloi jump a little in shock. The enemies who were acting tough just moments ago were now spitting blood from the hits. The situation flipped, leaving the supervisor in a panic. Ruodui was also panicking, not knowing what their side used to injure the cavalry so badly. But Beicheng warned that his cannon could only fire one shot. Now they had to escape immediately. Far behind, only a few enemies managed to stand up. They couldn't believe the unbeatable Yan Yun 16 riders were decimated by a single carriage. The supervisor went berserk, yelling, Kill them all for me! The remaining underlings, burning with rage, chased after the carriage. Even if Beicheng wanted to go faster, it was tough because they'd hit maximum speed. Right then, he noticed something special. Beicheng asked, How much farther until we see the sky? From what she could tell, Lanloi said it was about 30 jang away. He thought that distance was perfect, so he scattered wheat flour. The flour flew up, creating a screen that blocked visibility. Everyone was thinking Beicheng was doing something foolish. At least to block the enemy's view, they needed to get out of the tunnel first. Instead of answering, he just threw down a firecracker. In no time, it ignited the surrounding flour. Light and heat,